The epic cycle series continues with the Amgen Tour of California, where last year's winner Chris Horner defends his title in America's greatest race. Next on the NBC Sports Network.
It's day 6 of the 8-day Amgen Tour of California and a new leader in American champion Dave Zabriskie. The race now heads into the mountains and a chance perhaps for TJ Van Garderen to close his 34 seconds gap. We now head to altitude and Big Bear Lake. It's next. Yesterday, the time trial in the Amgen Tour of California produced a complete reshuffle of the leaderboard as pre-race favorites moved to the top. Now it's the American Dave Zabriskie who wears the leader's yellow jersey in the 8-day race after a clear victory on day 5. Today the high mountains begin and a new challenge for the survivors as they now take the high road to Big Bear Lake. That's next, stage 6 on the NBC Sports Network. After the time trial yesterday, we're bound for the mountains now in the Amgen Tour of California. A massive stage as we leave the flatlands of Palmdale. We're now heading to Big Bear Lake. 115.7 miles on this 6th stage, presented by Visit California. We're going right up there in them there hills. They'll catch a glimpse of the shimmering lake of Big Bear Lake itself before they finish right behind where we are coming to you from right now. Hello, everybody. I'm Phil Liggett. Alongside me is Paul Sherwen. Worth remembering that on the same slope behind me 2 years ago, it was Peter Sagan who won here. But after yesterday's time trial, we now have the pre-race favourites on top of the leaderboard, Paul, and it's a big test day in the mountains.
You know, this race, Phil, so far has been hard, but today and tomorrow they're going to make it extra hard. And if you're a member of Team Radio Shack Nissan, you ought to make it harder than that, because Chris Horner, I think, will be disappointed with his time trial yesterday, but he will not give up the fight to try and win this bike race.
Well, after his wonderful time trial yesterday, and he is the American champion, Dave Zabriskie delivered. And he not only delivered in front of his own family, but he won the leader's yellow jersey. And we know, Paul, he can climb.
Don't discount this man. When you can ride a fast time trial like he rode yesterday, I have to say that he is a man to dislodge from the top of the overall standing. And a 34-second advantage over TJ Van Garderen is quite a lot.
Well, these are Barcliff overall standings. TJ Van Garderen at 34 seconds. Robert Gessing, watch out for him, the Dutchman, 39. Andrew Talansky now up into 4th. Top 5, and the 49-second gap is there for those top 5 with Peter Vellich. Luke Durbridge, the new leader in the Rabobank Young Rider competition. Tommy Danielson only looking for 67 seconds. These are the names now who could take over the leadership at the blink of an eyelid. So those are the overall situation. Let's have a look now at our Visit California race route today, Paul. It's an uphill way.
It's not for sore eyes for some of the guys, but many of them will be dreaming about this stage. They move away from Palmdale and immediately they go up to the summit of Mount Emma, down into the valley, then the first big climb of the day, Angeles Crest. But that's not what it's all about. It's all about the final climb of the day up to Big Bear Lake. It really is going to be a day to get to the side of the road and enjoy the Amgen Tour of California today if you're a spectator.
Which is what our fans are doing right now as they're being entertained here at the finish. Let's have a look at our Rabobank checking the stats. 7 of 16 teams are still intact. We lost a few more riders today, so 114 left in the race.
We came back here in 2010. The winner on that occasion, are we surprised? Peter Sagan.
And as we join the action here, just over 37 miles to race. This is Crestline here, and this is the Visit California Sprint. The small time bonuses we talk about, 3 seconds, 2 and 1 for the leaders over the line, but they're not interested in this sprint at all. The Radio Shack rider there, Gregory Rast, being passed by Sylvain Georges here, the Frenchman on the AG2R squad. He is the best placed in this breakaway, 2 minutes and 52 seconds behind David Zabriskie this morning. And there, as we move down the road, it looks as though Team Garmin Barracuda have now decided it is time to start and reduce the gap. This is Heinrich Hausl on the front. First time we've seen him in his team colours since he lost that green jersey. He's had 4 second places in 4 days, but in the time trial yesterday, like for many of the sprinters, they've now assumed their positions in the pack. And it's up to Heinrich Hausl to chase down. They've been over 8 minutes ahead, but Sylvain Georges, who started 2:52 down, is in effect the leader on the road, but I don't think it'll stay that way. These are good swooping roads here. The main intrigue in the breakaway here, as we look at the leaders' names, the only Japanese rider here is Doi in the breakaway as well. But the battle in this breakaway is between 2 riders for the Nissan King of the Mountains prize, and they've been battling ever since day one. Sebastian Salas of the Optum team and also David Boyer of the Spider Tech team. 2 Canadians here. They've been going over the top of these mountains in 1st and 2nd place, and at the moment it is advantage Sebastian Salas, who won the first category climb about 45 minutes ago. Well, looking at Chris Horner, he must be a little disappointed with his time trial yesterday. He's not a noted time trial rider, but now he's got it all to do today and tomorrow. Tomorrow, particularly on Mount Baldy, if he's going to get any of his lost time back. But he's lost almost 3 minutes on Dave Zabriskie. The race, having started off today from Palmdale, it's gone over the small climb of Mount Emma Road. It's risen to the big heights over Wrightwood, and it's gone along California Highway 138 to where we've just seen the riders pass through Crestline. So we've got 1/3 category climb to come, another sprint, and then the finish at Big Bear Lake. So the situation, the big battle of the King of the Mountains, Paul, between the Nissan rider with the polka dot jersey on here, which is Sebastian Salas, and David Boyer just up the road in front of him. Boyer claimed the first 4 points. They're in the breakaway, remember. Salas lost a point there, but it was all revenge sweet for Salas on the major climb of the day. 10 points he got, only 9 for Bajadali and 7 for Boyer. So Salas pulling away in this competition, and over the climb they've just come over the top off. Salas actually broke away, sprinted over the points and got his 6th there, but he only gained 1 point. But the fact is he's gained 1 point, and the way he's riding, he could be stitching this competition up with 2 days to go.
Yep, well, he's got now full a 9-point advantage in that King of the Mountains classification. It's very rare that you see the first 2 riders in the King of the Mountains competition go away in a breakaway like we've seen this afternoon. Sorry, my maths was a bit wrong there. I think it was 11 points the advantage there. But now these riders we're looking at here, the Garmin Barracuda, they're just about to reach the sprint point, and you can see all of the work being done by Garmin Barracuda. They are trying to toughen this bike race up here this afternoon as we charge down into the small town of Crestline. And after we've gone through Crestline, well, it's all uphill to the finish of Big Bear Lake.
Time to shut out the sun for Heinrich Hausl. Well, the bunch are closing in steadily now, and they're not too worried. It's not a huge mountain to take us up to Big Bear Lake, mind you. It is a steady climb to altitude and a slightly uphill finish to the line. The big climbing day is up Mount Baldy tomorrow. Well, it has been a perfect day for cycle racing today. Beautiful, clear blue skies. There is a strong wind blowing. And there is our Sutter home weather for you. Expecting a high of only 67 degrees Fahrenheit, and that compares to the 101 yesterday, and clear skies all the way. And we're on top of the mountain, of course, in Big Bear Lake, and it's beautiful. Snaking away then down on California 138 as we now continue on the descent, and we'll swing onto California Highway 18 as we start to climb again shortly. There are the 7 riders who are away. Sylvain Georges. By the way, Sylvain Georges rides for the team AG2 à la Mondiale. The big talking point ever since the season began is they haven't won a race all year. Well, they just won one in France a couple of hours ago because of the time difference. Sébastien Hinault finally got a stage win in the Circuit de Lorraine for his team AG2R. So the pressure is off. Sylvain Georges, he can enjoy his day in the breakaway, because I'm pretty sure this breakaway is not going to be in the front when we come to the finish in Big Bear Lake. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. by Visit California. Start your tour of the Golden State at visitcalifornia.com. California, find yourself here. And by Proform TDF, the official training bike of the Tour de France. Visit proform.com to see more. Everybody on the finishing line here of the Amgen Tour of California today in Big Bear Lake, enjoying the atmosphere. There's a few amateur bike races going on, and the youngsters are out there. I think if you're over 3 years of age, you qualify. So they're getting filling the space before the race comes in. It'll be about an hour and a half, I would think. This is the breakaway. They got away right from the gunner game today, just after a mile down the road. Number 132 there's the Nissan King of the Mountains leader, and that is Sebastian Salas. Two Canadians battling out that competition. They might well stitch it up today, even without the addition of Mount Baldy tomorrow. There's the composition of the breakaway for you. The timing on the right is their deficit on the yellow jersey of David Zabriskie, and as you can see, they've lost a lot of time to Dave Zabriskie. TJ Van Garderen, we just came past him there. He's in the red and black. He's the man with the most to gain. He may wait until tomorrow. He may test today. You never know. And there is Peter Sagan, who's now reverted from his yellow jersey of 4 days, having won 4 stages, into the green jersey, which is the Visit California points jersey for the most consistent rider. And with 4 wins, you can't be much more consistent than that. So he rides in that competition. He slipped back to the team cars here, just changing his water bottle. Quick word with management. In fairness, it's nothing like as hot as yesterday. We've left the deserts behind us for the moment into the lovely cool mountain air, and we're heading up to a magnificent ski station. Now, as the camera goes in, the rider in orange, Robert Gessing, he's on the left. Then we've got Van Garderen having a drink. Those 2 riders are the men. Now, as Van Garderen puts his bottle away, he's before he got on his bike this morning, he had a word with our Bob Roll at the start.
You start today's stage 34 seconds behind Dave Zabriskie, the race leader, after a very tough time trial. Are you satisfied with your effort yesterday in the individual time trial?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a big success. I mean, like I said before, I would have liked more distance between guys like Haysink and Velits, and maybe a little bit closer to Dave, because I think people underestimate him on the climbs. He was 5th in the Dauphiné one year, so I mean, could always be better, but I'm happy with where I stand.
Today seems like a bit of a complicated stage with the wind and the climbs at the end. What's the strategy for today's stage up to Big Bear?
Well, it's mainly going to be about staying calm, conserving energy, trying to save the team. You know, we got to kind of see what Garmin's going to do. They might try to play games, put a guy in the break, and then we have to kind of adjust our strategy depending on what they do. So yeah, we'll see.
How do you think your climbing legs are going to be?
I think they're fine.
All right, TJ, best of luck.
Thank you.
So the new resident there of Boulder, Colorado, TJ Van Garderen, keeping his cards close to his chest. I don't blame him. He'll let the others do the racing, and he'll keep a watching eye today, I think. This is Vincenzo Nibali at the back of the team car. A lot of riders dropping back now, Paul, just to check things out. So that's a good sign. The pressure isn't on the chase just at the moment. Gap 4 minutes.
Well, the pressure isn't on, but it is bringing that gap down. It was up to a maximum at one stage of almost 8 minutes, the advantage. It's now down to a very sensible 4 minutes. Back of the peloton. Normally that would say arrière du peloton if we were commentating this from France. But Vincenzo Nibali, I don't think he's in too bad a shape. Yes, he probably didn't do the best time trial that he's done in his career yesterday. But, you know, this race, when we look about today's stage and the footage they're going to have to climb, and again tomorrow, we could turn this race completely upside down. We're still looking now here at the profile. We've gone through the first big peaks of the day, but now it's pretty much all uphill until we get the plateau at the finish of Big Bear Lake.
Well, we've added 5 seconds while we've had tea break in the peloton here. And the control of the peloton now with Liquigas Cannondale. Familiar side that after the first 4 days, being won by team man Peter Sagan. So there is the leader in the King of the Mountains, Sebastian Salas. 5 kilometers to the next challenge for him, and a few more points if he gets them is going to help him in that competition. Now, the resort regions of Lake Arrowhead and Big Bear, tucked into the San Bernardino Mountains east of Los Angeles, are a Southern Californian playground for sure. When it comes to outdoor recreation, Big Bear tops the charts. Ideal conditions include sunny blue skies, cool and mild weather, gorgeous green forest, and a lake full to the brim. Big Bear Lakes, 23 miles of shoreline, have it all. Parasailing, paddleboarding, sailing, windsurfing, water skiing, jet skiing, kayaking, and more. And for more information, go to visitcalifornia.com. Here's the boys climbing up the California Highway 18 to the next third category climb of the day. They're battling out a private battle, these two, for the King of the Mountains. We'll take a break. See you shortly. Now it's the big day tomorrow. The Eyes on IndyCar Series continues on the NBC Sports Network with the time trials in the Indianapolis 500. Coverage begins with pole day tomorrow at 11 a.m. on the NBC Sports Network. Looking down there at the finishing line at the moment, everybody getting ready for the arrival up here at Big Bear Lake. Now, there's been a minor implosion in the breakaway of 7. We're looking here at the only Japanese rider in the race, Yukihiro Doi. He's trying to get back up to what's left of the leaders. One of the surprising men left behind is David Boyi, who was the leader on the first couple of days in the King of the Mountains and was still a challenger. And here we see them crack. First of all is Jeremy Fennell just in front of us, who went first. And in that little group ahead, we then saw David Boyi shake his head and also drop off. And so it looks as though Salas is now climbing. There's David Boyi. Rather a sad sight because he's been a real big challenge in this King of the Mountain, but all of a sudden he hit a granite wall there and there's nothing left in those legs. So this is Sebastian Salas now, the leader in the King of the Mountains, and he is leading the charge. More points for him. Sylvain Georges of France has gone into the lead as well. Back in the peloton, Levi Leipheimer. So Leipheimer, a nice glimpse of him in the peloton, Paul, looking as though he's rested. He just needs form now. He does seem to have recovered from his broken leg, but he hasn't got the form to go with these guys. That happened to show us yesterday.
Yeah, but Phil, the courage, I think, is something you really need to talk about because, yes, he broke his leg between 5 and 6 weeks ago. He didn't really know how his body was going to respond when he came into that individual time trial, but he did get the better of Chris Horner, which to me is a major surprise. Leipheimer now sits in 16th place in the overall standings. Chris Horner, 32nd, but a long way back. Horner is looking for almost 3 minutes if he wants to dream about winning this bike race again.
Apart from Chris Horner and Levi, the rest of the riders have ridden pretty much to form up there, and the big surprise apart from Dave Zabriskie is probably Robert Kessing from Rabobank. He came here early to train for this race. He loves this race. He's won the best young rider competition in it, and I think he's the big danger to Zabriskie. We will find out. It may also be TJ Van Garden.
1 kilometre to go to the summit of this climb, which I think is very unfair of the race organisers because, yes, that's the line in the road that says it's the top of the mountain, and that's where you get your King of the Mountains points in a competition sponsored by Nissan. This climb is 4.8 miles long. The summit is about 50 kilometres to go, or 30 miles of racing. But it's not the top of the climb. It continues for another 10 kilometres of long drag. No respite at all till we get to the plateau.
Well, they have to put the flag somewhere, I suppose. This is good news, of course, for Sebastian Salas. He's in the lead, 3 riders going up the climb. His major rival has just been dropped, and so he is stitching up that King of the Mountains for Nissan. This is the last official climb of the day, although, as Paul has said, there's plenty more ups and downs before we see the shimmering blue waters of Big Bear Lake.
Well, the leaders are going over the summit, and I wonder whether it's going to be Sebastian Salas, because if he gets himself maximum points again, he's pretty much got that Nissan King of the Mountains classification sewn up. But seeing Liquigas Cannondale on the front like this makes me wonder whether or not a certain Mr. Sagan is looking for victory number 5. 2010 was the last time we came to Big Bear Lake, and the winner on that occasion was Peter Sagan.
I tell you, it would not surprise me in the least. Liquigas Cannondale always ride for one man, and they've got 2 likely men in this event, but I think they are all ganging up and looking after Peter Sagan. These are the 2 boys at the front now, the 2 survivors. Sylvain Georges of La Mondiale, the AG2R team at the front, and he's being tracked by the King of the Mountains leader, which is Sebastian Salas. They're inside 50 kilometres to go, which is around 31 miles to the finish, and it looks as though those have got rid of everybody now, so they're desperate, but they're going to try and hold off to the end.
Well, just at the end of that line of riders, you've got 4 riders there from Liquigas Cannondale. There's a rider from Garmin Barracuda in the middle, but the next rider in the line is in a slightly different jersey. That's the green jersey of the leader of the points classification, and Sagan is riding right at the front. There you can see him just at the back of that line of lime green jerseys.
Yeah, 6th wheel at the moment, and the Rabobank are lining up behind him. Surprisingly, we've lost Lawrence 10 Dam today. We didn't hear of any reports of him crashing, just abandoning the race. So as far as we know, he just decided enough was enough as he got into the hills today. But this is very good tempo, and clearly they've got a plan. They know, of course, that once they're over this 3rd category climb, they're a kilometre from the summit of the climb at the moment. There's no official climbs left, and as we get down towards the finish, we run round the edge of Big Bear Lake itself, and it is a nasty uphill sprint to the line, really, but a strong man can well survive. We wouldn't call it a climb to the finish, would we?
No, it's a kind of finishing line for a strong sprinter, a man who's got the power, and if Tom Bono could have got his body over these climbs of this afternoon, it would be the sort of sprint that would suit a man of his ability, or even a Heinrich Hausler. Hausler, on the other hand, today is actually having to do a lot of work to the
tactics,
team.
yeah.
Change of tactics. He's not got the freedom to be the team sprinter. They're now thinking seriously about the next 3 days. They want to win this bike race, but for Garmin Barracuda, it's really a question, Phil, of which one of them is going to win.
Yes, it is, and tomorrow they'll go shoulder to shoulder as they climb Mount Baldy, because it is such a steep climb. The gradient is almost walking steepness. There's the 2 leaders as they come up towards the summit, which is just around that far bend up there. I can't see Sylvain and Georges not taking this. I can't see him taking it, rather, because he's got no interest in the Nissan King of the Mountains award, and I think he'll just allow Sebastian Salas, who's put himself in that winning position, to take the maximum points. Having said that, there's only 6 points because this is a 3rd category climb.
Well, what's more important, I think, Phil, is keeping a colleague alongside you in a breakaway like this, because you know, they're not going to give Sylvain Georges an easy ride to the finish. He starts the day 2 minutes and 52 seconds down in the overall standings, and they dare not give him too much freedom, because he could really create a bit of a surprise. AG2 Le Mondial probably a little bit boosted as we go through 200 meters to the Nissan King of the Mountains point. I think AG2 Le Mondial really pretty happy by the fact that they finally got their first victory this season. I'm quite surprised that it's taken so long, because they are one of the top teams in the world.
They are, and they're also one of the top teams that always visit the races all around the world. Right, here we go now, and for me, I think we're looking here not just at the victory over the climb by Sebastian Salas, but I think he's sewing up here the Nissan King of the Mountains award down in LA on Sunday. Quite rightly so. The gentleman of the professional cyclist in Sylvain Georges, not challenging him. Sylvain Georges is the best place rider, but he's not interested. I think, you know, that thumbs up there from Sebastian Salas, who's only been a pro for a year or so, means, yeah, guys, I've won this title and I've got 2 days to go.
Pretty close to winning it. There's only 3 categorized climbs left now in the Amgen Tour of California, Phil. There's 2 second category climbs tomorrow, and then, of course, you've got the final climb of the day. And seeing the main field under the control of Liquigas Cannondale makes me think they want to have another crack at victory.
Looking down from the helicopter here, and it is Vanotti of the Liquigas team who's been designated setting the pace at the moment. They're on the long way up to the summit. The gap is still a few minutes, but it's coming down. Well, I think we know one winner of one of the competitions on Sunday, and that is Sebastian Salas, the Nissan King of the Mountains. At 7,000 feet and surrounded by national forest, Big Bear Lake is Southern California's favorite four-season mountain resort. Visitors enjoy its quaint resort cabins and luxury rental homes. There's a beautiful modern performing arts center that hosts cultural events. And the charming village at Big Bear Lake offers a wide variety of unique shops and fine restaurants. It's a beautiful getaway, just a few hours drive from Los Angeles. Welcome back. Well, officially the climbs are over, but the road is still going up at the moment. So that's an indication of the winds whistling around the mountains here. As we continue on, the breakaway has imploded. 2 riders in the lead, Sebastian Salas, and in fact, it looks to me as though we've only got 1 rider now, because this is Sylvain Georges, who went over the top of the mountain in 2nd place, but has immediately attacked here. And now I think that Sebastian Salas probably has decided there's no more counting climbs today in the Nissan King of the Mountains. He may as well go back to the bunch. There is the main field going over at 5 minutes and 6 seconds behind Sebastian Salas and Sylvain Georges. And it looks as though Tim Duggan has got himself on the front again. Let me just check my watch. 2:30. Yes, it's about the time of day when he gets to the front to do all of the work for Liggett Cannondale. What a hard-working young man he really is. All right, let's have a look then at our monster cable. All of the leaders' jerseys here. Zabriskie, the new man in the Amgen yellow. Peter Sagan keeps his Visit California green. Sebastian Salas, I think, has won today the Nissan King of the Mountains jersey. Luke Durbridge, the new young rider on the top of the classification for Rabobank. And there was no awards yesterday, so the most aggressive rider for XG was given again to Eisen, and the most courageous rider breaking away from cancer, that went to Merkel Irizar. Well, we're now in the wooded highlands here of Central California, going south towards Los Angeles. Los Angeles not very far away as the crow flies. And the rider on the right looks as though he might be battling a flat tyre just at the moment. That is Matt Cook of Team Exegy. I think he has a flat tyre and he's having a job to control that bike on the descent. The main field now in full cry. 5 minutes gap. Sylvain Georges has gone away on his own. Sebastian Salas has decided his day is done. Save some energy. I think it's absolute intelligent riding that. His target is to worry about Mount Baldy tomorrow. So as we now see these riders go, let's remind ourselves one of the big teams on the race. Let's learn a little bit more about Team Spider Tech.
Yeah, 2011 TOC was great. Riding with the King of the Mountain jersey almost the whole race. I think I got it maybe the second or third stage. It was a big deal. I got attention all week. It was a big deal for our team. Being in the King of the Mountain jersey was a big deal for me, being an American rider in one of America's biggest races.
We really made a game plan to focus on it and take a shot at it. So I think that's what, we set our goals for it, and we executed well, and the guys, rallied behind that.
The team all over the front of the race and all over TV was a big deal for our sponsor. It was a big deal for the team.
Day in and day out, we're working our butts off, and we're showing that we can perform at the highest level of this sport. But these guys are really good, and they're really talented. We have one of the youngest teams out there. We're this wealth of talent and this talent pool that no one quite knows about yet.
We started as a strong Canadian-based team, and we've expanded our roster to include Americans and Danish rider Brian Van Borg, a Mexican rider, and also a Swiss rider, Raymond Kunzli, who's at the championship California now. And we have passionate people behind it. We have good riders. We have good culture, guys that want to achieve the same goal as us, and we have a great foundation for success. And just it's a matter of time.
For the past 3 years, I've been asked, where do I get Spider Tech? Where can I get that? Well, now you can get it at your local bike shop. You can walk in, you can say, I've seen this stuff on TV, I've seen this stuff on Levi Leipheimer, I've seen this stuff on Lucas Husser. People are going to be trained, knowledgeable. They're going to know how to help you apply it. You can go online, you can go to websites, you can go to YouTube. You can kind of see all the testimonials out there. But the biggest thing is you just need to try it for yourself.
Yes, the Spider Tech team from Canada looking for its long-term target, the Tour de France. Sadly today we've lost Pat McCarty. He's been ill with mononucleosis, so the race today a little bit too tough for him. He's dropped out, but the rest of the team very much in. They brought Brian Van Borg onto the squad. He's a very strong Danish rider, as we have seen over these few days of racing so far. Back with the leader. By the way, the tape they all talk about is now being worn by all of the riders when they get injury. It really is very effective, and it is now available in stores to purchase. We're looking at Sylvain Georges here, who's been forced to go it alone. He went away with Sebastian Salas. Salas got the points he wanted. He's gone back for the day. And poor old Sylvain Georges, his job now is to try and hold off the field. Now, that is the latest Nissan King of the Mountain standings, and a good lead now for Salas. 65 points over David Boyer. Two Canadians there. Jeremy Fennell also in that break has held on to his third place, and Alex Howes there is in fourth. He wasn't in the break today. So a good lead now for Sebastian Salas. This is Yannick Eisen here, who wore the XG Most Aggressive Rider jersey after the last road race staged 48 hours ago. And we're looking here at the field. They've still got to close down a gap of around 5 minutes. There is an outside chance, of course. We might see our first breakaway succeed. And we may get a double for Team AG2R La Mondiale, because they had a win in France today, and they've got Sylvain Georges right here in the lead. He's no choice now but to go as fast as he can and hope it is good enough to win the stage at Big Bear Lake.
Your neighborhood Radio Shack helps you do smartphones right. Get the top carrier, same great plans, and all the best phones. Right now, grab Verizon's Droid Incredible 2 by HTC with our mobile low price guarantee. Plus, get free expert support for the life of your phone.
Fans Phase 2 of the Nissan Ultimate Access Sweepstakes is underway. The second of 3 grand prizes includes a trip to this year's Cascade Grand Fondo to ride with Radio Shack Nissan Trek's Chris Horner. All you need to do is go to nbcsports.com/ultimate access to register and enter the code word Fondo.
Yellow is the color my true love's here in the morning when we rise.
The Tour de France on the NBC Sports Network.
Now tomorrow the Epic Cycle Series will continue with Stage 7 of the Amgen Tour of California. We go mountaineering and climb to the top of Mount Baldy where the finishing line awaits. Note the slightly different time. We're 2 hours later with you tomorrow at 7 Eastern on the NBC Sports Network. Big day tomorrow, big day today. Look at the beautiful scenery here. As the crow flies, we could be down in Los Angeles in about an hour's drive, but this is beautiful. So different to Los Angeles on the ocean as the riders now course the way through. At the moment, the Frenchman, Sylvain Georges, is still holding his own. There's Tommy Danielson. He is in 7th place overall, just over a minute behind Dave Zabriskie. He can climb mountains, 9th in the Tour de France last year, 9th in the Tour of Switzerland, 2 big mountain events. He'll be looking forward to Mount Baldy tomorrow, I think. Well, he didn't want to be here on his own at this stage of the race, but he is, and Sylvain Georges now is having to contend with himself for company and hope he can hold the field off. And he does have a chance here. Look at the way he slices the corners off. He's only a second-year professional despite his age of 28 years. And last year got his first pro win. He won the overall on the stage of the race down in France, the Rhone Alpes. And he hasn't won anything since. This looks like David Boyer is getting caught now by the field, who was the first leader in the Nissan King of the Mountains. He did everything right today, going up there with Sebastian Salas, but couldn't match him on the climbs. He's back in the bunch. Word from the management as they start to head up now towards the King of the Mountains. And we can, as we look at here at the back of Sylvain Georges, let's take a look at our Tour Insider powered by SRAM.
Welcome to the Tour Insider powered by SRAM. I'm Dave Toll with Michael Zellman, and we had a very unique opportunity to check in with the neutral race support crew. There's 4 cars, 2 motorcycles, and 13 mechanics out there every day.
And Dave, each car is a virtual rolling bike shop. And we got a chance to catch up with Butch Balzano, who heads the NRS crew. Let's take a look at what he had to say. Butch Balzano, I want you to tell us what's inside, or what's on top, actually, of each of these SRAM NRS neutral race support Volvo XC70s.
Michael, on top of our XC70s, we're carrying specialized tarmacs and Venges with SRAM components, speed plate pedals, and Zip 404 wheels.
Tell us what's in the back.
Sure, let's walk around back. Inside, the Volvo XC70 is carrying 6 pair of Zip 404s, combination of both Firecrest and alloy. Also, a cooler for the driver, the mechanic, and the VIP.
What's in the back seat, Butch?
Sure, let's walk around and check out the back. In the back, we have the mechanic's toolbox and a pedal box, which has got various pedals for doing bike changes.
Butch, what's the most common mechanical you guys experience out on the road?
Of course, it's flats, 10 to 1.
How long does that take to change?
We can change a flat in 8 to 10 seconds.
Thanks for watching the Tour Insider.
David's powered by SRAM.
Yes, and that 8 to 10 seconds is very, very important when you're in a stage race that is counting on time. So as we look at this now, let me remind you that at the start of the day, Sylvain Georges has lost 2 minutes and 52 seconds on Dave Zabriskie. He's got all of that back all day. He's been the virtual leader on the road in the yellow jersey. It's not anticipated to have it, but, you know, the peloton now beginning to look as though Garmin Barracuda were staring up the chase down there. So let's take a look at who you, the fans, thought would win today's stage now. And you're all going for TJ Van Garderen, 18% of you. Chris Horner, 17.5. Peter Sagan, you might be right, at 15.3. And the rest of the field is at 51.9%. Don't forget, enter your pick for tomorrow's stage. You have a chance to win $1,000. Head on over to roadid.com/ride. Now then, TJ Van Garderen. An interesting choice. He needs to win. That 10-second time bonus today would improve his overall situation no end. Nice steady pacemaking now. It's not surprising Garmin Barracuda have to do all the pacemaking. They've got the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie on the squad. It's up to the others. Now, they will take a serious interest in Sylvain Georges because he started the day 2 minutes 52 seconds off yellow. With a gap of 5:20, he's well into the lead overall. So they won't allow him to run all the way to the finish with this sort of a time gap.
Absolutely not. Well, that is why you can now see Liquigas Cannondale trying to get a little bit of assistance from Garmin Barracuda. Two teams are chasing, and the amazing thing is you've got two teams riding. They don't want to ride too hard because they'll blow the race apart, and they'll see Peter Sagan, for example, put into difficulty. Once we get to the top and it starts to flatten out a bit and then starts to go down, you will see it going absolutely on fire to try and reduce that 5 minutes 20 to just 2 minutes.
So there's a nice shot there of Luke Durbridge again, the Orica Green Edge boy, wearing the Rabobank Best Young Rider jersey for the first time today. And there's the peloton, all together enjoying much cooler conditions and quite clearly relaxed by that. We haven't seen so many visits back to the team car. We were preoccupied yesterday. Everybody grabbing as much as they could in the time trials and the day before as well. Two really hot days behind us now. This is the man who's racing for the stage win. If he wins by more than 2 minutes 52 seconds, he'll be the new leader. We'll find out soon.
Hey, George.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Dude, it's way too early.
Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when George Hincapie won't. How about now?
Welcome back. We're looking at the lone leader today. He's Sylvain Georges of France, a second-year professional despite his age of 28. He'd normally been a pro for maybe 5 years in normally career. And as I said earlier, he's only won one race, which was last year, the Rhone Alps. But even so, he's now trying to do a bit of a double today for his team, AG2R Le Mondial. Until today, they hadn't won a race this year. A few hours ago in France, Sébastien Hinault won a stage of a race there. And if he pulled it off here, he'd be able to give Sébastien Hinault a ring and wake him up out of bed and say, well, I've just done the same in California. But that's a little way off yet, but not that far. He's still got a good gap. Even so, Garmin Barracuda, the team of Dave Zabriskie, the race leader, is now turning the pedals a little bit quicker. It looks as though the message is out because they can't allow him to win by 2 minutes and 42 seconds. He will get a 10-second win bonus as well. He will be the next leader. The profile is always uphill now, but there are no official climbs left before the finish. But we are going altitude now, and the air gets thinner, and that does affect the riders' breathing, especially those not used to this sort of altitude. The crowds cheering them on. What crowds are on, of course? We are in countryside here where the population is very sparse indeed. But those are watching the riders go through a stunning part of California. This. So let's have a look then at today's Nissan Innovation for All.
How you doing? I'm Chef Bijou. I'm with Scratch Labs. I'm running the Scratch Labs kitchen right now. We're here at the 2012 Tour of California cooking all the meals for the Omega Pharma Quick Step team of Levi Leipheimer and Tom Blunden. This is Dr. Alan Lim, my sous chef.
That's right. I'm also with Scratch Labs. I'm one of the founders, but tonight, I'm all Bijou's.
We're doing a huge dinner for 25 people right now. Actually, they're going to be eating in about 20 minutes. So, trying to get everything ready. We've got a bunch of roasted vegetables, roast chicken. At night, we give them some really good, clean proteins, a bunch of vegetables, a bunch of fiber. That's why we're doing all these roasted root vegetables. During the day, it's pretty much all just carbohydrates. Now they get everything else.
Nourishing these guys is really about attending to their needs, making sure that they're cared for, filling their tummies with a lot of warm love and great tasting food.
That's it.
Well, that's our Nissan Innovation. Well, what about the commentators? That's what I want to know, because I'm quite hungry here with about an hour to go before this race ends. The pressure on again. Now, this is interesting. You see, there's two teams with an interest at the moment. Liquid Gas Cannondale, because they want to deliver Peter Sagan to the finish for the win, and the blue jerseys of Garmin Barracuda, they want to make sure that Dave Zabriskie is still in yellow by the end of the day. So that's a double-pronged attack now after the Frenchman. Two teams, Paul, driving against the Frenchman. The odds are against him staying away, but he's doing pretty well. He's down inside 5 minutes now, Sylvain Georges, and 29 kilometers to go, about 19 miles to the finish. Still an outside chance he can do this.
There is, you know, Phil, he's not a bad climber as we rejoin him here. He was born in the small town of Beaumont, which is in the region around the Puy-de-Dôme. And when you know the Puy-de-Dôme, you know it's a very, very lumpy area. So he'll be good at riding these hard kind of roads. He's not the kind of bike rider who's going to crack. In fact, it's only his second year as a professional, and he used to race mountain bikes alongside Jean-Christophe Perrault, who was the Olympic champion, yeah.
And who's his teammate, and who isn't here because he wanted to ride the Mountain Bike World Cup in Europe, because he wants to try and make the London Olympic back on the mountain bike again. Otherwise, Perrault might have been here with him. But as we look at the race now, it looks as though he probably will get wound in, but you just never know. Just at the back here is Ian Boswell at the back here, one of the youngsters on the Bontrager Livestrong team, and they've been a credit to their colours this week in this race. He's joined up again. You can see the road continuing to climb, although there's no official climbs left. 59% of Garmin Barracuda, with almost equality really, 41% from Liquid Gas. Two teams, Tim Duggan, the second rider with the lime green hat there as well. The workhorse of Liquid Gas. The team must thank him every night at the table. And don't forget, one of the big apps you should sign up for now is the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. You can follow the race from start to finish. You get text updates, rider location, speed, distance, breaks, and 2 hours of live video every day. That's the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. Go to amgentourcalifornia.com for that. So it might be a little bit more of a calculated gamble today. Yes, I think they might save Dave Zabriskie's yellow, but they may not catch this guy before the finish. I, for one, hope they don't. See you in a minute. Let's have a look then at the USA Cycling American standings. Dave Zabriskie is now in the #1 slot. TJ Van Garderen, his challenger, is 2. Andrew Talansky is 4. Tom Danshall 7. But look at Lawson Craddock, the 20-year-old from Austin, Texas. He's in 11th place and is in 2nd place in the Best Young Rider competition. All right, now this is the catch of the original breakaways. Now we've seen Doi in the white on the left. He's the Japanese rider in the breakaway. And this is Sebastian Salas, who has dropped back voluntarily here. He's assessing the riders, and he'll take his place in the peloton. Very wise decision, that by him. Well, it looks like we've swept up all of the breakaway now with the capture there of Salas and Doi. It's one versus the rest, and Sylvain Georges has got 27 kilometers now to about 17 miles to race to the finish. The good news is, Sylvain, it's not all uphill.
No, once he gets through this little wiggly part of the road here, he's actually got a bit of respite and some downhill before he gets to the outskirts of Big Bear Lake. And by the way, Phil, did you realize that Big Bear Lake was used for a lot for filming? Instead of everything being done down in Beverly Hills and Hollywood, the 1920s version of The Last of the Mohicans was filmed here. And you must remember the old TV series Bonanza, because that was too.
I was an extra in the show. Never mind, there's an attack here from Orica Green Edge, and this looks like one of the Myers. I think it's Travis who's gone away. That's a good move, that, because it's going to shake out now. This is going to. He's taking advantage of the tactics of the two teams at the front, Garmin Barracuda and Liquid Gas Cannondale. Now, is he going to try and stay away?
Peter Weening, in fact, a very tall, skinny bike rider. He was brought onto Orica Green Edge to be a man of the mountains, and now all of a sudden he said, right, you guys, I'm off. I'm going to see whether or not you've got the strength in the organisation to chase me down. He actually came across to this team. It's very, very rare for a rider to leave Team Rabobank. Once they've come through the development part of being in the Rabobank squad into the professional team, they normally stay there for their full career. But he wanted a little bit of freedom to be able to ride for himself and his own responsibility. And that's what he's come up with today.
Well, as we look at the front, this is Yannick Eisen, the Belgian rider on the American BMC team, who's had enough here, slipping off the back and doesn't look at all well there. Interesting that, Paul. Peter Weening, yes, you're right. We don't see many riders leave the Rabobank team. So that was a good capture by the Orica Green Edge team, because Peter's ridden the Tour de France 4 times, and he also won a stage back in 2005 in Jeddah. So he is a tremendously experienced rider.
I remember that finish. It was very much on a circuit like this. It was a big climb, then it was right down into the finish line of Jeddah, which just happens to have a lake alongside it, and it was a photo finish, I believe, against Andreas Kloden. Kloden thought he'd got the victory. The photo told it differently.
Photos never lie, so they tell me. And as we're looking now here into towards Snow Valley, we are continuing now with this lone man. And I wonder how much they will allow Peter Weening to move. Look at the clock. They've now brought it back to 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Just over 15 miles, 26 kilometers to go. He still has a chance here, and he's going to give it his best shot for sure. So as we look at the nice mix here, a very nice physics saddle, and then the main field, they've shown no resistance to that move by Peter Weening. Now let me remind you about the Giro d'Italia, which is being covered concurrently on Universal Sports. Daily live coverage begins at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time every day. That's the 2012 Giro d'Italia, and I can tell you today, Mark Cavendish got his 10th historical stage win in the Giro d'Italia. So he's done pretty well. So still got the work here being done by Garmin Barracuda. Our cameras went to the break, but as far as I know, we've still got Peter Weening trying to get off in between. And so as we gaze down from the helicopter now, soon it will be the Battle of Mount Baldy. That comes tomorrow. These are the men we should see featuring tomorrow and maybe today as they relax before the calm, before the storm. TJ, I don't blame him. Keep topped up with that fluid, Dave. You'll need it. We'll see you in a moment.
For the last 10 years, Tour Magazine, the industry leader in bicycle testing, has been looking for the world's best bike. They've analyzed over 2,000 different bikes, evaluating them for weight, stiffness, handling, aerodynamics, and comfort, seeking that perfect balance that delivers the perfect ride. They found it. The Cannondale Super 6 Evo Ultimate is the best bike in the world.
Don't forget a big day tomorrow in the IZOD IndyCar Series as it continues on the NBC Sports Network. It's one of the most nerve-wracking weekends. It's the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage begins with pole day at 11 a.m. on the NBC Sports Network. The gentle flags waving here on the finishing line. 4 hours and 32 minutes they've been going so far on today's Stage 6, which is sponsored by Visit California. A long day in the saddle, our first of 2 days in the corrugations here of the mountains. Now back to the peloton. There's an attack here now. They're all getting very, very restless now. An attack being launched by Rabobank to chase down their old teammate, Peter Weening. Well, that's an interesting move. There's no love lost as they start a move here. It could be Wilco Kelderman who's made a move, which I would call a tricky move. It is Wilco Kelderman as they start to move clear. He's in third place in the Young Rider competition. And interesting, he's gone after his own former teammate, although Wilco wasn't on the squad then.
No, he wasn't. Well, the best young rider, let's not forget, wears a Rabobank jersey, but in fact it's the Australian Luke Durbridge. But it's interesting to see that the two Dutch riders are going to try to get together. This is going to put now a lot of pressure onto this race. Now they're going to be really put under pressure to pull it all back together. Again, I think this is a diversionary move for Robert Gesink for tomorrow. They want to toughen the race up. They want to try and put pressure on everybody else. Tomorrow is going to be a big showdown, but you've got to race it hard today so that everybody goes in tomorrow even more tired than they've been after 6 days of racing.
I think Gesink is the big danger now to the Americans' victories in this race. Only one non-American has ever won the Amgen Tour of California. That's Michael Rogers, the man from Canberra, Australia. A drink being offered to Sylvain Georges. He says no thanks. He continues on. They're all shouting at him in English, saying, you can do it, keep going, you've got this. But I'm not sure whether he understands any English. But 4 minutes, 10 seconds is a good gap going into the last 23 kilometers of the race. But there's signs now the peloton is restless.
They are restless, but they're also under pressure. Whoops, I think that lady's put on a little bit too much weight here this afternoon. The great supporters that come out here, Phil.
Guy, but yeah, I'll take your word on it, Paul, yeah.
Well, I must say, whoever it was, they were extremely pumped up by the action.
They were, that's for sure. 4 minutes and 5 seconds here. Well, let's hope there's no explosion in the legs here of Sylvain Georges. He deserves this today. If he does win, he'll have led virtually the whole day, which is 186 kilometres or 116 miles out front.
Now, to start and explain the physiological situation in the main field, you've got the leader of the points classification there, just on the left in that darker green jersey and the green helmet. That's Peter Sagan. Behind him, you've got the yellow jersey, surrounded by his teammates. That's Dave Zabriskie of Garmin Barracuda. Then in the next rank, it's as if this is rank and file, because you've got the red and black jerseys. That's BMC Racing. They are all surrounding their leader, TJ Van Garderen.
Well, you know, today the riders here have climbed just on 17,000 feet, and they're still climbing here, although the hills here in the United States aren't like the European hills, where it's quite obviously you're climbing steep mountains. These are long, gentle climbs, and they're hurting. Believe me, the air just gets progressively thinner.
Well, he's been leading now for about 13 miles or 20 kilometres, and that's around about 38 minutes he's been on his own. His average speed feels only 21 miles an hour, but I'll take his apology for that, because it has been uphill.
Yes, well, that would compare with a touring cyclist going for a gentle potter. He'd be averaging about 6 miles an hour so far. 21 miles an hour for him, which is about 34 kilometres an hour. Again, Tim Duggan, our hero of the Liquigas team, the American. He does all the work at this stage of the race. He finds these legs to pump those pedals, and he does it until he can't do it anymore.
Well, Phil, if this was a soccer match, in soccer they have a special award for the man of the match. Well, for me, the man of the match of the Amgen Tour of California has got to be Tim Duggan, because he has done so much work. He's always come to the front. He's always been prepared to throw caution to the wind and really hammer everybody down.
Well, this is life at the back here. That looks as though there might have been a small group left, because this is Jeremy Fennell on the bottom right of our picture, and it's Gregory Rast. So there was a small remnant of that breakaway group still up there. It must have been that Salas almost stopped and let everybody go past him. So they're being picked up by the peloton as we speak. Now, don't forget, on Sunday you can ride the same circuit as the pros. It's the Nissan Ride Before the Pros. It takes place downtown LA at LA Live on Sunday, May the 20th. 8 till 9:30 is the timing. It doesn't matter how good or bad you are, all levels get to ride the same circuit. It's free to participants, and you go to www.amgentorocalifornia.com/Nissan, and you can register there. Come and enjoy the atmosphere downtown LA on Sunday. So this man is still clear. He still has a few minutes on the field. Oh dear, that's where we're going. We'll see you shortly.
The Epic Cycle Series continues with the Amgen Tour of California. As the race winds its way to the finish in Los Angeles, will an American lead the charge and claim yellow? Continues tomorrow at 7 on the NBC Sports Network.
Welcome back. 3 riders down there now as we gaze out from our helicopter on this aerial view presented by Visit California. And you'll notice now the far side in the orange jersey there, Wilco Kelderman has just caught up here with Gregory Rast and the man that started the move, Peter Weening. Weening caught up to Rast. Rast joined in, and I think we can show you that. This is the connection here as they came together. This is a dangerous move now. These are 3 very strong riders. That was the first move when Kelderman caught Gregory Rast. Rast recognised Peter Weening as a well-established European pro, decided to go and join him, and then Kelderman came up from behind. Now, these 3 boys are very, very strong indeed. They could hold off the peloton, I think, but can this man hold them off? Because Sylvain Georges is still out in front and still at the moment the overall leader on the road, although it's coming down steadily now. 4 minutes the peloton. So the 3 riders speeding along this road as we're gently downhill just a moment. Kelderman quite happy to drive. His overall gap is at 2 minutes 6 seconds, so he a wanted man if he gets too far ahead. He's actually third in the best young rider competition, but within a minute of Luke Durbridge. So they'll have to chase as well soon.
The funny thing statistically, though, Phil, is the distance between Kelderman and Peter Weening in the overall standings at the start of the day was a mere second. They're both Dutchmen. They previously raced together on the same Rabobank squad. They will know each other. They will know each other's strengths and assets, and I think they'll combine their efforts to put serious pressure onto the main field, because Rabobank have got a man in reserve just sitting there nice and comfortably in third place in the overall standings, Robert Hessink.
Yes, and I think he's wanting the day off, if you can have such a thing in a stage race like this, while the 21-year-old Kelderman has been told to get up front, see if he can improve his position in that race for the Rabobank sponsored here, Best Young Rider. And of course it is he does ride on the professional Rabobank team.
Well, Luke Durbridge leads that competition at the moment for Australia. He'll take a back seat tomorrow. We are going to witness an incredible showdown on Mount Baldy. Massive time gaps are about to appear, and TJ Van Garderen, we wonder whether or not he can wrestle the mantle of the overall lead away from Dave Zabriskie. 12 months ago, TJ Van Garderen lost 1 minute and 20 seconds. Yeah, Jeremy Fennell was halfway across the gap, and he was the last survivor, and he's just been picked up by these two riders and probably wondering, what kind of a train have I got myself onto?
I thought it was Gregory Rast who took the wheel, but it was obviously Jeremy Fennell, and it's Rast who's gone back into the field for Radio Shack. Very similar colours there, and so Jeremy Fennell is the man hanging on to the back. So as we look down the long empty road, as our helicopter pans down to the main field, there they are speeding. They've got to respond to this race, because both Peter Weenan and Wilco Kelderman must be considered danger men. They're still leaving all of the work on Peter Sagan's Liquigas Cannondale team, primarily to Tim Duggan here, but tucked in behind are two of Dave Zabriskie's teammates. They are there as well. So the peloton are getting smaller too, by the look of it too. Now let me remind you that look cool and stay warm. 20% off outerwear. AmgenToroCaliforniaStore.com is where you go, and to save, enter code COOL12 at the checkout. For details, visit AmgenToroCaliforniaStore.com. Well, these boys aren't staying cool out here now, because this is a desperate chase across the mountains heading towards Big Bear Lake, and they're having to chase the bunch now because important men are escaping. Welcome back to the Amden Tour of California. Today is presented by Visit California as we look here across Big Bear Lake. And the lake itself looking a little bit choppy with the wind. It's not as warm as it appears, but it is very pleasant here. So let's have a look at how the day has gone so far, as we pick it up at the start at the breakaway from Kansas sign-in for the new race leader, Dave Zabriskie. Big day for him today. He's been second 3 times overall in this race in history. He now takes the lead again. He sits there on the front line with all the other jerseys. A rollout from Palmdale. And there is our Nissan elective drive to the finish there, as the car follows the riders out, as always, to the end of the neutralised section. Big moments for all of the leaders now after the time trial yesterday. Out onto the highway with Palmdale behind them, and immediately here comes the attacks. It happens every day, and this was no exception. It gave us a leading group of 7 riders and a battle between the 2 men in the Nissan King of the Mountains competition. This went well for David Bowie. He got 4 points to the leaders, Sebastian Salas 3, so he gained a point. But on the big climb of Wrightwood at 43 miles in, it was Sebastian Salas who broke away on the climb and got the massive 10 points. And Bowie only got 3rd there for 7 points, so he was building up his lead. So then as we continued on the climbs, this is where Sebastian Salas on the 4th climb of the day on CA18, he got 6 points, and Sylvain Georges then pushed on, and Salah said, I've had enough, I'm going back to the peloton now, my day's done. and see if I can hang on to the finish. But now we have this man still out in front and hanging on. Then came this attack from the Orica Green Edge rider, Peter Weening. He caught up with 2 breakaway riders. He left Gregory Rast, but Jeremy Fennell went after him. It was Rast who went after him first, but they swapped places, and Jeremy Fennell went forward. So then they're running down now towards Big Bear Lake, and this is the overall King of the Mountain standings going into the last real mountains tomorrow. Salas has built himself a good lead of 65 over David Boyi. And he should really have won that race now, because I don't think either of the boys are going to score heavily when we go up to Big Bear Lake tomorrow. We're now running around the edge of Big Bear Lake at the moment. The gap is still there. The distance is still in hand. 7.5 miles to go. I think it could be happy days for Sylvain Georges. First real big win of his career. He won that one race in France last year. This is the chasing group of Wilco Kelderman, Peter Weening, Jeremy Fennell. I think he's got a real chance now, Paul, as we continue around the lakes here, just to have a look across the lake. It's a massive lake here, high up in the mountains. We're at altitude. They will race into Big Bear Lake itself, the town of, and then they'll climb up to the finishing line. 11 kilometers to go, Paul. He has a real chance. I think he's going to do it.
Big chance, huge chance. That didn't look to me like a man who was starting to crack. And when we've looked at the backdrop, Phil, of this stage here around the Big Bear Lake, for the man who's in the lead, Sylvain Georges, he must be thinking about home when he looks at the forested area, the rocks, the granite outcropping. Very much to me resemblant of the Puy-de-Dôme area where that Frenchman is from.
Now we're racing down towards Fawn Skin now. It takes us through to the last 6 miles of the day, which is about 13 kilometers. There is a small time bonus sprint there of 3, 2 and 1 second.
Well, funnily enough, Kelderman and Weening are only separated by a single second in the overall standing. So that sprint could be very important.
It could, because the 3 seconds obviously is going to go to the man up front. That'll help him. There's also 10 seconds on the line as well, should he win it. And so he could increase his overall lead, whatever. And there's a real-time situation. That main field must be in inside 2:42. At least for them to keep that yellow jersey on the shoulders of David Zabriskie. He's at 1 kilometer now, Sylvain Georges. Another 3 second possibility here. He got the other one, so can he get this one?
Well, just to put it into perspective, a kilometer or 1,000 yards roughly, if we're looking at it in old money, is going to take this ride about 1 minute and 10 seconds. He's not scared, he's not concerned at all about anything like this. He's not concerned about points or money. Today, the position that he's finding himself in, he's concerned about the glory of winning the stage. It's not very often that the early morning breakaway survives. This guy got away after 1.5 kilometers of the race. There are 3 seconds, 2 seconds and 1 second for the first 3 riders to get across the line. It will be important for the 3 guys in the group behind, especially Kelderman and Weening. But what's more important is they're already putting themselves a minute between themselves and the main field. And for me, Kelderman could be the strange surprise contender.
Well, at the moment, they've got Georges under control, 3 minutes 10 back, and so they're closing in on him for the finish, so I don't think he's going to get the yellow jersey. But here in Fawn Skin, he's going to take the 3 seconds bonus, so he's taken 6 seconds today off his deficit of 2:52. There's another 10 seconds waiting at the finish, and those are going to move him right up the overall classification. So Sylvain Georges at the Visit California sprint point sign here, and he sees at the same time 10 kilometers to go, 6 miles. So these 3 riders coming in. This will be an interesting sprint for the second place, though, because there's only 1 second between those 2. So as they continue towards that point, you've got Weening on the front, Wilco Kelderman marking him, and Jeremy Fennell. It was indeed Gregory Rast who went with them, and he dropped back, and Fennell decided to go with them. It might have been a wise move here, because they might well stay away to the end. And Wilco Kelderman should be causing concern to Luke Durbridge, who is the leader in Best Young Rider. And he's got a man up the road now gaining time. He might well get that young rider's jersey off the shoulders today of Luke Durbridge. Tricky old corners here now, and he's taking chances. His team car beginning to get a bit excited here. For a while they would have thought it's only a matter of time before the peloton pick him up, but not so today. He now has a real chance of victory. That's the team car of AG2R La Mondiale. They're shouting at him in French to keep it going. Allez, allez, allez. We're just waiting to see that second sprint now for the second place between. It's interesting because only 1 second separates Kelderman and Weening. There you go. There's his allies. Go, 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 go. I don't think he needs telling to go fast now. He's approaching 9 kilometers from the finish, just over 5 miles, and it's only the last few hundred yards uphill. So I think he's going to make it, and it's going to be the escape of the race for sure. A race-long breakaway. First there were 7, then there were 2, and then there was just him left high and dry when Sebastian Salas went back to the pack. I bet he's going to regret that move right now. So although the leader is losing time, the prediction by the computer says he won't get caught. Computer says, let's hope that on this occasion computer is right. And there was no sprint there. In fact, it was Weening ahead of Wilco. Wilco Kelderman over the line. So they are equal on time there as they go towards the finishing line now in the overall situation. We'll take a break. It's all eyes down for the big finish here.
Hey, Levi.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
No. Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you even when Levi Leipheimer won't.
How about now?
And...
The battle of Big Bear Lake here now as 1 rider versus 3 chasers and the main field. He's still there, and the pain in those legs and in the body must be excruciating. The road is unrelenting, and now Sebastian Salas, the leader in the King of the Mountains, on the run into the finish now. His day is done. Remember, he's been in the lead too since the gun. He's won all the King of the Mountains points he requires. He's now dropped off. The field are under pressure. Now take a look at this. Moments ago, ooh, dear me, and that's one of the youngsters on the Livestrong, Bontrager Livestrong team, who got himself in order and back in. Good bike handling for a 20-year-old, that. As we're now looking at the desperate run to the finish. Now the gap at the moment, if he gets in by 2 minutes 37, that's on Zabriskie, but remember the chasers in between as well are closing right in on him now. So it's looking very, very close indeed. There's a 10-second win bonus. He's got 6 seconds out on the course. He is closing in all of the time. So he's already won 6 seconds. There's another 10 waits for him at the finish. Let's see if he can do it. As he races up towards the finish, the gap is there, 2 minutes 10 seconds. I think they're closing it down though, and I think we can expect them to close it down. His object wasn't to be the new leader of this race. His object was simply to be the man to win the stage. 5 kilometers to go, 3 miles to go. Will these legs hold up? Because they must be turning to jelly.
Well, it's going to be a tough ride now, Phil. He's 2:10, so the yellow jersey dream has gone away, but the dream for the victory of the stage is still very much a possibility. But he only has a 1 minute advantage over the chasers. The chasers are coming across very quickly indeed. Wilco Kelderman and Peter Weening and Jeremy Fennell, there they are. They are probably getting to the point now where in the long boulevard and straightaways they can almost see the man that they're chasing.
Well, they can. This is what I was saying earlier. The long straight road up to the finish, they will see him on the climb. And when your legs are as tired as indeed Georges must be, it's going to be a tough finish for him now. He hasn't won this race yet, and those 3 riders won't have lost any hope yet. As we now see Heinrich Hausler driving on for Garmin Barracuda on the front, trying to keep their man Dave Zabriskie in yellow. The few men up the road could affect the overall. It's his job to keep this pack close enough.
Yeah, well, that's why it's tough being a guy like Heinrich Hausler on a team like this. He could have hoped to try and get himself a victory on a day this afternoon, but he's got to put his own chances behind him.
Yes.
The important thing is winning the bike race overall. The important thing at the moment is Dave Zabriskie. Tomorrow it might be Andrew Talansky. 4 kilometers to go now.
Will it ever end?
5.5 minutes of effort left for this man, and he's got these chasers boring down upon him at about a minute.
The race distance is 186 kilometres. He's got 4 kilometres left. He's been in the lead for 180. Can he make it to the finish now? If anybody deserves it, it is Sylvain Georges. And what an incredible situation. The second win for his team on this day. The other one was in France. And until today, the team hadn't won a race all year.
No, that's absolutely right. And again, it's all at 5. There's a kilometre field separating the main field and the lone leader, or 1.2 kilometres if you like. It is not very much. You can see it. It takes about a minute to cover that distance. This man now is in all kinds of agony. The lights are starting to go out, but the dream is still there. He's hoping he can get around that next corner. He's got 3.5 kilometres to go. That's about 5 minutes left of effort as he keeps the energy there. He tries to keep the rhythm. The legs don't have that much power left now as he's circumnavigating the final part of this lake, Big Bear Lake, to look at the finishing climb. That finishing climb, you know, if you walk up it, Phil, it's actually quite a nice stroll. But when you've ridden as much as this guy has today, 150 miles, it'll be a massive mountain.
I would love him to win now. He deserves it more than anybody else in the bike race. But I think they're going to reel him in. 1:45 across the board now to the peloton. So they must be also see. Oh, they are. They can see the 3 boys in front. They have whipped this pace up so much. And the last turn was done by the Australian rider on Garmin Barracuda. As now again Liquigas takes up the chase. And again it looks like young Tim Duggan is driving at the front. This could come all together as they line up for the finish.
Well, Tim Duggan is the man who's digging in right now to try and pull it all back together for a certain Peter Sagan. And there you can see the 3 men who got halfway across the gap. They're about to get pulled into the fold. That's a Kelderman coming round the corner there in first place, followed by Peter Weening having a nice ride at the back there in third place is Jeremy Fennell. But here is the main field. They're right there.
Now I want you all to stand up at home and cheer as one, because you're going to get a shot soon of the leader. We're going to see the finish, and we're going to see the whole field right behind him. And the cheers of the crowd here on Big Bear Lake have got to bring him home, because he deserves it. He would have led the race for 184 of 186 kilometres. Those 3 are about to get caught. It is one man just around the corner there, v the rest.
It is going to be so very, very close. And I think what might happen here, what might Phil just give the advantage with 2 kilometres to go to the leader, Sylvain Georges, it might just give him the chance. The confusion of catching the 3 guys that they were scared about may well just see the main field slow down for a fraction. That's all he needs, just a fraction of a slowing down in the peloton, and bang, he's going to get the win.
Well, he's so delirious up front now, he doesn't know whether he's in Big Bear Lake or Los Angeles, but he's hoping very shortly he sees the finishing line. Here comes Jens Voigt, bridging the gap and going for it himself, inspired by his time trial yesterday.
Well, it reminds me, Phil, I don't go quite too often onto the social networks, but it reminds me of the Twitter that Jens Voigt put out yesterday. He's such a gentle giant, a man who will battle with his bike. Well, a little bee landed on his lip yesterday, and he said, oh, well, it's only a little bee, he's not going to hurt me. And the bee bit him. So you know what? He said, well, I'll take my revenge on that. And he ate the bee. And he said, don't mess with the Jens Meister.
Well, the bee has pushed him back into a group of 4 now. They've checked out everything. Peter Sagan is up there as well on the left of our picture. The man has won 4 out of 5 stages so far. Is he going to win today? They are beginning to slow and look at each other. That will help Sylvain Georges.
Poor old Sylvain Georges, he's looking for the kilometre kite. Well, it's just around the corner, or is it round the next corner? 1 minute and 10 seconds is advantage with a kilometre to go. Theoretically,
there it is. 1 kilometre to go. The Kenda kilometre is in front and behind him. He's 1,000 metres from the line, but when he makes this corner, it's all uphill to the finish. It is not done. It will be absolutely desperate.
That is what it looks like. It is a straight crack at the line for him now. It doesn't look as if you're sitting in your couch at home and you think this is a flat road. I can tell you it's not. I walked up here this morning. It's got an awful gradient, but this man, he keeps looking up there. He can see the blue banner across the finishing line, and he's trying to get up there. I'm pretty sure he's got this one in the bag here this afternoon, and it's all about this man at the front because he deserves the victory this afternoon.
We're ticking off the meters. He's dared a look over his shoulder and he's seen the peloton. They're right behind him. The attacks are coming from the peloton now, bet your life. His legs just won't answer at all, and we've got an Upton rider who has started. This could be Michael Tree from Upton as he's tried to make a move.
Yeah, well, Creed makes the move, but he's got a big, tall order to try and get across this gap. There is the man who leads. I think he's got it, Phil. It's in the bag.
You know, when they caught those other three, they hesitated to check each other out to get ready for the sprint. This rider is dead on his feet, and he's going to make it, and there's no more worthy winner of this stage at Big Bear Lake than Sylvain Georges. Now it's uphill, and it is not easy. He's got to keep going. Those legs are like rubber, and he doesn't know really where he is, but this is going to be a nice day for the Le Mondial team, the AG2R squad. They're not going to catch him. The crowd are bringing him home. This is a superb win for Sylvain Georges, the biggest by far of his career.
He can't believe it. You know, it's foreshortened often by the camera. It looks as if they're right on his tail here this afternoon, but he will have the chance to enjoy the last 20 or 30 metres for this magnificent victory, and there'll be a big battle for second place.
Sylvain Georges wins the day. The time he had as race leader is well gone by. That doesn't matter. Total hero of the day, 184 of 186 kilometres in the lead. Now somebody better catch him, otherwise he's going to fall down before the sprint. The sprint is on from the main field. Important time bonuses. Peter Sagan is sitting in second place waiting for the move. If they're going to beat him, they've got to go before him.
Well, they're starting the sprint there. You can see Sagan's up there in second position, and he's going to wait. He's very easily going to get this, Phil. Look at the acceleration there coming from Sagan. He's got them right up there. Hello, boys. Come and challenge me if you can. Thank you very much. I'll take a second place. Well done.
Yeah, look like Peter Vellich, but he's got a bonus, Peter Vellich. If that's Vellich, that could be important. He got 4 seconds bonus. He's only 49 behind overall. He's packed a 45. Now that is an interesting little cheeky move. Well, there is the hero of the day, and he can hardly hold his head up or celebrate the win.
Phil, the number of times people have said to me, why do these guys go in the breakaway and they get caught down towards the end? Well, this is the proof in the pudding. If you don't go in the breakaway, you never get a chance to pull off a victory like this, and that's why this guy did it this morning after a mile of a 115-mile race. He probably didn't believe it at certain points, but I tell you what, when he got to that final kilometre, he knew he had it in the bag, but he's going to have sore legs tomorrow, I'm sorry to tell him.
And who cares? He's won a big stage here in the Amgen Tour of California, one of the biggest at Big Bear Lake, and we need to give him a few seconds before he gets over there. He doesn't want any ice on his back. He's absolutely done here. And what a terrific ride, in 2 wins for his team, and they've had none all year, both coming on the same day on 2 separate continents. Well, I suppose Sebastian Salas will worry about dropping back, but I don't think he was going that well to have stayed with him. There is the sprint for second place. Peter Sagan shows us what he would have done if they'd have caught up with that leader. He would have won the next stage of his week here in California. Little wave to the crowd. It's me. As he pedals off straight through the finishing line. We're waiting for confirmation to see if that was Peter Vellich, because that was a good result for Vellich if it was. And I'll tell you what, he sneaked a little bonus there of just a few seconds, which will help him in the overall situation. This is the scenery now, just over the finishing line. They're holding him up. He's got to go behind the stage, of course, for the podium finish. And this is how you see the man who wins. I don't think he knows where the crowd is. He assumes he's finished. It was a desperate moment. This is one of the great moments in professional cycling. A long breakaway, and it all works out for him today. And funnily enough, his team said before the race started, they said, Sylvain Georges today will be in the breakaway. And not only was he in the breakaway, but he's won the stage as well. The Pirates are boarding us over there while we have a look at the Coca-Cola stage results. 28 seconds was the final margin for Sagan. Peter Vellich confirmed in 3rd place. Thomas Demusso from Argos Shimano 4th, and Tom Dumoulin, same team, in 5th place. They lost their sprinter today. Kittel packed in. Greg Van Avermaet in 6th place. Chris Horner coming home. Good sprint by Chris in 8th. TJ right on his wheel in 9th. And Robert Hessing, the big 3 names there, 8th, 9th and 10th in the stage result. Now that's a hazardous moment. Not a good time to walk the plank on Big Bear Lake, I wouldn't think. Now we'll just take our break, and then as always we'll come back with our interviews and the podiums. A great winner today. No, he doesn't lead the race, but he's going to be everybody's hero, both here in America and in France tonight. We'll take our break and see you in just a moment. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. By Visit California. Start your tour of the Golden State at visitcalifornia.com. California, find yourself here. And by Strava. Track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. We're back and gazing out at Big Bear Lake here. We've just seen a terrific breakaway succeed today on Stage 6, presented by Visit California. And we have arrived in Big Bear Lake. Now, next day, tomorrow will be Mount Baldy. And there's a look at the new 2013 Nissan Altima pace car leading the peloton. That's the most innovative Altima ever. And it came in just ahead of the man who won today, and that will take us now to our Road ID Ride of the Day. Well, if ever there has been a candidate for that, it has to be this man. He was left on his own a lot earlier than he intended today. He actually wondered what happened to Sebastian Salas, who waited for the field. He had no choice but to go for gold. It was desperate, but after 5 hours, of which he spent all of those hours in the lead, he wins the day here, Sylvain Georges, in front of the crowd at Big Bear Lake. An incredibly good ride. And don't forget, if you want a chance to win $1,000 and a VIP ride with Bob Roll, vote for who you think will win tomorrow's stage. RoadID.com/ride is where you go. And the cheers then, Paul, for Dave Zabriskie. I don't think he was overly concerned about saying goodbye to his yellow jersey today. His team had the breakaway under control as far as time was concerned.
Well, that's the most important thing. It's time, Phil. It's not individual victory. Sometimes it's the addition of time every day. You've got to be careful. Zabriskie had calculated it. The team had calculated it. They did need a little bit of help from their friends on the run in towards the finish, I'm sure about that, because also TJ Van Garderen from BMC and everybody else was concerned about the advantage of the Frenchman.
Nice kiss there. 2 kisses, in fact, my Michelob Ultra ambassadors on the podium today. And Dave Zabriskie now looking forward to tomorrow's big day up Mount Baldy. So he steps off. Now let's have a look. These will make interesting. This is the Cliff Bar overall standings now. Zabriskie, TJ, and Gessing, they're the same as this morning. Velic comes 5th to 4th. Talansky down 4th to 5th because of the 4-second bonus at the finish. Luke Durbridge stays best young rider in 6th place. Tom Danson is 7th. And the top 10 completed by Lawson Craddock, who is 2nd overall in the best young rider competition as well. Now let's go down to Bob Roll because he is with Dave Zabriskie.
Dave, 5+ hours in the saddle, pretty big breakaway with a couple of dangerous riders out there. Take us through the teamwork that kept you in the leader's jersey on today's stage.
I mean, lucky for us, the break went fairly early, so we could control right away. And the guys did amazing. We had Jacob and Nathan doing a lot of work early on, and then as soon as we got through, I don't know, after that lake, that's how I describe it. You drop down and go past I-15, and then there's that big, that's when the hills kind of start. We hit it pretty hard there, and just a preemptive move, really, to see what would happen. And Sagan survived the move, and his team wanted to start pulling for the sprint, and the AG2R guy did an amazing ride. I don't think anyone expected that to hold, and he compliments to him.
Hats off to Sylvain Georges, absolutely. Looking forward to tomorrow, up to Mount Baldy, the Queen stage of the bike race. Who do you think your chief rivals will be in defending this yellow jersey as race leader?
Rivals are TJ, Gessing, Peter Velitz, Chris Horner. Even you can't count him out, and maybe even Levi. I mean, he's not that far back. So close guys.
A couple of tough climbs before the final ascent. What's the ideal scenario for the Garmin Barracuda squad on tomorrow's stage?
Not sure if there is an ideal situation. I mean, Jonathan described it as a mountain bike race. It's just kind of balls to the wall.
Alrighty, David. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well said, Dave Zabriskie, especially in complimenting the winner today. I wonder what Randy, his wife's going to say about that lipstick on his cheek. Anyway, back down to the podium here now. Peter Velits is on board there. So there's Peter Velits now saluting the crowd, Paul.
Well, crafty bike rider. Don't ever forget to, this guy has been on the podium of a Grand Tour, third in the Vuelta a España, a very talented bike rider.
Yeah.
And you look at his body build there, he will not be afraid tomorrow of Mount Baldy at all. He will be thinking and nurturing in the back of his mind, I can win this one.
He's a Slovakian, as I said, with a twin, and they're both on the Amiga Pharma Quick-Step team. They used to be both on the HTC team as well. Here he comes, Peter Sagan on board now, shakes hands with Peter Velits. There's no doubt he would have won if they hadn't caught that low man again today, but Peter Sagan will keep his lead though in the Visit California points competition.
Well, as I said, I think as Dave Zabriskie so eloquently put it there, Phil, in his post-race interview, nobody expected that young Frenchman to do a ride. Well, he's not young, he's 27 years of age, but he's a young professional, only second year as a professional rider, to do that ride. But every now and again somebody gets a special day in their saddle and you can do nothing wrong, and I have to say that was one of those days for Sylvain Georges today.
Now let's hear what sort of applause he gets. They're just waiting to bring him on now, and what a ride it was. A long time since we've seen a breakaway last that far.
I hope they bring him on in a sedan chair, because his legs must be absolutely buckling after that performance. 185 kilometers at the head of the race today out of 186.
Well, Dave Zabriskie has complimented him already. They never thought he could have stayed away, is what Dave Zabriskie said, and I don't think anybody did. But he stayed away. It's unknown territory up here for him. He's only won one race in his life. That's the Rhone Alp last year.
Yeah, but that was
a pro, by the way.
That was a tough race, though, Phil. He won a couple of stages in that race, and it's an undulating race, and the crowd enjoying it.
Wow, he'll never hold that now.
No chance. He hasn't got the strength left.
Yes, so there's a beautiful trophy here at the Big Bear Lake. One that Sylvain Georges is going to treasure when he takes that back home. Oh dear, my back, and I know just how he must feel after a ride like that. So as we, he's been looking forward for that for the last 10 kilometres, I would think, from the Nuclear Ultra ambassadors. Perfect match, I might say, as well. Well, let's go back to Bob Roll, because he's now with that battler Tim Duggan, who I think has been awarded the most courageous rider.
Tim, you're the most courageous rider on today's stage after a really hard chase. You saw that Peter Sagan was still in the group after the last climb, but that you got to hand it to Sylvain Georges, a really solid ride to hold off the field. You guys were chasing hard.
Really gutsy ride for him, and huge props to him and the AG Dosert team. And that was a real bike race today. Everybody was hot and tired behind, and there was more than a couple of teams chasing hard to get him, and we didn't catch them. So that was a good bike race out there.
We see you on the front day in and day out. You're having a great Amgen Tour of California. How have you brought your form up to perfection here for this week's racing?
Yeah, thanks. No, just had a good hard spring over in Europe, slaving it out in the rainy gutters for a couple months, and a little bit of time off at home in Boulder, Colorado, stuck in the thin air, and it's all paying off pretty well here at the Amgen Tour of California.
Seems like the American riders are they really maybe a little extra motivation for this particular event.
Yeah, surely. Every year the Amgen Tour is. It's right up one of the most important races of the year. There's the Tour de France, and right up there in the same kind of league, and as far as importance, as the Amgen Tour of California. So myself and a lot of the other Americans are definitely hugely motivated for this race every year.
Well, congratulations on a deserving award for today's stage, Tim.
Hey, thanks, Bob. I appreciate it.
Well done, Tim. Back up to the podium, because there is the leader in the Nissan King of the Mountains, and that is Sebastian Salas, the Optum rider, presented by Kelly Benefit Strategies, and he did a lot today, I think, enough to give him that title, because he won't be in the action, I don't think, on Mount Baldy, but neither will anybody else that matters in that King of the Mountains competition. So a good win for the man from Vancouver for sure, and for his team. So well done. Let's have a look where we go tomorrow. Turn away if you're nervous of climbing mountains. This is a Visit California route tomorrow. and it finishes with an enormous sting in the tail. Look at that. We start from Ontario today, down at a mere 973 feet. We go over the top of Glendora Ridge Road, drop down 4,500 feet, almost to the basement, and then we climb steadily up through the sprint to Mount Baldy. It is a real toughie. It is showdown day tomorrow in the Amgen Tour of California. And don't forget, we will be bringing you our coverage tomorrow at a special time of 7 p.m. Eastern Time. You can watch the Stage 6 highlight show tonight again at 11:30 a.m. Eastern, and of course right here on the NBC Sports Network. Big day out tomorrow for everybody, especially the men who want to win this race on Sunday when we go to LA Live. And you know, there's still an awful lot of riders with an inspired day tomorrow, like Sylvain Georges today, could win this race. Don't forget, up next, it's NBC Sports Talk. For the whole team here at Big Bear Lake, it's goodbye for now.
The Epic Cycle Series continues with the Amgen Tour of California. As the race winds its way to the finish in Los Angeles, will an American lead the charge and claim yellow? Next on the NBC Sports Network.
It's day 7 of the 8-day Amgen Tour of California. It's the Queen Stage, and we go right to the top of Mount Baldy. The question is, can the American leader, Dave Zabriskie, defend his narrow advantage of 34 seconds in the yellow jersey as he now takes on Colorado's TJ Van Garderen on the 6,900-foot climb? And what about the defending champion, Chris Horner? He's got to find the secret of getting back 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's all next. Yesterday, the 8-day Amgen Tour of California found an adventurer of exception as Frenchman Sylvain Georges led from start to finish and an exhausting win at Big Bear Lake. Now it's time to climb the steepest mountain of all as the race leader Dave Zabriskie heads the field towards Mount Baldy and a destination that should decide the final winner tomorrow. It's stage 7 next on the NBC Sports Network. It is the penultimate day of the Amgen Tour of California, starting beneath blue skies at sea level in Ontario. But by the time they reach the finishing line today, they'll be sitting just under 7,000 feet on the top of Mount Baldy. The stage today presented by Nissan, and this really is the showdown for this year's event before the finish tomorrow outside LA Live. And I can tell you the riders have been coming up here all day, and for the last few miles, it's been taking up to a couple of hours. Hi, everybody. I'm Phil Liggett. Alongside me is Paul Sherwen. Paul, Dave Zabriskie leads this race by a few seconds. There's no way here at the finishing line he can feel safe.
No, he can't. He won't feel safe until he gets to the finishing line right behind us. We've had so much in the Amgen Tour of California so far. Shadow boxing in the first 4 days, a great individual time trial, the hors d'oeuvre of the mountains yesterday. But today is le plat principal. It's the main course. If you want to win the Amgen Tour of California, you have to do it today.
Well, you do. And the man who won the yellow jersey in the time trial at Bakersfield 2 days ago was the American time trial champion Dave Zabriskie. He lives just north of Los Angeles. He's not very far from home. He's going to be inspired by this mountain today, but he knows he's going to have his hands full. Let's have a look at the Cliff Bar overall standings at the start today. Zabriskie leads TJ Van Garderen by 34 seconds. The Dutchman Robert Hessing by 39. Peter Velich yesterday moved into 4th, 45 seconds back. Andrew Talansky is 5th at 48.
But if you want to win and you're so far behind like Tommy Danielson at 1:07, you've got to attack on this stage. Levi Leipheimer is 14th, looking for 1 minute and 44. Horner, the man from Los Angeles, is 26. He needs 2 minutes and 50 seconds to win this bike race.
And he is the defending champion. Well, let's have a look at our Visit California profile today, and it's all about the end.
If you don't like going uphill, look away right now, because it starts from the gun out of Ontario straight up to the summit of Glendora Ridge Road, and then it's down into the valleys, circumnavigating Ontario once again before the big long climb up to the summit finish at Mount Baldy, just inside of 7,000 feet in altitude.
The last 500 metres they call the bowling alley, and believe me, it is narrow and very, very steep. Let's have a look at our Rabobank checking the stats. 7 of the 16 teams still intact. 39 of the 45 American starters are still in this race.
Second visit to Mount Baldy last year. The winner was Levi Leipheimer. I wonder if he can do it again.
Yes, and conditions couldn't be more perfect, and the breakaway has gone very early on today. The big danger in the breakaway is Chris Horner, the defending champion. This is his move to try and recoup some of that 2 minutes 50 seconds he's lost all week. He took away 3 teammates with him. That's him on the right coming through now in the black. He took 3 teammates with him in this breakaway: George Bennett, Gregory Rast and Jens Voigt. Rast has been dropped. There were originally 17. There's now only 11, but they are holding the peloton off at 1 minute and 50 seconds. So he needs 1 more minute to be back in the leader's yellow jersey, at least on the road. What this has done, though, this has made an incredible race today. The peloton recognized the danger. They're being driven here by the team from Garmin Barracuda, the team of the race leader Dave Zabriskie, and they have hurt this peloton. Believe me, there is Zabriskie. He must be wondering what on earth is going on. I take my hat off today to Chris Horner, because he had to attack early on to have any hope of regaining that 2 minutes 50 deficit. Looking along here now at the San Gabriel Dam, which leads us down to the Morris Reservoir, as well as we're now still very deep in the heart of Los Angeles County. Well, look at the leader here. This is now Jens Voigt at the front for his faithful teammate of Chris Horner. He is piling everything into this, Paul. This is going to hurt the peloton beyond recognition.
Well, no chance to admire the engineering of the St. Gabriel Dam down there, Phil, because today Radio Shack Nissan Trek came out with a plan. The plan was to blow this race apart. They had 4 men in the initial breakaway of 17 riders, but, you know, Chris Horner, he said he wanted to win this bike race again. The only way he can do it is to go out on the attack and annihilate the field today. And having 2 teammates now alongside him, that gives him a big advantage. George Bennett and Jens Voigt. What a man to have in the breakaway with you, Jens Voigt.
And it's a good breakaway for Sebastian Salis here at the back, 132, because he has won the King of the Mountains, because people in that breakaway haven't affected his final total. So he'll be happy as well. There's the long twisting road here as we go along the Glendora Ridge Road, heading up to the Glendora Mount Road climb. This is now a do-or-die day today. Everybody's scrabbling for the top positions in Los Angeles tomorrow, and it's a brilliant piece of tactical riding by Chris Horner, and he's got 2 mates with him, George Bennett and Jens Voigt. They're first and second at the moment. Bennett, by the way, was first over the top. Voigt was second. Chris Horner third over the first climb. The 3 Radio Shack riders. It's been a great move by Radio Shack.
It's a brilliant move, and it was the only move they had to play. Horner did not do a very good individual time trial, lost himself over 2.5 minutes. He's 2 minutes and 50 seconds down in the overall standings. Currently, we are in between the 2 big mountains. They've come off Glendora Ridge Road. They're pretty much in the valley, and another 10 miles or 16 kilometers or so, they will start the ascent of Glendora Mountain Road and then continue up to the woody heights of the Mount Baldy climb.
Yes, it gets very barren at the top, hence its name, I think, Baldy. There's only a couple of pine trees on the summit. The snow has only just gone away, and in fact, in parts of Mount Baldy, protected from the sun, the snow is still lying there. And in fact, 2 years ago, we had a snowstorm after this race left. Well, this rider is Mark Damar in the breakaway here as well. He rides for United Healthcare. And he's the best placed man in the breakaway, slightly better placed than Chris Horner. 2 minutes 7 seconds back. Let's check in on the Sutter Home weather. Look at this, 90 degrees. That's down in the valley. It's a bit cooler up on the top, but it is an excellent temperature for racing today. It'll still be in the 80s when they arrive on top of Mount Baldy. That man will not lie down, Jens Voigt, coming up 41 years of age. His job now is to get Chris Horner 2 minutes 50 ahead of the field. It's real-time racing today. There are no time bonuses at the finish or at the sprint points. Mount Baldy will decide this overall classification. This is the peloton here. There's still quite a few riders left, but there's been a lot of riders dropped as well, I can tell you. These boys now must be wondering at the back why on earth they are going so fast. That's where we're headed, down the valley and up the climbs to Mount Baldy. The last 500 metres, known as the bowling alley, the last 3 miles is very, very, very steep indeed. Tourists have been arriving up on the bicycles, walking this morning. These boys won't be doing that, but this race now very much on. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. By Nissan, with 5 new models over the next 15 months, it's the most innovative year ever. Nissan, innovation for all. And by Proform TDF, the official training bike of the Tour de France. Visit proform.com to see more. Welcome back, and the San Gabriel Canyon Road has never looked more pretty in glorious sunshine and not too hot. This is the peloton here. The pressure has gone on. In fact, this is the breakaway we've gone to now. These 11 riders out in front. It's causing a lot of trouble. Tim Duggan is there. There he is in 3rd position on the bike. He did a great ride yesterday, and he's now having to sit in the slipstream of 2 of his rivals here. Driving this pace is Jens Voigt. He will never give up until his legs will do no more. He's taking with him in second wheel George Bennett, the American. Then Tim Duggan, then the big danger man, defending champion number 1, Chris Horner, pouring water over his head. The top Colombian rider Atapuma is in here too, and Genier of Argus Shimano, another good man. We are in the valley at the moment on the San Gabriel Canyon Road, but we will then swing to the left, or at least the riders will, as they head along Sierra Madre Avenue before we start to climb up the Glendora Mount Road. It'll be hills all the way to the finish in Mount Baldy. The peloton has been put under so much pressure today that it's going to implode as the roads start to climb again. Well, Chris Horner is in that breakaway, and before the start this morning, we were talking with him. Let's find out what he had to say.
Chris, after the time trial and the first hard day in the mountains, do you still harbor some overall aspirations?
Well, there's still a possibility, but this is more the stage that we're looking at, of course, and then if something on GC arrives. But I don't think we're going to see. You're asking a lot of guys to go really bad up the climb. Do I think some of them will go bad? Sure, but you need Guessing to go bad, you need TJ to go bad, Talansky to go bad, Danielson, and yada, 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 all the way down the list, and Zabriskie too. And so you're asking a big toll there, but we'll see how the day goes and how it plays out. But hopefully the legs have recovered from my own self going catastrophically bad. So that's the main thing that concerns me, is just whether or not the legs are good or not today.
And what are the keys to maybe winning a stage up on Mount Baldy today?
Well, that part's made it a little easier on me if I'm just focusing on the stage, because now I just have to follow the guys that are racing for the GC. Certainly if Guessing's got good legs and I can stay on his wheel, then the stage win is more possible for me than him. Tactics and other reasons, and same with TJ. If he gets up the road, then certainly he's going to race for as much time as he possibly can on the Garmin boys, which allows me to sit on. So for that part, it could make winning the stage easier, but of course GC is out there.
All right, Chris, so best of luck on today's stage.
Thanks.
Well said, Chris. Well, he is not racing for the stage, is he? He is racing to win the Amgen Tour of California for a 2nd year. This is a plan. He didn't even hint at it there to Bob Roll, but he's laid it in place very early on. So as we look down towards the area where the riders will race along Sierra Madre Avenue, heading back into the hills, which run on our left of the picture at the moment, it looks now that Chris Horner has played the only card he had in the pack, Paul. He wants to win this race for a 2nd year. To bridge such a gap, he had to attack in this manner.
Well, he did, but he's actually not in. He's not in an ideal situation right now, because there's a man in the breakaway who's ahead of him in the overall standings. Because Mark DeMar started the day in 20th place, and Chris Horner started the day in 26th. Separated only by seconds, but Mount Baldy will have a lot to say. And I tell you what, I wouldn't like to be in the main field today, because as hard as Jens Voigt and George Bennett are riding in the leading group of 11 riders, in the main field, it must be absolute agony. You've had Garmin Barracuda really putting the pedal to the metal, but now you've got Team Rabobank taking over as well. Because strangely enough, it's a very difficult race to decide who is actually going to win this bike race at the end, because the first 5 riders are all top quality bike riders. Zabriskie, TJ Van Garden, Robert Hessing, Peter Velits, Andrew Talansky. Any one of those men could win tonight, but Chris Horner has not laid his last card on the deck yet.
Well, that's a long, angry line down there, and it is Rabobank setting the pace. Well, just looking now at this is all Garmin Barracuda here, keeping their Queen Bee, Dave Zabriskie. There he is in yellow in the right place. The whole team around him, they know what's got to be done now. They've got to get out there And in the line, there's TJ Van Garderen too, tucked in here. But George Hincapie, Andrew Talansky, the boys are all in there. And they're all working hard now to try and shut down this, let's call it a cheeky escape by Chris Horner. I take my hat off to him today for that. And then come the team of Robert Gessing. These are the boys with the leaders in the top 4 places in the race. All right, well, let's remind ourselves, Mount San Antonio, better known to us as Mount Baldy, is the crown jewel of the San Gabriel Mountains in Southern California. It stands at 10,068 feet. Mount Baldy is the highest peak in the mountain range and the highest point in Los Angeles County. The peak, which marks a boundary between San Bernardino County and Los Angeles County, is called Baldy because of the absence of trees around the summit. Now, there's a surprise. And for more information, go to visitcalifornia.com. This is a stunning part of the world and a stunning part of California. TJ Van Garderen, his parents have joined the race now to watch him with his sister. Today they said they hope he can do it. Well, we'll find out soon. Right now he looked pretty cool there, just taking sips of water, keeping hydrated. But the man who's caused all the panic of the day is Chris Horner as he speeds some way ahead of the main field. Now tomorrow, the Izod IndyCar Series continues on the NBC Sports Network. We move on to the bump day at the Indianapolis 500 time trials. Coverage continues tomorrow, 12 Eastern, on the NBC Sports Network. This is the finishing line. 1 or 2 of the touring cyclists still getting up here, puffing and blowing the way to the thin air in the San Gabriel Mountains. As we go down now to look at the faces here, the anxious riders. This is Chris Baldwin. He is in the breakaway and he's a member of the Bissell cycling team who have been in our pictures every day. And that's a good cue. Let's take a look at the team Bissell presented by Bissell.
We want to consistently be the best team in the U.S. I mean, we're a domestic team. You know, we focus on American bike racing. Last year, we were the #1 ranked team in the country. I mean, this year we've won more national calendar races than any other domestic program.
We're very proud of the fact that we constantly show up ready to race and ready to perform.
Bissell is just excited to be here. Get invited to the biggest race in the U.S. Everyone knows about the Tour de France, but for us, this is the Tour.
We're racing against the best riders in the world. For us, it's super prestigious to come here. I mean, there's 16 professional teams, domestic teams in the U.S., and I believe there's only 3 or 4 that get to start this race. Over the last 3 years, we've built the program to be #1 domestic team on the racing circuit. We were the #1 team last year in the NRC. This year, we've won more national category races than any other team. We like to promote the younger riders coming through the system to advance them to the next level. So to see some of these younger riders come through our team and then step up to the highest level, and we take a lot of pride in seeing that happen. And I think people in the sport realise that we're a team that can help those athletes do that as well and give them a platform to step up to the top level.
Yes, they are last year's top USA American home-based team, and these 3 riders we've seen in our cameras all week in the Amgen Tour of California. Ben-Jacques Maines has been up there, stage 1 most aggressive rider. Baldwin is in the break right now and had a great finish, 39th overall at the moment. Same with Jeremy Fennell. He's from New Zealand, but he lives here in Santa Rosa in California. This is the breakaway now, and that's Chris Baldwin dodging the wheels in the red shorts on the left-hand side of the picture. The man here representing the AG2R team, which is the brown shorts, that is Maxime Maboué, as he's in this breakaway. As I say earlier, there were 17 riders in this breakaway, but they went so quick they blew half of them away. There's only 11 of them left now, and it was done to the pacemaking of Jens Voigt and George Bennett up front. Just having a look, it didn't look like 11 there. We'll check that out. I think we've lost 1 or 2 more. We've turned off now onto the Glendora Mountain Road as we head towards our next King of the Mountains. Just seeing that breakaway, Paul. I think we've lost a couple of more names from it right now as we see them going, but this is the main field. They're running along the driveway through Glendora, the Sierra Madre Avenue, before they make their left turn onto the Glendora Mountain Road, which then starts the undulations right through to the top of Mount Baldy. There we are. You probably can't see us, but we are waving.
Yeah, well, there you can also see why it's called Mount Baldy, because there's not a tree on the top of this mountain, and it's a long, winding road to get up there. But as you can see, there is a lot of suffering on this just to stay in contact with this group. When Jens Voigt throws out the pain, he really knows how to do it. One of his nicknames amongst the bike riders, Phil, is the king of pain, because he dishes it out so much when it comes to situations like this.
Well, there is only 8 riders there. There are only 8 riders there. I think I've got pretty much most of them. I'll run them through in a minute. I think we've, unfortunately, George Bennett is still there for the Radio Shack team. Chris Baldwin's still there. Mark DeMar still there. Maxime Bouet is still there. Atapuma is still there, and it looks as though the one man who is in trouble is Jens Voigt after all of his work. So he is the man who's bringing that group down to only 8 men left. Well, look at Jens now. He's thrown everything into this to prize this breakaway open to over 2 minutes. But now the legs are hitting the hills again.
Well, he's done everything he could. He dug deep into his reserves there to give every last little bit of energy, just exactly the same as George Bennett, Phil. And now, one by one, we're seeing this race explode. We're seeing riders just drop off the back. The next guy to go here, this looks very much to me as if this is Lucas Uza. He's a great rider for Team Spider Tech and normally a pretty good climber, but the pressure of being in that breakaway, just too much.
Well, it's the urgency of the pace that they're not just trying to ride away and hold off to win the day. They're riding away to gain the time that will give Chris Horner the overall victory. This is now Chris Baldwin who's come off the back, the Bissell rider as well. It is totally imploded in this breakaway. The strength of Chris Horner, George Bennett, Bouet, Tim Duggan is still up there, Atapuma, the Colombian climber, and Mark DeMar. I think they are the only riders left up front now.
Oh, it's going to be a hard climb for Chris Horner, but you know what? He wants to win this bike race for a second year in a row. He knows he's got a big ask, and look at Horner on the front of this field. He's just about to pop the Frenchman here, Maxime Bouet. He's off the back now. Horner is going to have to ride the time trial of his life. He didn't come up with the goods, Phil, around Bakersfield the other day, but today, this is his individual time trial.
His time trial did leave him down. Maxime Bouet there just putting his tongue out saying enough is enough. You can see the lime green colours in the centre of this breakaway of the ever aggressive Tim Duggan. He's on the same team as Peter Sagan, who won't be in the race today, believe me. But this great little climber at the back in the black is John Atapuma. He will love the climb. The pace is all Chris Horner. 5 men are left, and it's Chris Horner, Tim Duggan, Mark DeMar, John Atapuma, and Alexander Genier. There were 17 in the first 2 miles of the attack. Now we are down to 5. It's a long time since we've commentated on such an urgent breakaway as this one.
Well, I tell you one thing, Phil, if Chris Horner was not popular at the start of today's stage, he's going to be super popular with the fans by the way he has gone out to try and ring back the breakaway, and in fact to try and wring the shoulders of Dave Zabriskie to take that jersey off it and put it onto his own. But the race is far from over. There's a lot of serious professionals in this group this afternoon.
There's the peloton reassessing here because they are going to see the riders coming back to them. Now the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie is right down there in the centre with his teammates. He will be pleased to see these riders coming back one by one, but the one number he wants to see coming back is number 1. And until he sees Chris Horner, he is not going to feel very happy at all. Horner is pushing this breakaway on one by one. He's destroying the riders who he had hoped would have helped him in his quest. We'll take a break.
Hey, George.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Dude, it's way too early.
Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when George Hincapie won't.
How about now?
Yellow is the color of my true love's here in the morning when we rise.
The Tour de France on the NBC Sports Network.
Wherever you ride in California, Rabobank is always nearby. With nearly 120 branches, access to ATMs at more than 500 Walgreens stores, over every hill, around every corner, with mobile, online, and telephone banking, you can celebrate the convenience of banking with Rabobank. Wherever you go, Rabobank N.A. Banking you can celebrate. Official bank of the Amgen Tour of California.
Welcome back. Well, that the group of 5 has suddenly been dissipated under an attack here by Horner again. Sitting up there, riding no-handed is Mark DeMar. No, it's not Mark DeMar. We're going back to the bunch here with riders one after another here. This is the peloton. Riders are being picked off by the main field, but Horner is just stamping on the... He is now blown away. George Bennett, Tim Duggan, Mark DeMar. He is only left with John Atapuma, who is a tremendous mountain climber, one of the riders from the Columbia Colersport teams. He's on his playground, but Chris Horner is not asking him for any help. He still has a long way to ride, and he's now eliminated 15 of the original 17 attackers. Well, this is the day to make time if you've got the strength and the legs, because we're over one hill. There's a long way to go before we top out in the San Gabriel Mountains here. We're still in Los Angeles County, climbing towards the top of Mount Baldy.
Peloton.
Two riders, Paul, versus the rest now, right now. And this is Martin Jangly. We just got a little view of him. There's the peloton. Surprisingly, a lot of riders still left in that peloton. There's 3 teams making the pace. Garmin Barracuda for Dave Zabriskie, BMC for TJ Van Garderen, and also the team there at the back there for the third place rider, Martin Belitz, as well.
Phil, just look at the faces of these riders, though, the concentration. This has been a painful start to stage 7, and we haven't reached the difficult part yet, because the last 5 kilometers are unbelievably steep. Very much resemblant of a climb like Les Ardennes, for example, in the Great Tour de France. This will be the showdown. This was the showdown that I think the race organization wanted, and it's gone right down to this penultimate stage. One by one, though, the guys we've talked about as the pretenders to win this race, Zabriskie, TJ Van Garderen, Hessink, Velits and Talansky.
Look at Sagan, Paul.
They're losing their teammates. Sagan is just coming back. He was dropped a few moments ago, but he's a fighter.
He's hanging on just about, but the gap has gone up to 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Remember that Chris Horner has now left behind Mark DeMar, who was the best place rider up there, which now means that Horner is racing into the lead on the road. At the start this morning, 48 seconds covered the top 5 riders in the race. All of those 5 riders are still in the main field. This man was sitting off at 2 minutes 50. He's now got the 3 minutes 20. He is now the virtual leader of the race on the road. That's a defense for you as the defending champion.
The only way to win a bike race, Phil, is to go out on the attack. He had a terrible individual time trial. I think he was disappointed by his individual time trial. But, you know, Chris Horner is much better known as a climber, a mountain goat, a man who has no fear of the mountains. Just driving up Mount Baldy this morning, it made me tremble just a fraction in the car when I had to drop it down into low gear. But Horner, you know, he is trying to get himself up to the top here. He has to beat this man. Strangely enough, Dave Zabriskie has finished in this bike race in 2nd place on 3 occasions. I'm sure he doesn't want to finish 2nd again.
Yes, he has. He doesn't look too panicked at the moment. There's still a ways to go. 37 kilometers to race to the finish at the moment. He's letting his team do the work, but he knows sooner or later he is going to have to come out and play. The climb itself, the last 8 kilometers or 5 miles, is very, very, very steep. It's around about 17%, and that is going to hurt them.
Number 22 there, just sitting at the back. He was wondering what he's doing in the mountains here this afternoon. That's Tom Bonin. Had an unbelievable start to the season with 9 victories so far, and he's having a chance to see what a real fight is taking place at the front end of the main field. He's actually trying to stay in there in case his teammate, Peter Velits, needs any help later on.
Absolutely. Well, there he is, Chris Horner. Take your hat off to him now. And also this man who hasn't helped him yet. This is John Atapuma, who must be wondering who on earth Chris Horner is. Where has he found these climbing legs, he's thinking, when he hasn't done a lot all week. This is the final throws of the defending champion. It's win the race or lose everything. That's Horner's attitude today. The cheers from the few people up here. There's nobody lives in these hills, I can tell you. So Horner continues to apply the pressure. He's not asking even his Colombian climber team rival behind to help him. It is one man against the rest. Here we have, there's the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie. Let's have a look then at our monster cable jersey wearers today. Zabriskie is in the Amgen yellow, Peter Sagan in the Visit California green points. Salas, I think, has won now the Nissan King of the Mountains, and Luke Dervish is the Rabobank best young rider. Our two men of yesterday, Sylvain Georges was the most aggressive for Exergy, and the breakaway from Cancer from Amgen was Tim Duggan for the most courageous rider. You're up to date with the leaders, but that was at the start of the day. What is happening now? TJ Van Garderen just riding along thinking, well, we should have expected this one, but maybe we didn't. Now they're going to have to put it all to rights at some stage. Still a big peloton there, which means they've still got a bit of firepower left in them because they haven't shed too many riders in the back. But there's only one left helping the rider in the front, as it is Chris Horner riding on to Mount Baldy. Welcome back. Now remember, tomorrow the Epic Cycle Series continues on NBC with the conclusion of this year's Amgen Tour of California. And we wonder who will be taking that final yellow jersey down into the streets of Los Angeles. That's tomorrow at 1 Eastern, live on NBC. What a day this is turning out to be. Everybody was mentally ready for the big climb up Mount Baldy as showdown. But Chris Horner wasn't. He decided to make it from the gun today and just see if he could win this race on this day. At the moment, he leads by 3:35. He was 2:50 behind this morning. Doesn't take a mathematician to tell you he is now 1:55, a little bit less in front. These are the tired men now, the workhorses, the men we call the domestiques, the team helpers who are trying to limit the escape of Chris Horner and keep their players in the action. A little bit of a rider down towards from Garmin Barracuda. Riders are going to get themselves tired, but there are also riders having mechanical problems as they go down at the back. And that looks as though it is Andrew Talansky here. I think he's been back to the team car because he is riding in 5th place overall. One of the men expected to finish off well today for perhaps a podium. He's been down to the team cars. He's climbing his way back into the bunch. He doesn't look too troubled at the moment. Tom Bone, the sprinter, though, he's had enough of these hills in California. Maybe see more of him around LA Live tomorrow, when he'll have much better chance at winning the sprint. Well, let's take a look at who you, the fans, thought would win today's stage. My goodness me, you must have all been paying attention. 18% of you say Chris Horner will win today, and there he is up front, TJ Van Garderen, Peter Sagan, and for the rest of the field, you give them 61.2%. Tomorrow you can enter for the final stage, a chance to win $1,000. Head on over to roadid.com/ride. The peloton continue on their way. There's some tired faces developing at the front. They must be reeling here. Horner and his group never gave them a chance to get into their pedals today before he was disappearing along the road. And the faces now of both Team BMC and we catch occasionally Team Rabobank, Paul, they are getting very worried, and their teammates are getting very tired.
Look at a face on Dave Zabriskie there in the yellow jersey. What is interesting, Phil, is I'm a little concerned Andrew Talansky dropped to the back of the car. I actually thought he was going back to get drinks for the rest of the team. This guy is in 5th place overall, looking for 48 seconds. Well, it's been you get an idea of how tough this race has been today. He was 2nd overall in the Tour of Romandy, which is a mountainous race.
I thought he was okay, but he couldn't quite come back up to the field, and they've caught him now, and they've damaged his own team, has had to set the pace, and I'm very surprised there that Talansky is seen falling off at this stage, but it looks as though he's really suffering here, the man that was 2nd in the Tour of Romandy in Switzerland and was the best young rider only a couple of weeks ago. But he's struggling here now. Different types of climb here in America, but he should know more about them than most.
Well, it was good to see that Atapuma gave a little bit of a turn there for Chris Horner, and in fact the acceleration almost put Horner under a bit of pressure. He's an amazing climber though, Chris Horner, because very often real climbers like to climb sitting down and using a very supple gear, but when you look at Horner here, Phil, he's almost consistently been out of the saddle. Atapuma, he's had a very good race in the early part of this season because he won a stage of the Giro del Trentino in Italy. That's a tough race to get a result in, and he finished 8th overall.
All uphill today now. We are going along the Glendora Ridge Road, which takes us eventually up to Mount Baldy Village, steadily but surely uphill. The right shoulder of the riders, it's a long way down to the suburbs of Los Angeles and the flat country. Now the riders are splitting up all of the time. Huge slices of peloton are now finding that the journey along the Glendora Ridge Road is a journey too far.
Oh, well, there's George Bennett there wearing number 2. There's the winner of the King of the Mountains classification, I'd have to say, Phil, because he's not going to get beaten today. Peter Sagan won't win the stage this afternoon, but he'll be nursing his body up this climb to conserve as much energy as possible for tomorrow's stage around LA Live.
The only good news is for these riders, there's just over 20 miles left to go, 33 kilometers, but it is virtually all uphill now as we gradually go up into the thin air of the mountains here. Here's the only Japanese rider just going off the back there now. Doi has gone as well. One after another, the riders are slipping away as our motorbike picks a way through to get back onto the peloton. Absolutely unexpected this, and the peloton have been destroyed by this attack of Chris Horner. The big question mark is, Paul, can he keep this pressure on? His gap is still going up. It's 350.
It's an amazing ride, and it really does cast my mind back to that breakaway by Andy Schleck in the Tour de France last year when he went to the summit of the Col du Galibier. But you know, on that occasion, there was a long way to go to the finish of the Tour de France. Here, if Horner can conserve this,
absolutely,
he's going to ride into LA as the winner tomorrow.
Oh. And what an unbelievable situation that would lead. We'd written him off this morning, and here he is now, the leader on the road. A little bit of sunbathing on top of the car as they go past the riders here. This is what I think. This is what is left now of the leading group here. Well, what a tremendous attack by Chris Horner. That was Chris Baldwin coming back to the leading group. Chris Horner has made himself the man to beat. He's the leader on the road, and it's going to be the other two here who have to follow him. We'll take a break.
Hey, Ali.
Hey, Bob.
Do you want to go for a ride?
Sure.
Really?
No, Bob. I'm headed to the time trial.
Oh. Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Ali Starnes won't.
How about now?
Well, we're now back with remnants of riders dropping off all over the place here. Now, this is Andrew Bajadali who's being dropped here. This is stage 7, and it's the Queen stage today, presented by Nissan, as we're now heading to the top of Mount Baldy. Not halfway, but right to the top of the mountain. One after another, the peloton is losing its passengers, and it is now working hard. Chris Horner sits in the lead, the defending champion. With his lead, he is now the race leader by 1 minute overall in this race, and the rest have it all to do. From 17 in this breakaway at the start, he has just one man with him, and that is John Atapuma. And Atapuma is a great climber, and he's beginning to find those legs now, and Chris Horner will welcome his efforts on the front. Horner looks across his left-hand side of the road. We're on at the moment the Glendora Mountain Road, heading up to towards the Glendora Ridge Road. Then we'll go on to the Mount Baldy Village and upwards to the climb itself. There's one mountain preen point for Nissan on this road before we head on to the last climb of the day. Well, I suspect down in Los Angeles it's all peaceful and traffic jams, Paul, but absolute vicious cycling up here on the ridges, the mountains, overlooking that great and the well-known city. Chris Horner had a plan today. He's executed that plan, and goodness me, at the moment, it looks as though it might be a winning plan.
It's unbelievable. I never would have expected him to be able to do this, but the fact is the team, they came out with that plan this morning. It was a do or die day. 4 men into that early breakaway. Dave Zabriskie, he's just sitting comfortably in the main field. I think he would be a difficult man to beat, but I don't think even he expected the power of the attack to come from Chris Horner. Zabriskie sits in 4th or 5th position there. You can see him in the yellow jersey behind a couple of teammates. Tommy Danielson could be the leader of change if anything happens to Dave Zabriskie, but Zabriskie, with his individual time trial performance, certainly has the form.
20 miles to go, 32 kilometers to the summit. Well, at the start this morning, Chris Horner was chatting with all of his fans and people just asking for his autograph and photograph. They were asking him, how are you feeling? He said, I feel just fine. There was no indication he was going to get on his bike and rip away like this at the start.
Yeah, well, that sign you might just have seen was 3 kilometers to the summit of the next King of the Mountains point there, which is as we go over Glendora Mountain, but it's 30 kilometers to go to the summit at Mount Baldy, so there's a lot of climbing left to come.
No, they've just thrown this one in as an hors d'oeuvre on the stepping stones up to the big mountain itself, and the last 8 kilometers today really is a grovel. They won't sit down all the way up. The fans here have managed to get up before the roads were closed, cheering 2 riders past here. One is the former winner of the Amgen Tour of California. Josh Atkins has gone off here, so Josh has ridden a good race. The average age of this team is 20. Josh himself, I think, is 19. Still can afford to smile. He should do. He's got another 10 years of this, Paul.
Oh, yeah, hard to think. But, you know, this is a development squad, Bontrager Livestrong team, which is looked after by Axel Merckx. And these guys are learning the tools of the trade here this afternoon. They're learning how to suffer. They're learning what it's like when a team comes to the front in defense of an overall jersey. And that's what we've seen Team Garmin Barracuda doing now of interest. It's the black and red jerseys coming forward of BMC Racing. That's to try and set something up for TJ Van Garderen.
Yes, enemies have to become friends now because Horn has forced the issue that the race must chase. The TJ Van Garderen's boys are setting the pace at the moment, but the teammates of Dave Zabriskie's just behind. And there's another rider going off here. This is Tom Peterson, former stage winner here a couple of years ago on the Tour of California. He's a Garmin rider, he's a pacemaker, and he's now cracked.
Well, Phil, one by one, these team leaders are starting to lose their teammates, and eventually they're going to have to come out and do the chasing on their own. But they will use their teammates right up until the last moment. There you can see Dave Zabriskie. He realizes that
looks cool.
He looks cool, and he will always look cool. He'll just sit there. He's sitting behind his own teammate there, Alex House. He's right in front of him, but now it's BMC who are now trying to set this up. They've taken the responsibility. TJ Van Garderen, Phil, who starts the day just sitting very comfortably in second place. Oh, number 13's gone. That's Heinrich Hausler. Boom, boom, and out go the lights.
But another Garmin piece of ammunition has been lost here to chase back, so it looks as though it's going to have to be Team BMC who's going to have to try and reduce this amazing gap. Chris Horner has opened 3 minutes and 40 seconds. These guys have been at the top end of their ability since we started today. Horner hit them at the start, and boy, he's hurt every one of them. And look at him, pedaling just calmly on here with Atta Puman, who's got the look of the devil in those eyes as he looks up towards the summit. Chris Horner is one of the most amazing bike riders on his day, Paul. I would put him down as virtually unbeatable on his day. We just never know which day. So absolutely amazing here. Chris almost, when he suffers, he has this rather, I'm sure he smiles, because it is a grimace, but really it's not. It's a smile. Chris is hurting everybody in the Amgen Tour of California today, including himself. Now don't forget to sign up for the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. You can follow the race from start to finish, including text updates, rider location, speed, distance, breaks, and 2 hours of live video every day. That's the Radio Shack Tour Tracker. Well, there's a lot of exciting stuff on the Tour Tracker today. Chris Horner going from the gun with 16 other riders, blowing them away one by one with moments of desperation, as now it's Team BMC trying to sort matters out. Garmin Barracuda have lost a couple of their firepower on this climb up towards the next climb of the day on the Glendora Mountain Road. Chris Horner versus the rest, and I can't tell you the result. We'll see you in a moment.
For the last 10 years, Tour Magazine, the industry leader in bicycle testing, has been looking for the world's best bike. They've analyzed over 2,000 different bikes, evaluating them for weight, stiffness, handling, aerodynamics, and comfort, seeking that perfect balance that delivers the perfect ride. They found it. The Cannondale Super 6 Evo Ultimate is the best bike in the world.
California is a great destination for cyclists because we have it all. I mean, we have the ocean, the redwoods, the mountains. You can ride your bicycle, you can go climbing, whitewater rafting. Anything you want to do in California, we've got it. The Amgen Tour of California is really a moving postcard. From way up north by Mount Shasta, you've got the Sierra Mountains, Gold Country, the Central Valley, down to Southern California.
Brought to you by Visit California. California, find yourself here.
These are the USA Cycling American standings as of this morning. Have changed a bit already, but Zabriskie the leader, second TJ Van Garderen, fifth Andrew Talansky, seventh Danielson, and 10th the amazing Lawson Craddock there for Bontrager Livestrong. But of course now Chris Horner has altered all of these standings because he's moved to number 1 on the road, the defending champion, and there he is, gratefully receiving any help with the pacemaking by the Colombian rider John Atapuma. Heading up to the penultimate climb of the race now as we head up towards Mount Baldy here. And there is Mount Baldy in the distance. This one, though, is the climb of the Glendora Mountain Road. The Nissan King of the Mountain points aren't really important to the 2 men up front. That competition has gone the way now of the Canadian Sebastian Salas. These are riders being caught now, and this is Lucas Jusa being caught there, and also Jens Voigt. Little tap on the back here. Lucas Jusa and Jens Voigt are going back to the main field.
Yeah, well, Jens Voigt can look back now, Phil, and have a look at the damage that he's done, because he's pretty much responsible for setting this up with the Radio Shack Nissan riders, because he really gave his all up until the foot of this climb. Don't be deceived by that 1 kilometre to the summit mark, by the way, because that's the King of the Mountains at the top of Glendora Mountain. After that, there's another 28 kilometres to go.
And on. It really does. And the last 8 kilometres extremely steep and quite narrow as well, where the crowds at the moment are barbecuing, having a great party. Just 1 kilometre, 6/10 of a mile in, up to the summit. George Bennett won the last climb, but it was a pacemaking job as Voigt, his teammate, followed by Horner, went over the top there. The peloton now under the control of TJ Van Garderen's team BMC. It looks as though the Garmin Barracuda team rather will be rather pleased they're helping out.
Well, they certainly would want to turn themselves into Barracudas a little bit later on and start eating everybody up if they can, but they've got to eat back to this man, eat into 3 minutes and 40 seconds advantage. Jose Acevedo, team manager, coming up alongside him now. Thanks, I don't want that here this afternoon. No talking, thank you. I've got to stay concentrated on the job in hand this afternoon. Chris Horner is hoping that he can fly the stars for the Star Spangled Banner nice and high. The peloton, Phil, is really picking up a fairly nasty pace.
Well, they've got to. This is the most serious attack of the race as a man got from the depths of the overall 2 minutes 50 back to the leader now by 55 seconds of the race. 3:35 is the gap. It seems to be stabilizing because of the firepower of team BMC. But Chris Horner is the leader on the road now, and all of the other men that mattered are in the peloton. This is the crowd here now. They're coming up to the summit of the climb. They're not worried about the small prize here. What they want is the prize on top of the next mountain.
Yep, that's what it's all about. But look at the time gap now, Phil. It's starting to change to the advantage of Dave Zabriskie and the main field, because it's come down to 3 minutes and 35 seconds. It's going to be a long pursuit for the remnants of the main field, because look at that group there. There are really not very many riders. It's elimination day today in the Amgen Tour of California. One by one, the teams and the leaders of the race, the pre-race favourites, they're losing their teammates, and all because of the pressure thrown on the race by this man.
Here we come up to the Nissan King of the Mountains, the penultimate climb in this year's race. Horner will not object here to John Apuma coming over him and taking the points and the prize at the top of the mountain. Neither men feature in this competition. They are racing for a top finish in the race today. So it's Atapuma who goes over ahead of Horner.
Yeah, that's not really that important for the riders. But Atapuma, he put a few dollars into his back pocket. But I think it's more of a psychological thing there that Chris Horner is saying to him, come on, you go and take the prize money there. Let's keep working together, because I need you over the next few kilometres if I'm going to win this bike race overall. Horner cannot do it on his own, but at some time he's going to have to take that responsibility. Number 35 slipping backwards here, the captain, Big George Hincapie on BMC Racing. What a man. You know, Phil, he turned professional way back in 1994, and he's still got the strength to go back to the team car, grab a few bottles, scuttle up the outside and distribute it to the boys.
George will make the selection for the team for his 17th Tour de France. That's an outright record anywhere in the world. He sits 11th overall in this race at the moment, a minute and a half off the race leader at the start of the day, Dave Zabriskie. He's now a little bit over 2 minutes behind with the man that's gained time up front, Chris Horner. They must be wondering, as they swept up all these riders, just how fast Chris Horner is going up front as the riders from that original break come back to the bunch one by one.
Psychologically, it is a mean blow. If you're in a group like that, you're working to try and pull back the gap, and you can see that you're not having any effect on the advantage. You can see it's locked in there at 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and after a while it starts to eat into your brain and say, well, I can't do this anymore because I'm not getting anywhere currently. But for TJ Van Garderen, it's a big day for him. They've got to keep this pressure on all of the time because they can see the Amgen Tour of California, which the top 5 riders in the overall standings have been dreaming about for a couple of days, slipping out of their hands if they're not careful.
News coming through, 2 riders deciding enough is enough. 2 riders like Logan Loader and Carter Jones have abandoned on this climb, bringing the field down to 112 riders heading towards the finish tomorrow. 3 minutes 25. It's slightly in the reversal now for the first time. 28 kilometers to go. And they're going to have to keep this pressure on because they're trying to get a little bit closer before the assault of Mount Baldy. That will give them the confidence.
All they will be looking at is 2 minutes and 50 seconds because that was how far behind Chris Horner was in the overall standings at the start of the day. Currently, he is the virtual overall leader of the race. Unfortunately for him, there's still 26 kilometers to go to the finish, all uphill. A little bit of respite in the middle with a couple of plateaus for a kilometer or so, but basically, Phil, we're climbing right up to almost 7,000 feet, just 2,000 meters in altitude. And I'd have to say that's pretty much from sea level.
Well, look at the pressure now being put on here by Team BMC. They've put 4 riders. The last man in the line is George Hincapie. He's been back. He's collected all the bottles. He's come back to the front. He's now taking his turn in the pacemaking. He is a most incredible bike rider, and he'll be cheering these riders on. We're looking down now on the climb below us, the top of the climb, but the road itself just goes down a minute distance before we climb again. As they're coming through, the clock on the line now. It was just over 3 minutes since they went through. They've closed it down. It's about 3:10, 3:08 as the peloton goes across the line. So it continues to come down. We're showing 3:20, but the clock doesn't lie. It's 3 minutes 8, the real gap. I wonder if that'll be communicated on the radio sets here, ridden by the riders. Chris Horner is still the leader of this race. He started with a deficit of 250. He now leads this race by 18 seconds. There's no time bonus today. It's a very easy race to calculate. Real time decides. Horner looking a little bit not as fluid as he was earlier, I feel. He wants to get over the top of this and perhaps a chance to recover, but it's still Chris Horner, the leader on the road of the Amgen Tour of California. In the black and red is TJ Van Garderen. In the yellow is Dave Zabriskie. They would like to be very dearly inside 250 at this moment.
Hi, I'm Jordan from Trek Bicycles, and I'm here to talk about the different gear clusters that the riders are going to be using here at the Tour of California. So this is a Shimano Dura-Ace Di2 electronic shifting system. So compared to a typical cable actuated shifting system, the Shimano Di2 system is an electronic system that's battery powered. Cycling is all about gear ratios. For the front cog, the more teeth, the higher the speed. For the rear cog, more teeth means slower speeds or bigger climbs. On big mountain stages, the riders use a larger cog and back to be able to get up the mountains easier. For flatter stages or time trials, the riders use a smaller cog and back for higher speeds.
Yes, that's today's Nissan innovation for all. They need the big cogs on the back today. They will do in a few minutes' time as we look now at stage 7, brought to you by Nissan today. 78.3 miles. In terms of long-distance cycling, not a long way. In terms of climbing, there is a lot. Waving there, the California flag, the flag of the USA, the 2 riders on the attack, one from Colombia, one from the USA, as Chris Horner now tries to win this race in 1 day of attacking. He started the day 2 minutes 50 back. He is still in a winning position at the moment. Oh no, look at this now. According to the clock, we've just gone inside for the first time since the day began. 2:45 is now the gap. He's out of yellow by 5 seconds. But remember, Horner's going uphill here, and the peloton are going downhill, and they're speeding, believe me. We've gone through 23 kilometres now for the front runners here, which is about 14.5 miles. We still have the stepping stones to come, and then the final ropes and crampons climb up towards the finishing line at the very end of the day. The peloton is slowly being thinned out in the chase here, and I'll remind you too that running concurrently with this race is the Giro d'Italia. You can watch it on Universal Sports. Tomorrow's special earlier coverage begins at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and that's the Giro d'Italia. By the way, today Ryder Hagedal of Canada has got back the leader's pink jersey in that event. Well done to Ryder. He's on Garmin Barracuda, by the way, and Garmin Barracuda on the front now. Well, it's having the desired effect at the moment. Fair dues, Horner is climbing, and these boys are racing downhill at high speed, but the clock is saying it's coming down. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. The peloton surprisingly large despite everything, but not that large.
Well, you know, we have to say, Phil, the state of California is magnificent today. It really is a great backdrop for a bike race. We could be anywhere in the world here. It could be the Vuelta a España, it could be the Tour de France, but it's not. It's the Amgen Tour of California.
Yes, and Garmin Barracuda are driving on the front there. They've reason to celebrate, of course, today, because Ryder Hagedal, the Canadian member in the Giro d'Italia running concurrently with this race, has taken back the leader's pink jersey. So he's the first Canadian to wear it earlier in the race, and now he's got it back. Now we're looking at Horner. It is still, he's 15 seconds to the ban, I have to say now, and there's no time bonuses today. Horner will know this. Somebody will have told him. 2:35 is the gap. He's running into the last 12 miles of racing, most of it uphill.
But what it makes me wonder, Phil, is if the pace that we're seeing today is not actually playing into the hands of Dave Zabriskie. Zabriskie is an experienced professional bike rider. We know he's got great form because of the way he dominated the individual time trial around Bakersfield. In the past, I've seen him ride very well in the mountain stages of the Giro d'Italia and the Tour de France. The pace that is being dictated in the group could be weakening the legs of some of the younger riders like TJ Van Garderen and Robert Hessink and Peter Velits, and that may well give the advantage to Zabriskie.
Yep.
He's finished second 3 times in this bike race. He doesn't want to do that again.
No, he doesn't. He would love to win. Don't forget, he comes from Los Angeles and his family's not very far away. Well, this is Lawson Craddock here. It's hurting the youngster who had a top 10 overall standing at the start of the day. He is a real star for the future. He's a great climber, but he's only very, very young. And today it's been a little bit quick for him. He'll soldier on as best he can. He's inside the last 12 miles of the day, even though they are mostly uphill. So he'll just try to conserve enough energy to keep a reasonable pace overall. Well, don't forget, tomorrow is the big day, not just for the riders. It could be for you too. The Nissan Ride Before the Pros takes place in downtown LA at LA Live, and it starts between 8 and 9:30 a.m. You can all ride the same circuit, which is just under 5 kilometers. It's free to participants of all experience levels, and so you can enroll for this by going to www.amgentourofcalifornia.com/Nissan and get your entry in and come and enjoy a ride on the circuit. You do as many circuits as you can before you're told to leave for the big race. Meanwhile, the big race is winding its way up to the top of the climb. Huge sports day in Los Angeles tomorrow. Now, it looks as though the Colombian rider having a job to freewheel quite as fast as Chris Horner here. He's anxious to try and nudge it out just by a few more seconds and see if he can win this race.
Stronger, faster, leading the way. United Healthcare is the nation's largest health and wellness organization, dedicated to more than 70 million members. And the United Healthcare cycling team is in the forefront, inspiring others to reach further and embrace a healthy lifestyle. Just like the cycling team, our team of healthcare professionals is leading the way. United Healthcare uses the power of information and innovation to create solutions designed to help people live healthier lives. United Healthcare. It's time. Reach higher. Inspire others.
Welcome back, as the Highway Patrol have done a magnificent job of making these raids safe for a week now. Move ahead, these two riders still very much in the lead. Chris Horner starting the day 2:50 down. He's only 2 minutes and 5 seconds ahead of the peloton now. So the hard work is coming back towards him now. I think Chris knows this. He's got to hang on in there. The finish is approaching. He rides for Team Radio Shack, which put 4 riders in this race. And the Team Radio Shack squad is also sponsored by Nissan. And that's a good cue to find out what Bob Roll was up to when he had a chance to visit the Nissan Auto Fleet compound.
I'm here with Brian Carlin, the Senior Vice President of Sales and Marketing for Nissan North America. Nissan, a very unique relationship with the cycling industry. Brian, take us a little bit about how Nissan and the cycling industry integrate with each other.
Yeah, we're very proud of our association with Trek and Radio Shack, Bob. We've been in the sport now. This is our 3rd season. And for us, it's a perfect opportunity to showcase our product and talk about innovation, which is really our brand platform here in the United States. A good example here is our supercar, the Nissan GTR. You'll see we have a graphic here of the Trek time trial bike. Just like the bike, this car's all about performance and handling.
And you guys have quite an armada of cars following the Amgen Tour of California. What are some of the other vehicles you guys have brought along?
We do. You know, we have our all-new NV van. We also have a Titan truck. But also we're showcasing an all-new Model Year 13 Ultima. It's actually out on the course at the moment. Completely refreshed, 38 miles per gallon, absolutely supercar.
And some of the bicycles match up with some of the vehicles that you guys have brought along, it seems like, from Trek, the bike sponsor of the Radio Shack squad.
Yeah, and you know, the great thing about cycling is it's zero emission. There's no gas. And of course, it's a great opportunity to showcase a zero emission vehicle, the Nissan Leaf, which again, you'll see out on the course.
Thank you very much, Brian, and good luck in the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Well done, guys, and we could do with a little help now for the leader from Radio Shack, Chris Horner, who rides for the Radio Shack Nissan team, as he's up front, and the gap is continuing to absolutely plummet now after a brilliant attack. It's 140. Well, I think now we've got to change his ambitions, Paul. We've got to go from winning the race to winning the stage, haven't we?
Well, we do, but just look at all the guys queuing up there, Phil, because that 1 minute 40 seconds can get wiped away completely on the final 5 kilometers of the slopes of this climb. Nice to see Luke Durbridge there. You might just have spotted number 6 in the orange jersey, the leader of the Best Young Rider competition. He's learning the trade of mountain climbing here this afternoon. But I have my gut is telling me that, you know, Dave Zabriskie is going to do something very special today. I don't think they're going to have a very easy job getting rid of Dave Zabriskie on the final few kilometers of this mountain.
Well, we've got to start talking, I think, now about the men who will attack on this climb. And it's going to be TJ Van Garderen, Dave Zabriskie, Robert Hessing, the Dutchman, probably Peter Velits, also here on Amiga Farmer Quick Step. Andrew Talansky, maybe not. He sits 5th overall. We've seen him in trouble. I'm not sure, in fact, whether, in fact, he never got back. It looked as though he didn't. Watch out for Luke Durbridge. He's only a youngster, and he is the best-placed young rider here for the Orica Green Edge team. And they've got every reason to ride well today, because Jerry Ryan, the president and owner of that team, joined the race yesterday, and he's in a following team car. So they'll want to impress him. They'll want to say you're spending your money right, Jerry.
Well, he certainly will, and they have ridden well so far. I've not seen very much of Robbie McEwen today, but we'll see Robbie McEwen tomorrow. The ambassador of Australian cycling will be retiring from the sport on the circuit race around the LA Live downtown in Los Angeles.
Slowing down a bit, there's Nibali at the back.
No, I think he's just going back to take on board drinks.
So there, Vincenzo Nibali. We felt that he's been coming back from what they call their rest period after a campaign earlier in the year, getting ready now, building up for the Tour de France. And they're worried about the fact he hasn't got great form here. Anyway, don't forget, we're sure you love the Amgen Tour of California, and you can show it with official race t-shirts and hats. They're on sale now at AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. You check out the new men's and women's stars today. That's the website, AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. So the race goes on. Now we're going to have to switch our comedy to say, let's hope this man can stay away and win the stage, because I don't think he's going to win the race. The heads of state are coming up right behind him. It is a perfect day here. Clear blue skies. Paul, a crucial stage today.
As far as I'm concerned, this is the most critical stage of the race.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bob.
You want to go for a ride?
Bob, we're kind of in the middle of something here.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Phil and Paul won't.
How about now?
Welcome back. That's where we're going. The stunning view of Mount Baldy, and this coming courtesy of Visit California. It really is a beautiful day here in the San Gabriel Mountains. We're still in Los Angeles County, and we'll just climb for the last few miles into San Bernardino County. And they're down there in the valley, but for these boys it's uphill. TJ Van Garderen, second overall, hasn't lost any time yet. He's at 34 seconds. He's still got a long time. Now that is Marcel Van Garderen. You might notice the resemblance. He's joined the race now. This is the father of TJ. I met him last night, and he told me that he expected TJ to attack today. And by the way, Marcel climbed the last part of the course today in 90 minutes. And I can tell you, our television producer could only do it in 2 hours. So he better not go riding with Marcel Van Garderen. And Dave Zabiskie taking a drink. He's never looked too stressed despite that attack by Chris Horner. He hasn't panicked at all. He's just watching and waiting. He's keeping TJ Van Garderen in his sights. And Robert Kessing, the other challenger, has got them both there too. Well, there we are, steady grind now, 14 kilometers to go. The road to the finish is a steady grind to the top, and the last 8 kilometers, the peloton can't possibly climb it together. They will completely implode. But for the moment, it is TJ Van Garderen's squad who is doing all of the work, Team BMC.
Yep, but everybody else is just sitting and waiting. They know that this race now, Phil, we're inside of 14 kilometers to go to the finish. They know this race will be done and undone in the last 5 kilometers of the summit of Mount Baldy, and it really is it'd be amazing to see what the crowds are like. There's a lot of people been coming up here since very, very early on in the morning. Some people even came up last night because they wanted to get the best places so they could watch the race as it came by.
Well, this is the narrow approach now to the climb, which will take us up towards the finishing line. I think the pressure's gone off a little bit back in the main field. They're now thinking their own tactics out. It hasn't gone off at the front, though. He was skimming the old rocks there, was Chris Horner coming round that left-hander. But Chris Horner now has got to concentrate on trying to win the day. But at a minute 30, the peloton, the leaders, are now thinking of how to outwit each other because they've got Horner back under control.
You've got to tip your hat to this man, though, Phil, I reckon, because bear in mind, he won this bike race last year. He went on to the Tour de France as one of the pre-race favourites. He went out in a very nasty crash. The crash itself seemed to be mundane, and he was taken out of the race because of a concussion. But during the recovery phase, it was all of a sudden discovered that he had a blood clot in his lungs, which ruined the rest of his season. He fought his way back. He's almost 6 months out of the sport. Now, you know, at 39 years of age as he was then, that's a very difficult ask to come back to the top level of any sport. And now at 40, he's competitive again, and he's really giving these guys a hard time.
Yep, absolutely right. That is Acevedo, Jose Acevedo, talking there to Chris Horner. He's the manager of the Radio Shack Nissan team. I couldn't hear that. Maybe you could at home, but we're now looking. Chris Horner's been told the situation, which is you've got 1.5 minutes. You've got 13 kilometers, or just over 7 miles to go. I don't think the Colombian rider would have understood there the English language. So Chris Horner's got the first-hand advice.
Well, to put this into perspective, Phil, this is a do-or-die effort. You know, this man was so far down in the overall standings. A lot of people were saying he didn't have any chance at all of victory. But this is like, you know, when you go into the Rugby World Cup final and you wait for a man to kick the winning goal and get the final points, or somebody who throws a 90-yard throw in a football game in the United States. It doesn't happen very often, but Chris Horner is trying to do one of those.
Well, he's made himself a name on this race. Win or lose the overall race, he has put himself back in the frame. He is not riding anonymously to LA Live tomorrow. It was an absolutely brilliant attack by him today. He did what he only had to do, he probably only could do. It was a big ask to ask him to survive with those time gaps to the finish.
And by the way, talking about great legends of sports, apparently Barry Bonds is in one of the following cars this afternoon. I wonder what he thinks about this as an arena.
Well, he's thinking, I'm not going to be a professional cyclist, I would think, because it is a tough sport, as we know. Well, we're continuing. The peloton is still quite a lot of riders still left in this big field here as they continue the way to the front. Just tagged onto the back there is Brian Van Borg of Team Spider Tech. As we now get the front view of the same charging pack, our referees rightly keeping our cameras away from the race so that there's not getting any of a slipstream off the television today, as they haven't had any all week either. 11 kilometers to go, just over, coming down towards 6 3/4 miles from the finish, and the gap is pegged now at 1:30. That's why I think they're preoccupied. They're thinking about how they're going to outwit each other in the pack rather than worry about the flying Chris Horner.
Yeah, I think they're pretty satisfied with 1.5 minutes. They know that Chris Horner is now within reach. They don't have to pull him back at all. They have to just control it. And now we're starting to decide between the top 4 or 5 men in the overall standings, how are they going to win this bike race? Zabriskie is in the ideal position because he's the leader. It's his race to be taken away. And the other guys, they're going to have to attack if they want to beat him. TJ Van Garderen, Gesink and Velits, they're great climbers, and they will have to launch all Zabriskie. If they hit this climb, Phil, and they ride this climb at a steady tempo, I think Zabriskie's got a very good chance of survival.
Well, Horner just shaking those muscles to wake them up here as he starts to approach the steeper slopes of Mount Baldy. He is a very good rider. He doesn't win a lot of races throughout his career. He's won about 65, 67 races. He's also finished 10th and 15th in the Tour de France. And I believe if he had not have crashed in last year's Tour, which took him out of the race, he was a top 6 boy.
Well, he was very upset himself when he was sitting at home on his couch and watching the Tour de France with the fact that once he saw that Alberto Contador was put into difficulty, he thought, wow, this could have been my Tour de France. Yes. And you mentioned a top 6. Why not a top 3? Why not?
He deserves it. On his day, he is a brilliant bike rider, even at 40, almost 41 years of age. So we're just seeing every time he senses a dropping of the pace with Atapuma, he puts on the pressure. There we are, 10 kilometers to go. In 2 kilometers time, this gets a really, really tough climb. And the boys chasing are still Team BMC. So let's go to the summit. There is the finishing line now. We are 10 kilometers, 6 miles away from it. We'll take a break. We'll be back for when the climb really starts, and then we'll go with them all the way to the finish. See you in just a moment. Welcome back, and what a great day of racing we have had today here. We're now racing up towards the top of Mount Baldy. There's still a little way to climb, and Chris Horner receiving the cheers of the sparse crowds up here at this level. We should see more as we come up towards the summit, and with him is Hyun Atapuma. Back to the peloton here. The gap continues to close down. Now it looks as though the big men, because now it is the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie who is at the front, and Rabobank are coming up alongside him. It's Luis Leon Sanchez who has come up to the front here now. Took a look at Dave Zabriskie. Zabriskie's face will have given nothing away. But Zabriskie now has got no teammates around him except Tommy Danielson.
Phil, the only way they can get rid of Zabriskie, I believe, is if they launch a series of attacks, because Zabriskie is a great individual time trialist. If they try and ride this at tempo, that will play into Zabriskie's hands. They need to change the tempo, change the accelerations. Only that way, I think, will they see that man crack.
Well, this rider has cracked. This is Brent Bookwalter, who rode alongside Cadel Evans last year on the team when they won the Tour de France with Cadel. He's cracked now.
I was told to give a shout out for Brent Bookwalter this morning, Phil, because I was actually talking to his 10th grade teacher who came out here to watch him, and she said, can you give him a shout on the telly, because I love coming to watch him.
Well, go and give him a shout then. He needs a shout right now to get back on. The gritting of the teeth there of Dave Zabriskie. as this is also another rider cracked now. This is Yannick Eisen, the Belgian, on the team BMC. Looks as though there's been a lifting of the pace there. It's been lifted by the Spanish rider, and that is Luis Leon Sanchez. You've got Wilco Kelderman, this incredible young rider on Rabobank, and there's a move coming here off the front. I'm not sure where we are. We're off the back at the moment. This is Rory Sutherland going off.
Yeah, well, this is a surprise to see Rory Sutherland, because I would expected the Aussie riding for United Healthcare here as a possible top 10 finisher. All of the flags flying high, the Pirate flag, the Olympic flag, the California flag, and the Star-Spangled Banner. Chris Horner doesn't care about any of that at the moment. He's getting himself concentrated on the job in hand. But I wonder if John Atapuma has got something in those legs of his to get the victory for this pretty much a brand new team. They were put together last year, Colombia Col Deportes. It grew out of the older Café de Colombia squad.
Now this is Luke Durbridge at the back here in the Best Young Riders jersey, and he is cracked, and the other young rider up there, Wilco Kelderman, is setting the pace. Wilco could take the lead if Luke loses ground here. He's got to dig deep here. He kicked again when he realised he was last man. I'm not sure he meant he was last man. We are still approaching the hard bit on this climb. Believe me, it bears no comparison to this part of the road. It is so steep. A minute is now the gap.
Look at the face of Dave Zabriskie. It reminds me of a funny little comment somebody said once. You know, they're on the steepest part of the climb right now, and when they go around the corner, it gets steeper.
And the rider who won yesterday, Sylvain Georges, is also struggling, but he's still there despite that race-long breakaway yesterday. Those legs have come back good today. This is a very select group now. It's hurting everyone, no matter what your name is, the race leader or not. It hurts now.
He will struggle, this man, but look at the face on the man behind him. TJ Van Garderen looks calm and collected. He's waiting for the moment to pounce if he can. Robert Hessing, though, has got two riders on the front in front of him. You can see those orange and blue jerseys there. Rabobank, they've been a great sponsor in the sport of professional cycling for many years, not just supporting the top end of the sport, supporting women's cycling as well as track cycling, development cycling, cyclocross and mountain bikes, and they're a great sponsor of this race.
Now this group has thinned out now. George Hincapie is the red jersey, but this pain has been caused by Luis Leon Sanchez, a double stage winner in the recent Tour of Romandy. And the rider tucked in behind him is the youngster Wilco Kelderman, and then behind him is Robert Hessing. The Rabobanks are poised to try and take this race today. Meanwhile, and let's not forget, the gap now is only 1 minute to these two riders. They still have almost 6 kilometers to climb, 3.5 miles. It doesn't go down till you cross the finishing line. There is no respite.
Well, if you just have a look at the line of riders there, you've got the three Rabobank riders. Luis Leon Sanchez is doing the pacemaking. Kelderman is in second place. They're riding today to try and set the race victory up for Robert Hessing. He's in third position. Behind him, grimacing, going through all kinds of pain with that blue helmet, is the yellow jersey, Dave Zabriskie. Behind Zabriskie is Tommy Danielson. As you said earlier, Phil, everybody is saying that Tommy Danielson is nursing some very good form.
And I'm not sure, but I think behind Danielson it is Levi Leipheimer. It looked like his style, and Levi Leipheimer, who won on this climb last time, don't forget, and he's riding this race as a 3-time previous winner, but only 6 weeks ago now he had a broken leg. How on earth he's doing it, I don't know. And there he is. He is the 6th man in the blue and white jersey there.
That is definitely the style of Levi Leipheimer, and turn the clock back just 1 year. The winner of the summit of Mount Baldy was Levi Leipheimer in a great escape with his own teammate on that occasion.
George is gone.
Yeah.
George is gone. He's done his job, and George is unhitched as well now as he continues. He's stayed till 5 kilometers plus to the top of the climb. And so they continue, and another rider has gone here at the moment too. That is the end of the winner of yesterday, Sylvain Georges. He lived a great moment in this race yesterday, as we all did, leading the race for 184 kilometers.
I'm a bit concerned there, Phil, just looking down that group of riders. Yes, I've just noticed that Levi Leipheimer is there, but I haven't seen Peter Velits anywhere.
A very good point. Peter Velits is the rider who climbed up to 4th place overall on the same team as Levi Leipheimer. Haven't had a camera on him at all today.
Cam Meyer.
Is Cam Meyer also going now, the former time trial champion? of the and the former winner of the Santos Tour Down Under in Australia, all showing the pressure of the day now. 5.2 kilometers. Wait till you see around the corner when it gets to the 5 kilometer sign. 55 seconds the gap. We are on Mount Baldy Road. Look at that select group. 3, 6, 9, 12, 14 riders going towards 5K.
Well, what is interesting, Phil, is the fact that the man who was in 4th place overall at the start of the day, Peter Velits, has disappeared. He's been replaced by his teammate Levi Leipheimer, who 6 weeks ago, Phil, had broken his leg, and now he's ridden right back to the top end of his game.
I think that was Nathan Brown there, the youngster on the Bontrager Livestrong team. He did a great ride yesterday, Paul, and he's at it again. Now, I've not seen this team before, so I might be wrong, but all of them are so young. They're 19 and 20 years of age, and that's it for that team.
Well, I think it could very well be Joseph Dombrowski who's in there, wears number 145. Okay. He's got the black jersey of Bontrager, won the recent Tour of Gila in New Mexico.
Well, I can see his number now, it's 145. So it is Joe Dombrowski, who is on good form, and he's surviving here with men many years his senior. In the case of Chris Horner, 21 years his senior. This is Chris Horner. This is where it starts now. 5 kilometers to go. Chris Horner will know it's going to get hard now, as if it hasn't been hard for all day today for him. And it's also the Colombian rider, Atapuma, who has gone to the front. The hairpin bends now. They kick in at around about 30%.
Well, to put it into perspective, Phil, Atapuma has finished 4th overall in the... he's gone! Oh. He has gone!
Well, he's waited. I've always felt he was holding something in reserve. Is there anything left in those legs of Horner to try and close the gap? But John Atapuma is a pure Colombian climber.
I was just about to tell you, Phil, that he finished 9th overall in the Tour de l'Avenir, John Atapuma, and 6th overall in the Tour of Colombia. That's an indication that he is a great climber. Horner could not respond at all to that acceleration. Now, he has.
Well done. Well, there you are. See, I'm never sure whether that's a grimace or a smile, but Horner has gone back. Now, what's going to happen here? It is still Luis Leon Sanchez causing trouble as they fight their way to hold on here. Now, they're all looking each other, not least Dombrowski on the right looks across, and even though the yellow jersey is suffering, he is perfectly placed to go with the move if the legs will go with him.
Atapuma's gone again. John Atapuma has launched another attack against Chris Horner here. Horner fought his way back. Now, you see, Horner is the kind of guy who rides at his own tempo. He's unable to change his tempo. What makes a great climber is somebody who can launch an acceleration, then a second and a third. They are able to change their cadence and change their speed.
Well, we're looking here now at, and look as we go back, because this is an attack now. It's been laid down, and look who's on his wheel. Dombrowski's gone with him. This is Hessing here. The foundation's laid down by this rider, and now it is up to Hessing to try and make the goods from it. That was a lead out by Sanchez to launch the attack. He's gone.
Tommy Danielson is dragging it back in the blue, though, for Team Garmin Barracuda. He's come straight away across there to Dombrowski, and he will have to go straight by him. Dave Zabriskie has disappeared with that acceleration. Robert Hessing, though, is the man who said he wanted to win this bike race. He didn't come to the United States to do shopping. He came to race.
There's Zabriskie.
He's got to now try and control himself. Let's not forget, Phil, he started the day with a 34-second advantage, and in fact a 39-second advantage over Robert Hessing, but Hessing is going for it.
Tommy Danielson trying to come back. Behind Tommy Danielson, TJ Van Garderen. 3 riders going. Remember, the Hessing is placed 5 seconds behind Van Garderen overall. There's no bonuses at the finish. The real time will reveal the day. And now it looks as though the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie, he's got to drop back into a zone he's comfortable in and see if he can recover. But Robert Hessing has gone again, and Danielson is fighting to match him.
Well, I tell you what, Phil, Hessing is thinking now that he's racing back in the Tour of Oman, which is a race that he won last year in the month of February. He won a mountaintop finish and went on the next day to beat a certain Fabian Cancellara in the individuals time trial.
Hessing started the day 39 seconds behind Dave Zabriskie and 5 seconds behind Van Garderen. He is now moving quickly into the yellow jersey on the road because Dave Zabriskie has got nothing left in that tank.
Just in front of Zabriskie is Peter Weening, the rider from Orica Green Edge. This man has to concentrate now. He's not a great climber, but he'd have to just get himself into the zone. These two guys we're looking at are great climbers. Hessink is the man who's made the move, but he's been joined by Tommy Danielson, and TJ Van Garderen is in difficulty. That's the rider in the red and black jersey. He was in second place overall at the start of the day.
Robert Gessing is now officially 5 seconds from moving into the virtual leader of this race. He's recovered all bar 30 of that of his 39 as he slips back now to the race here. Matthew Boucher, the champion of the USA, sits alongside here the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie. The gap is 50 seconds. Don't forget there's still 2 riders up front, but this is the battle for the win in the Tour, and Robert Gessing, he is now holding all of the aces.
It's amazing, Phil. I mean, we drove up this morning, the steepness of this climb. These boys are making it look so very, very easy, but Hessink is all over his machine. Danielson, if he wants to win this bike race, is going to have to put a lot of time between himself and Robert Hessink. I'm not sure that he's got the chance to do that. Look at his face, though. He doesn't look like a man in difficulty. Currently, he's pretty much on the defensive.
If Danielson feels he can win this stage and win this race, he has got to leave Gessing's side 2 kilometers from the finish, because he's got to open a gap of 28 seconds to take the lead over Gessing.
TJ Van Garderen is in his own zone there, but he's been put into difficulty by the attack of this man, Robert Hessink, on the front in the orange jersey, shadowed by the Garmin Barracuda rider, Tom Danielson. And Danielson is the rider out of the saddle. Today, it's all about time. There are no time bonuses. You can't win 10 seconds this afternoon. Van Garderen won't give up, though, Phil. He wants to win this bike race. And to win a bike race, you've got to go through all kinds of turmoil.
Van Garderen being joined by one of the new top boys in American cycling, the youngster Joe Dombrowski on his side there. But this is now Gessing versus the rest. Danielson has got to drop in by 28 seconds to win this race. Gessing is climbing into yellow, but take your hat off to TJ Van Garderen. They're riding tempo, and it looks as though TJ has said something to Joe Dombrowski, or maybe just took a look to see who on earth is riding alongside him. Here's the man who left the side of Chris Horner, and he's dancing his way. This is the mugging of Mount Baldy.
Well, that was a great acceleration, but look at the way the gap is tumbling, because Hessink and Danielson now, Phil, are at a mere 35 seconds from the Colombian leader, John Atapuma. Hessink really wants this. I think he's been cajoled a little bit by one of the PR men from Team Rabobank, Henny Kuiper, who finished second overall in the Tour de France.
Yes.
Henny, at the pre-race conference and presentation, said to me, just give him a little bit of stick about whether he's come to the United States to come shopping or he's actually going to win this bike race.
Very cruel of Henny, who's a good friend of ours, a former world champion, Olympic gold medalist. But I'll tell you what, Robert Gessing came here earlier than everybody else to train here and get used to it. He said he had good form. He made no secret about it at the press conference at the start of this race in Santa Rosa. Now he's laying the foundation. And look at this as well. Joe Dombrowski is leaving TJ Van Garderen. That was not meant to be. And Chris Horner is now in sight of the chasers. And soon, I think we're going to see the Spanish leader on the road, also in sight. Hold at the corner. There we are. Gessing is sprinting up to Chris Horner. He's bridged the gap and he's taken all day. And what has happened? Because he has dropped Tom Danielson, Robert Gessing, the Dutchman, is heading now to claim the next leader's yellow jersey.
Well, TJ Van Garderen looks over his shoulder. He's going through all kinds of hell this afternoon. Hats off to this man, Chris Horner. He's set this race up to be a real showdown on Mount Baldy this afternoon. There you can see now that Robert Hessink, I don't think I've ever seen Hessink actually suffer quite as much as he's suffering here this afternoon. He is absolutely burying himself. He doesn't want to just win the bike race here this afternoon, Phil. He wants to catch the guy at the front.
Well, Joe Dombrowski has also ridden away from the rest of the field, and he was the best young rider in the Tour of the Gila just before this race started. He's the oldest man in the race at 21 years of age. Sorry, on the team, but he's still a youngster by this level of cycling. This is the man who's taking his chance now. He's ridden very, very well at Atapuma. He's still trying to win the stage. That would be an outstanding victory for his Columbia Calder Sporters team. But Gessing has saved everything for one day in the mountains. He is destroying himself. He's caught Chris Horner, and very soon I think he's going to move clear.
Well, I tell you what, again, this is a man coming back from a dramatic injury. He actually broke his leg in training in September last year and has had to fight his way to the top end of his game once again. It's taken him a long time to find that form. He doesn't have very many performances to his credit so far this season, but today he's turning that all around. This man came into the race in second place in the overall standings. He was hoping he was going to get the victory, but to get the victory he would have had to stay with the man in front of him there, Robert Hessing.
Yes, well, Hessing has, as we thought, he has moved away from Chris Horner. He is the leader at the moment now as we switch up the road. There are two Colombians in the act here. We just caught a glimpse there of Fabio Duarte. I thought he might have been the man for the day. He's a good climber, but this man went in the breakaway. Now Gessing has left behind the labouring figure of Chris Horner, who's watching them go by him one by one. He is dreaming of yellow, and at the moment it is virtually his at the top of the climb.
Well, if you didn't believe it, it all happens here in California, because that was Elvis at the side of the road, so he still is around as we go back to TJ Van Garderen. He's into the zone. He's trying to concentrate here. He's trying to make sure he doesn't lose too much time. The rider in front of him is Duarte, a very young rider, formerly under 23 world champion. Van Garderen must be crumbling a little bit inside here, Phil, psychologically, because he felt today that he was in the best place overall at second place. All he had to do was get rid of Dave Zabriskie.
Yes, and he's done that, but he's gone into the red zone and he's now got to rest, hope his body checks itself and see if he can lift the pace again. Unfortunately, this climb doesn't get any easier, and our television cameras don't really show you just how steep this climb is. I'll tell you, you need 2 sticks to walk up this hill. And Robert Gessing now, who's finished a 6th place in the Tour de France in 2010, but he's largely been disappointing in that race over the years, and the Dutch have been cheering him on as a future Tour winner. Maybe this year he will go in as one of the favourites. But Van Garderen still, as he falls back now, we are looking at empty roads ahead, and it's a Dutchman. No Dutchman has ever won this race, but he's in the hot seat now.
Well, this is Duarte coming across the gap. He's a great rider. We'll watch this rider race in Europe in the rest of the season. And I think this Colombia Col Deportes team is turning out to be a great move back to the top for Colombian cycling, which in the middle of the 1980s was some of the best cyclists coming out of Colombia in the world. Lucho Herrera, Fabio Parra, and now we're going to have to say Duarte, and of course the young man who's managed to get himself off the front at the moment, John Atapuma.
And this is John Dombrowski up alongside Chris Horner, number 1 now on the back wheel of Dombrowski, and Tom Danielson. These 3 riders holding tempo as we go back up towards the leader. Atapuma now, he's free to fly. He's got to watch over his shoulder because the man in orange is coming as fast as he can, and there's still a reasonable way to go to win. There is the gap, and you know, we just go around these zigzags towards the finish. Gessing is going to win this stage. He's going to win it in style.
Well, that was the best thing to do. We should have known the form that he had, Phil, because he rode himself a very good individual time trial. Second group on the road there, Horner, Tommy Danielson, Dombrowski. He hails from Marshall, Virginia, but today, this afternoon, he's looking like a king of the mountains.
Well, look at this now. Gessing is closing in, inching by way. There's still time for Robert Gessing to have a perfect day out. But really, we've got the wonderful escape here of Atapuma. He's been at it all day in a breakaway, first of 17, now him. But Robert Gessing is being pulled to the summit of Mount Baldy by a yellow jersey waiting him on the finishing line. And I think that'll be a force too much to be countered by the Colombian.
Well, you know, Atapuma has not given up the ghost yet, Phil. He's just looked over his shoulder and seen that Robert Hessing was coming back to him, so he's accelerated again. Now Hessing, he's been on the red zone for a long time now. This is a bit strange here to see Duarte doing the pacemaking behind because his teammate is just in front of him.
Well, it's a little bit of a way now. This is through where we pulled most of the vehicles off as we climb up towards the summit. There's still a little way to go to the top, just on a mile to the summit, and it is the Colombians cheering on the Colombian here, but Gessing is getting on. There aren't too many Dutch supporters in this part of the world, but he doesn't care. He loves this race, and one day he said he would come here and win it. He's won the best young rider in the past, but he's never won the race, and he's closing in on the leader, Atapuma. and Chris is cracking here.
Right, Tommy Danielson had a little bit of recovery time there, and he's staying in contact with Duarte. Dombrowski, Phil, is a name we're going to talk about as well, because, you know, he started the day in 35th position overall, the young rider on the Bontrager Livestrong team, but he's riding himself high in the overall standings tonight, because we have raced for seconds throughout the whole of this week so far. Now it's all going to be minutes, and even Chris Horner, despite the fact that he's not going to win the stage, not going to win the bike race overall, he will make a leap up the overall standings tonight.
We're in Mount Baldy here, and it looks to me as though he's going to finish him off in sight of the finishing line, because we climb right through and we go up some very steep zigzags. We go through a barrier. You may not notice it. It is open, and we go through that barrier. Now it is coming together here, because that is Dombrowski, who's just moved away and split up the field. This youngster is amazing here, as he's now he's recovered from the climb. He's pushing on.
Well, Robert Hessink is just looking at the back wheel there of Atapuma. They're looking at the Kenda 1 kilometer to go sign, and Hessink knows he's got to get onto the back wheel of the Colombian rider. Slowly but surely he's dragging it back, but it's a very long effort to do so.
1 kilometer. This is the Kenda Bridge here for the last time out on the open roads. Dombrowski is moving forward. Danielson is in trouble on his own, as Dombrowski now is trying to finish it off. There's going to be some big teams looking for that youngster. This could be the catch. 900 meters from the finish. This hill doesn't stop climbing till the finishing line. These two are both on the limit of their ability, and they're using everything, including their shoulders, to ride that bicycle.
The pain that these men are going through here this afternoon at the summit of Mount Baldy. This is the style of John Atapuma, very reminiscent of the style of the great Colombian climbers of the mid-1980s, Lucho Herrera, Fabio Parra, when Colombian cycling dominated all of the high spots of Europe. This man knows what it's all about, though. Number 41, Robert Hessink, he's just now made the junction with the leader, but what a pain he had to go through.
This is a slow motion pass here for John Atapuma. It reminds me of the great battle between Jacques Anquetil and Raymond Poulidor on the Puy de Dôme back in the 60s in the Tour de France. This is shoulder to shoulder. Atapuma looks across. He'll recognize the face of Robert Gessing. Gessing will have tried not to show the pain he's in as he's gone past him. He's coming back.
Well, he's got to try and stay, but just behind there you can see that black jersey. That is Joe Dombrowski, and I tell you what, 2 years ago he won the Virginia Hill Climb, but what's more important to me is a couple of years, Phil, he's won the best climber in the Ronde d'Izoard, which is a very difficult race in France, so he has to be a great mountain climber.
He is closing in. I'd like to be in the team car with Axel Merckx, the team director there, watching this rider come up, because he could still come up here, you know. It's a continuous climb. As Dave Zabriskie is reaching us. He's lost 1 minute and 20 seconds at this point. Tommy Danielson also not doing any good now, been unhitched as well. Dombrowski is up front there, going round that corner. These are the zigzags now that brings them up to the finish, and it could still be a sprint finish between these two. Amazing.
It will be a sprint finish between these two, because now we've got to the slightly easier grade, number 91, John Atapuma of Colombia, Col Deportes, leading around the corner. Lumpy little road there for the man in the orange jersey, Robert Hessink. He wants to win the stage, but more importantly, he's going to win the overall standings. He's out of the saddle, but Duarte, Atapuma's coming back to him.
There's another really sharp right coming up now. Then he'll be below the finishing line. He's going for the inside. That was a cheeky move, and he's done it. Now has he got the legs to kick out of that corner? Atapuma caught Gessing off guard. Gessing wants the inside now. Is he going to get the inside? Yes, Gessing has fought his way back, but he's still not at the finish yet. But I think that's the winning move. Robert Gessing, he pulled to the top.
He's gone wide. He's lost it.
He's gone so wide. Has Atapuma got round on the inside? No. Gessing kicks again. The line is his. What an incredible finish on top of Mount Baldy.
Unbelievable, right? They took incredible risks going round there. It's going to be Duarte who's going to come up to get himself a third place. It's been a great day out for the Colombian team this afternoon. Third place for Duarte after his teammate was second. But what about this man coming over here? Joe Dombrowski from Bontrager Livestrong in fourth place. That is phenomenal. Here is Tommy Danielson. He'll move up in the standings, but he won't be too happy tonight.
So we've got in over the finishing line. 5 riders are in at the moment. The clock is counting now. When you see 34, that means Zabriskie's lost his lead. There is Chris Horner, who's come across the top in 6th place, but He's not gained any time on the men that matters, just a little bit on Dave Zabriskie. There's the lone figure of the yellow jersey. He held it for 2 days. Today he passes it on to the Dutchman as they continue now. Looks like Luis Leon Sanchez swinging in. No, it's not Sanchez. It's probably tanking as he swings in towards the finish. As he comes up now, and in the distance, we should see the yellow jersey of Dave Zabriskie. He's not going to scrape into the top 10. There's Levi Leipheimer crossing the line as well. Another great climb. TJ Van Garderen made his move. He's hit the wall on the steep section of the climb. He's lost a lot of places here. And
well, there's Dave Zabriskie in the yellow. That's an amazing defence, though, Phil. But he's not going to retain the overall jersey tonight. But he really put on a big battle.
Zabriskie crosses the line approximately 1:23. Lost there to the leader today. He had 39 seconds in hand at the start, so he loses the lead to this rider here.
Robert Hessing, that is the face of a man who wanted victory this afternoon. He wanted it more than anybody else. By the way, that's his daughter there, Daisy. You might just have noticed at the side of the road. She was born on December the 7th last year.
Yes, and somehow she's managed to get to the top of Mount Baldy, but I bet she didn't ride a bike. What a day out. Rabobank really wanted this a big time, and they've delivered here on the most difficult stage of the race this year. Tomorrow we're in LA Live. We're going to all the iconic places of Los Angeles. It's a flat road, though. They can't get that jersey off him tomorrow.
Former Irish champion coming up now, Nicholas Roach. He's lost. Look at the time gaps, though, Phil. You know, we're looking 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and the clock is still counting.
And whatever happened to Peter Velits, I really don't know. So there we are. The winner is there, and he's trying to get just a breath of air. He's sitting around about 6,500 feet. Let's have a look at the Coca-Cola stage result, as we call it, I think. Guessing same time as Atapum. A sprint finish on the mount. And then comes Fabio Duarte at 14 seconds. Dombrowski, 21 years of age, 18 seconds. Tommy Danielson came up 5th at 26 seconds. These are incredible performances. Still the seconds margin. Chris Horner had a brilliant day. 6th at 38 seconds. Another youngster, Wilco Kelderman, he's 20. A minute and 4 seconds off for him. Tiago Machado, a bit more mature from Portugal, a minute 06. Leipheimer, despite his broken leg only 6 weeks ago, finishes 9th. He won here 2 years ago. A minute and 8 seconds. TJ only 10th today. He'll be very disappointed about that, and we maybe talk to him, but that is a real shame for TJ Van Garderen. The pressure, I think, got to him a little bit, but Rabobank wanted a result this week. They've got it now, and they have a big reception going on up here, I can tell you, so he's going to be part of it later on. All smiles for Robert Hessing today. He is the new leader. We'll take a break, and as always, we'll try and get you some interviews, and we'll see all of the podiums. So stay with us and enjoy this great day on the Amgen Tour. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. By AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. By Nissan, with 5 new models over the next 15 months, it's their most innovative year ever. Nissan, innovation for all. And by Villiers Triestina, 106 years of bicycle making tradition and innovation, and sponsor of Team Lamprey ISD. Well, today Mount Baldy has witnessed one of the great battles for the Amgen Tour of California. In the end, a lone victory for the Dutchman Robert Hessing as he sprinted clear of the Colombian rider. David Zabriskie, yes, natural enough, he is dejected, but he tried his heart out.
Yes, he lost a minute and 25 seconds on the stage, but he also lost his yellow jersey lead as well, because Chris Horner really set this race on fire, attacked right from the very start and nearly turned the tables.
Horner crossing the line eventually in 6th place, and TJ Van Garderen with hardly the strength to get his leg over that bike. He is bitterly disappointed. This was meant to be his day today. All right, well, let's have a look then at our Road ID ride of the day. It has to be Hessing.
Robert Hessing from Rabobank and Holland made the move on the mountain of Mount Baldy here this afternoon. A man coming back from a broken leg in September of last year, bounced his way up this mountain, caught every one of the lone survivors of the early morning breakaway one by one, until finally he dragged himself up to the Colombian John Atapumo, and then it was all down to the final sprint for the line.
And what a sprint it was too. It looked as though Atapumo may have won it, taking the shorter line. Then it looked as though Gessing had lost it, taking the longer line. But he recovered well to come off the line and sprint to the finish and win the day. Robert Gessing, the winner today, and that is our Road ID Ride of the Day. Well, let's go straight away to the yellow jersey podium. There is Robert Gessing, Paul.
Well, Phil, this man has always been a great climber, but, you know, his first ever professional bike race was the Amgen Tour of California. When he came back, he really wanted to do something special. And his baby, Anna, there is climbing up onto the top step of the podium very shortly. Born on the 7th of December last year.
Yes, and it looks as though Gessing is going to be a very happy man. Tomorrow should be okay for him. It's all flat down in Los Angeles. This is the Barclay standings. Gessing getting the win. 46 seconds now. Overall, he leads Dave Zabriskie as we now see the Cliff Bar standings. Tom Danielson in third place. TJ Van Garderen in fourth. And Fabio Girardi coming up there now into fifth. A terrific ride by the 3 times winner of this race, Levi Leipheimer. Despite a leg broken only 6 weeks ago, he is now up into 6th place overall. And I can hear now that Bob Roll is talking with Robert Gessing.
Robert, you crashed out of last summer's Tour de France and had a difficult fall as well. How much does it mean to you to return to the very highest pinnacle of our sport here at Mount Baldy?
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, last year in the end of last year I crashed, broke my right leg, and yeah, in January I still had to learn how to walk. And now I'm back. I've been working really hard for the last months. In races it didn't always work out in the beginning, and that's difficult as an athlete. I mean, you always want to win, and now to be back at the highest level in such a great race, to beat the best uphill like this, it's unbelievable.
And for your sponsor, Rabobank, the Tour of California is a very big race, the Amgen Tour of California.
Yeah, for sure. Rabobank became a big and bigger bank in America as well. They sponsor part of the race also. For them, it's a really important race. And for me, it was my first professional race ever, and I had a nice victory before over here 4 years ago. And I'm really happy to be back at this level. And after a real difficult year, lost my dad a bit more than a year ago. Became dad myself, so emotionally were a few really difficult years. And now to be back at the highest level and to beat great guys like Zabriskie and Horner and Leipheimer and TJ, I mean, it's incredible, and I'm really happy. I still can't really believe it.
Well, congratulations on a real stroke of panache with the stage win and the overall jersey.
Thank you.
And tomorrow he takes that yellow jersey down to LA Live. We're now waiting for more presentation. I think they're bringing up the jersey winners. There he is now. So the new leader in the Amgen Tour of California is Robert Gessing. And he now takes his place there. Looking at the new leader in the best young rider, also goes to a Rabobank rider, and the jersey sponsored by Rabobank, and that's Wilco Kelderman. Chris Horner there is voted the XD most aggressive rider of the day, and just the most courageous rider there as well. Oh, they're giving Chris Horner the most courageous award there for XG, for Amgen rather, and for XG they've given it to Atapumo. So as we look out across Bald Mountain here now, it has been an extraordinary day, and just as he came off stage, Bob Roll is now speaking with Chris Horner.
Chris, this morning you mentioned that it would be advantageous if somebody put pressure on the race lead of Dave Zabriskie. Did you imagine it would be you to do that?
I was hoping it would be me. I knew the team's strong, but they'd done a lot of work all week with chasing here and there. But when I saw Jens and Gregory in the break, and George came up to me and he's like, "Is the plan for me still to go on the break?" I said, "Yeah, go." And he's like, "When?" I go, "Whenever you can." And so as soon as he went, right then I thought, man, if we get 4 of us in there with Jens up there, for sure I got a chance of even maybe winning the overall if we can pull out some amazing ride, maybe with a little bit of luck. Jens was fabulous. What can you say? I'm sorry.
Absolutely was fabulous.
Yeah, Jens was great. George was great. Gregory, absolutely unbelievable. So they really drilled it. United Healthcare jumped in a little bit. Timmy Dugan some. And so we had a chance there. I just knew we had to go from the second KOM, and we had to go from the bottom there. So I just put it down as hard as I possibly could there. I was hoping there maybe be 3 or 4 of us at the top, but it looked like it was just me and the Colombian. So after that, I saw one guy, the Ergo Shimano guy, who I never did any work in the brake the whole time. So once I got him popped in, he's just kind of dangling, and I knew he wasn't worth waiting for anyways.
What does a long breakaway like that on a day like today in such a difficult course, what does that do to the body?
Yeah, the form's good, and because I don't really have to go. You're no longer doing, I got to do the big power on the second climb, and after that, that's about it for big power. So then it's just steady. That's all you can do. There is no more big power. The body's drained of any real power, and you just got to just keep steady and not blow and hold it to the finish. I was hoping to try to pull out the stage, but like I said, I don't want the stage. I wanted the overall, so I was willing to put everything on the line for that, and it just didn't work out that way. But we put on a show for Radio Shack, and hopefully the fans enjoyed everything they got to watch.
You made some gigantic watts throughout today's stage, presumably. Does that augur well for the rest of the season?
I saw 262 after the second KOM, and I didn't look at the power meter after that, so I'm sure it had to be pretty epic at the finish.
All right, well, congratulations, and best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thanks, Bob. Looking forward to it.
Yes, well done, Chris. That was a very courageous attack he put in today, and I'm sure it's gone a long way to naming him in the team for the upcoming Tour de France. Well, that wraps up an extraordinary day on the race to Mount Baldy. Don't forget, tomorrow it's stage 8. It's the end of the Amgen Tour of California. We go down to Beverly Hills for the start. We race on to the finishing circuit at Los Angeles outside LA Live, and we will be live at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and that will be on NBC Sports. And don't forget, tonight at stage 7 will be re-aired at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 8:30 p.m. here on the Pacific Coast. And for a full schedule and race highlights, log on to NBCSports.com. Great day of racing for sure here at the Amgen Tour of California. For Bob Roll, Paul Sherwen, I'm Phil Liggett saying we'll see you downtown LA tomorrow for the big end to this race. Goodbye. It's the final day of the 8-day Amgen Tour of California, and it's all set now to leave Beverly Hills and head to LA Live and the finishing line in Los Angeles. The Dutchman Robert Hessing, who yesterday on Mount Baldy claimed the yellow jersey, is now poised to win this race, and he looks pretty happy on the start line. But can 22 years old Peter Sagan win his 5th stage of the week? We'll know soon. It's next. After 7 days of cycling from Santa Rosa across California, America's greatest bicycle race, the Amgen Tour of California has come to its final day in Los Angeles. They will leave Beverly Hills on a 42.6-mile stage presented by Amgen. They will see the iconic landmarks like Rodeo Drive as they head away from Beverly Hills and make their way down to LA Live at the end of almost 750 miles of bike racing. Hello everybody, welcome to our live coverage here on NBC. I'm Phil Liggett, alongside me is Paul Sherwen. It's a beautiful day here outside of LA Live, and for Los Angeles it's a massive sporting day, and for the riders in the Amgen Tour of California it is a really big day. It all ends here, Paul. Yesterday we saw Robert Hessing, the Dutchman, get the race lead. The question is now, does he win the race today?
Well, I would expect him to win the bike race today, but Phil, it's not really about Robert Hessing today. It's about the battle of the sprinters. Everybody wants to win on the final final day when you're in a massive, great city. And what a backdrop Los Angeles makes today for the finish of this bike race.
All right, well, the man in the yellow jersey took it on Mount Baldy, not too far away from where we're talking to you from here in LA Live. There he is, a very happy man indeed. His father died in a bicycle race crash last year, but a few weeks ago he had his first child. And there is Anna being held up to show the crowd on top of Mount Baldy. A very happy man indeed. Let's have a look then as how it starts today with these top 5 riders in the Cliff Bar overall standings. Gesink leads by 46 seconds over David Zabriskie, who was the leader. 54 on Tom Danielson from Boulder, Colorado. TJ Vanguard, and also from Boulder, and Fabio Duarte of Colombia in 5th. So let's have a look then at the Visit California map, the last profile, Paul.
Well, most people might think this can be a flat stage once they move away from Beverly Hills. We're just above sea level at 253 feet. It's a race of about an hour and a half in length, but they go over some of the most memorable routes. Sunset Boulevard, Hollywood Boulevard, before finally finishing on this circuit around downtown LA and finishing outside LA Live. I'll tell you one thing though, Phil, it is not a stroll in the park. It's very lumpy.
Let's have a look then at checking the stats with Rabobank. 7 of the 16 teams are still intact here. 38 of the 45 Americans are heading home today. And the previous finish in LA Live, well, look who the winner was, Tony Martin. So as we look here down to the start line, we're moments away from the start now. The riders being called up to the line.
We're so gallantly streaming.
Well, tremendous. With lungs like that, I really think she should be in the Amgen Tour of California. These boys now facing up to their final day of racing. 8 days of cycling. We are moments away from the start. We'll take our break, but when we come back, we will be following the race from start to finish here in Los Angeles. This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. And by AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. And by Amgen's Breakaway from Cancer. No one should have to face cancer alone. Go to breakawayfromcancer.com. And by Proform TDF, the official training bike of the Tour de France. Visit proform.com to see more. Well, there we are. We're looking at the start now. They are counting down as we speak. They've got to 0. They're rolling away. 110 survivors of the 128 that set off exactly 8 days ago in Santa Rosa in Sonoma County. For the last time, we'll see first of all the red flag held by the chief referee as they lead the riders on a small neutralized section before he pulls that flag in. Lawrence Tendam, nearest the picture there, talking with his teammate, now in yellow, Robert Gesink, as they ride towards the line. Also the best young rider from Rabobank there, just picking his ear of his little radio piece, is Wilco Kelderman. The field rolling away now as we head down. It's about 14 miles before we go through the finishing line itself outside of LA Live. And it is an absolutely huge day in the city of Los Angeles today, and particularly at the Staples Center and here in LA Live, because there is hockey immediately after the cycling, massive hockey game, the Stanley Cup playoffs, and then basketball after that. My hats go off to the authorities for being able to put on 3 iconic events in the same venue on the same day.
Well, I'm not sure, Phil, where they can do that anywhere else in the world, because the number of people who are coming into town as of yesterday was phenomenal, and the police have really seemed to have got it organised with parking spaces, special parking spaces for each different event scattered all the way around downtown. This, however, is the iconic backdrop of Beverly Hills. I wonder if we get a chance today to see the Hollywood sign.
I'm sure we will, Paul. After all, we're in the centre of the film industry. Let's have a look at the Sutter home weather here for stage 8. It's been a glorious week of weather, let's face it. 73 degrees we're seeing today, very slight winds. The typical LA haze is around, as you can see here. It wasn't here in 1984 when I was here for the Los Angeles Olympics. It went away. But there's the peloton, steady at the moment. And now the race referee is checking, and he says that's it, everything is in place, we are underway. The start of the final stage. This is America's greatest bicycle race, and as always, the crowds have turned out in their tens of thousands around this route to cheer these riders over a stunning state of the United States.
Well, a magnificent backdrop. Not surprised at all, Phil, to see the first attack of the day, and that, you know, this is going to be the par for the course, I would expect, because these guys know they're on live television around the world. They want to try and get themselves into a breakaway. They want to try and break the stranglehold of the sprinters if they can, and the teams of the sprinters will come forward and chase everything down.
Well, this is Optum, presented by Kelly Benefit Strategy, has opened up the day's racing. Immediately the peloton has split under pressure. Now, to the riders at this level of cycling, this is a very short and flat and fast day. They will attack from the gun simply because they've got to keep the pressure on if they want to win at this stage. They can't have a gentle ride. This looks like it is one of the Optum riders. It might well be Badger-Dali who's gone clear here. Looks over his shoulder, checks on the field, they're coming back. But what he's doing here, Paul, is tempting the riders to come and join him, get a little group away.
That is Michael Creed of Optum, presented by Kelly Benefits, number 134. He's got a couple of riders joined him, but look how long that line is at the front end of the peloton. That's because the pressure is being put on. Interesting to note that one of the first teams to take up the pacemaking, in fact, was BMC Racing. Their man TJ Van Gardner, I think a little dejected yesterday, Phil. He went into the stage thinking he was going to win this bike race overall, and he crumbled a fraction in the final few kilometres.
Little group just trying to get around Michael Creed here. Is now just checking out which numbers have joined him here on the attack to see if it's worth pushing on. Big reaction, and it's come from the team of the race leader, Robert Hessing. He rides for the Dutch Rabobank team, and they've just brought that big field across. It looks to me as though this is Creed coming into a shot. He's gone again here. As we switch to the back, it's Gregory Rast, the former road race champion of Switzerland, number 7 there, who is sat at the tail at the moment.
Looking at some very expensive real estate down there as we move away from Beverly Hills. It won't take us long to get into West Hollywood, and then after that we'll go right the way through Hollywood and Hollywood Boulevard as well.
Well, after yesterday's stage at Mount Baldy, these are the USA Cycling American standings. Second, Dave Zabriskie. Third, Tom Danielson. And fourth, TJ Van Gardner. Levi Leipheimer come up into 6th, and Chris Horner is in 8th place. We'll take a break. Rejoin us. All right, let's check out the footage then from earlier in the day of James O'Toole from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who was the Phase 1 winner of the Nissan Ultimate Access Contest.
My name's Jim O'Toole, and I won the Nissan Ultimate Access trip to Tour, California. Compliments of Nissan. My buddy Paul's the second luckiest dude in the world. So we showed up in the morning, got to walk over to the bus, and the first two faces we see are Jens Voigt and Chris Horner coming out to greet us. It was pretty amazing.
Yeah, tremendous. And remember, there are still 2 more grand prizes up for grabs. Just go to NBCsports.com/Ultimate Access for your chance to win Ultimate Access. And a lot of the film stars have taken time out. I think they made their way down to the finish here to watch the arrival today of the Amgen Tour of California. I have to say the weather is absolutely perfect. It is not too hot. And we're just on 41 miles to go at the moment today, with the whole peloton just about together as they're putting on the pressure. And if you work in kilometres, that's 67 kilometres still to race. Tim Rowe on the attack now for Team BMC.
Well, they've got themselves that slight advantage. Mike Creed in second position is the guy who started the move. Not a lot of reaction in the peloton. A lot of the guys, I think of the sprinters, for example, they will try and shelter in the peloton throughout the majority of the first part of this race, only moving to the front down towards the end. And as I said, Phil, it looks like it's a flat stage on the profile map, but in fact it isn't. It is quite undulating and rolling. And the circuit around downtown, once they hit Hill Street, I think is going to be quite a leg bender after 8 days of racing.
Well, we've swung right now onto the famous Sunset Boulevard here as we head towards the center of Los Angeles. We've got the Garmin Barracuda and the United Healthcare teams trying to drag somebody out of that pack to try and get downtown where there's a huge crowd waiting for them. We have had hundreds and hundreds of cyclists on the course this morning in Los Angeles, where they've been riding for an hour and a half, doing as many of the circuits as they could in that time, provided us with a great atmosphere.
Well, we're getting a great atmosphere at the front end of the peloton there, because as you can see, they're stretched out in a long line. They are certainly not hanging about. There has not been one easy day in this Amgen Tour of California. From the very first stage around Santa Rosa, the hammer has been down on every occasion, and today will be no exception.
Absolutely. If you're a bike rider in the race, this is your view from the back. So just looking to see if we can work out now the United Healthcare rider on the attack here. Just starting to stamp on those pedals, but the whole line is joined up here. This is a big moment, especially for the domestic top cycling teams, because it's their chance to show their stuff against some of the world's finest cyclists, and they have done on a daily basis since we left Santa Rosa. Continuing down Sunset Boulevard at the moment, the field's still together. This is about the longest the field has been together in 8 days, because we've had breaks going in the first 1 or 2 miles of racing on the long open highways. We have toured down the Pacific, we've been into the vineyards, we've been up the mountains. This is such a diverse state, California. Now we've got Team Exergy also having a go, quickly jumped on. At the front, these boys are desperate to get clear. Optum in second place just at the moment. This looks to me as though it might well be Matt Cook who's trying to break away on the right of our picture, quickly joined by the team from Optum. Optum have had some success on this race. They have won the King of the Mountains title by Nissan with Sebastian Salas. Well, let's just go to the start, because just before the riders got underway, our co-commentator down there, Bob Roll, he had met up with Rob Lowe.
Rob, what are some of the things about California that are so special to you and your family?
Oh my gosh, just the diversity of the activities we can do. I mean, look, we're in Beverly Hills. We're going to see a bike race, and I'm going to go spend a lot of money on some shoes. I mean, where else are you going to do that other than California?
The diversity of climates also is a really spectacular backdrop to the event. Could you talk a little bit about, it's almost 3 states in a state?
It is. And this race, the Amgen Tour of California, is like a moving postcard. And if you followed the race at all, you really get to see all of the different opportunities that we have in California. And for people to come and visit the state now as everybody's trying to rebuild our economies, the tourism is huge for us. I think nationally it's 1 in 9 jobs. So everybody's looking at revenues. Come and have some fun for your money. That's the way I say, and give us revenues while you're doing it.
And NorCal has the mountains and the
NorCal, yeah. Well, listen, Mammoth Mountain is my favorite ski mountain in the world. Central California gives us the best wines in the world, and Southern California, in my humble opinion, gives us the best movies and television. But that's just my humble opinion.
Oh, absolutely.
And, of course, NBC is the best of all of those, so you know what I'm saying.
Now you're talking, Bob. You got to the right one in the end there. Well done. Don't spend too much money on those shoes. That was the start moments ago. We're now back with the leaders here. They're still working away. And at the last, we've got 6 riders prizing open the can. Are they going to stay away? The race is being led by the whole team of Rabobank. And that is the team of the race leader, Robert Kessing. We'll see you shortly.
Phil, this has really been a phenomenal race today.
It really has, and here they come now. I think it's down to just 2 riders now as they come up towards the finishing line. The winner is going to be...
Hey, fellas, you want to go for a ride?
Bob Roll, you have got to be kidding me.
Oh.
Road ID. We'll ride with you, even when Phil and Paul won't.
I can't believe it, Paul. I've never messed up a call in 40 years.
How about now?
Well, we're looking at the peloton here now as they head down towards the downtown LA Live, saying goodbye to Beverly Hills and coursing through Hollywood. We have got 7 riders getting clear of the field at the moment, led by the Australian Rory Sutherland. We've got a few Americans in there as well, including Ben-Jacques Maines from the Bissell Cycling Club. As we see the Chinese theatre down there as well. These are all iconic landmarks here in downtown Los Angeles now. The streets closed for the passage of the race as they head along Hollywood Boulevard here. And all of these riders in the orange jerseys are working for this rider here, the man they gave the yellow one to last night as leader, Robert Hessing. They're all his teammates. We call them the domestiques, the kitchen helps, if you like. They sit at the front, they'll do all the pacemaking, they'll look after him like a queen bee, protect him from the wind, help him if he has a flat tire. Well, all they want is for him to win this race when he gets down to the finish in Los Angeles. Another 2 Australian riders have made that split at the moment as they're trying to get clear of the field. We'll catch up with them as soon as we can. There they are. Just passing through our picture on the right in the blue colours was Nathan Haas, who is on first-year professional for the top American squad, which races a lot in Europe. This is Morgan Schmidt getting to the front for the Exedy team, quickly coming through with Scott Swisanski from Optimum in that orange jersey. They're doing what the cyclists will call through and off, or bit and bit. That's an expression they use. They will make the pace for about 50 yards or so, then they'll swing off and allow the next man to come through. For the moment, although there are 7 separate teams representing those 7 riders, they will help each other. There's the full list of names at the moment, Paul. Nathan Haas, Rory Sutherland, Tom Damaso, Jacques Maines, Swiaczynski is there, and the others are Jesper Stuyven and Morgan Schmidt.
When you ride a bike race like this, Phil, you have to have a good team. Yes, there's always going to be an individual winner, but you need a team to help nurture. There was a problem at the back here for the King of the Mountains, and this is Sebastian Salas. Takes the back wheel out very quickly. You might just notice the lever there. He pulled that open before the mechanic could get there. The mechanic lines it up, takes his time, pulls the wheel back in, flicks over the quick release system, and hopefully he should. Well, there's a little bit of a problem here. In fact, this is a very slow change. He's in now. It should normally take between 12 and 15 seconds, but I've got my watch running on this, and we're already at 22.
Now this is a seriously unfortunate change, should we say here. Now he's locked it in and he's got back on, but he's lost time. The only good thing about it is the convoy of cars, which is 1 car per team of riders in the race. There are 16 teams making 16 cars, plus doctors and referees, so he's got a chance. He can work his way through the cars. He's had a teammate wait for him, which has helped. So the 2 of them should get back okay and get them onto the circuit. This is not the day to get left behind, because it's most embarrassing to race around the small circuit in Los Angeles live on television with all of the spectators seeing you on your own.
Because a lot of spectators, they might not know what happened to that guy. He is the leader and will tonight be the winner of the King of the Mountains competition, but he's got to get himself back into the pack.
The skyscrapers of downtown Los Angeles. This is our Visit California aerial view here. The riders are going on right around us. We'll take another break. Rejoin us in just a moment. All right, let's have a look then today at our Nissan Innovation for All.
I just signed a few more now.
Jens, what's the craziest request you've ever had from a fan?
Well, I think I saw once a sign with Jens, I want your baby. Or another one, Jens for president. I don't think I'm really gonna run for president, but it was a nice try though. It was a nice try.
Jens, what's it like to be you?
Well, I guess for me it's easy. I mean, I just behave like I always do, you know. I don't change. There's no pretending, there's no facade, you know. People get what they see, and they see what they get.
Jens, how do I get my legs to shut up?
Well, you know, I started this job when I was not even 10 years old. So it's 31 years now. It took me about 25 years to get where I am. So just 25 years of working hard and suffering. There's unfortunately no shortcut. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, well, that's our Nissan Innovation for All. Jens Voigt will be 41 years of age in September. We love him. The famous story about the bee stinging him 2 days ago. He said, it stung me, so I ate it. Well, those 7 riders might be given a little bit of a head for the moment, Paul, as they try to claim the fact that they're the first going through town on the first lap. There's a special sprint for small bonuses, the first full circuit. We'll tell you more about that a little later on. The kilometre zone, this is a traditional professional race tactic now. The teammates of Robert Gesink making sure he stays safe. There's no challenges to his lead here at the moment, and so he'll just be happy to think he's coming home in that yellow jersey.
Peter Velitzer, the tall rider in the pale blue jersey, I was very surprised to see him pass away from the top 5 yesterday. Well, we still haven't found an explanation as to why.
Team Radio Shakhtar is Jens Voigt just passing right on our camera now, the third of those 3 riders. So as they continue, well, we've had fun and games, and last night we had an exclusive evening on Target Terrace of LA live last night, way up in the sky for hosting partners and friends of the Amgen Tour of California. There was wine pairings, there was also bike giveaways, there was a special host in Phil Keegan as well, Phil Kogan rather there.
Well, in all seriousness,
interviewing Levi Leipheimer.
And then we got to get off the course in order to start the hockey game. Sun and Rabobank and Radio Shack.
And this was the morning of the Chairman's Ride as well. After this, there is Bill Wharton looking resplendent in his racing jersey. And they had their special ride as well. And also you may have caught a quick glimpse there of Patrick Dempsey as they rolled away. And the president and CEO of AEG, Tim Lewicki, also in the bunch there. And the event was sponsored by United Healthcare, ZD Wines and Specialized. Terrific night and a great morning. Back with the action now. These boys have taken charge of the course now. These are the great little Colombian climbers, the men in black. They lit up the highways as soon as we got onto the slopes of Mount Baldy. Pressure's been on them a little bit on the flatter roads of California at the beginning of the week. But yesterday they finished 2nd and 3rd at the top of the mountain behind Gesink. We'll take a break as the race closes in on the iconic city of Los Angeles. The Hollywood Bowl is open and free to the public during the day, when you can stop into the free Hollywood Bowl Museum to learn more about its history, or you can even tour the grounds. The best way to experience the magic of the bowl is with a picnic under the stars. The Beatles were the first rock and roll band to play the Hollywood Bowl on August the 23rd, 1964. And for more information, just go to visitcalifornia.com. And as we look here now of the riders over the top, they are the 7 leaders. They've built a 30-second gap at the moment. It's been up to 45, but it looks as though the hard-working riders here of Rabobank are not interested in letting this group go, because they are keeping this race speed up to round about 28 miles an hour. We're going to get this stage over and done with before we know, as they head towards the start now of the 6 finishing circuits. A lot of work being done there at the moment by Ram Tanking, Paul Martins, Michael Matthews. They are the workers on the Rabobank squad at the front. This is Rory Sutherland at the front of the breakaway. Nice to see he's got into this breakaway. He'll be a disappointed with his week, I think, but it hasn't all been his fault. He's had a lot of bad luck. He came to this race on really, really good form, and that's why he was listed as one of the pre-race favourites back in Santa Rosa a week ago.
Yeah, but Phil, I don't think anybody expected yesterday's stage to be quite as hard as it was, and it was all made very difficult by the fact that 4 riders from Radio Shack Nissan got into a break almost from the gun, toughening up the race, forcing all of the other teams to chase them. But then when it came to the end, it was a question for me of survival of the fittest.
Yeah, it was an incredibly good move by Chris Horner, but it made for an excruciatingly hard day. So they're looking at Rory Sutherland at the moment, and he is a member of the United Healthcare team. So let's learn a little bit more about the United Healthcare squad themselves.
Apart from a lot of the other teams, I think is the riders that we have together and how we work together as a team.
We're all good friends, and we all get along with each other off the bike as well.
Feels like I always have my friends around and my family, and we really care for each other, and we just stick together.
You know, where you see some other teams, they just have dinner and they go straight back to the rooms after. We all kind of hang out and enjoy ourselves as well. So
it's a passion for all of us, the teamwork and the feeling we get through doing things on a daily basis. And of course, know, in line with the company, we want to try and help people lead healthier lives.
I think Rory is our man, especially here for this race.
When we come to the big races, you know, I'm probably seen a little bit more as one of the leaders of the team with Mark and Phil to help get us through the tour and get the results that we need for the rest of the year.
Yes, one of America's iconic teams, this United Healthcare Pro Cycling multi-international squad, but they all come together to race here in America. Sutherland sits 7th overall at the moment, and Jeff Lauder is in 12th, and Jason McCartney, he is in 3rd overall. So we're going to see a lot of these riders. Their job now is quite simple. Keep this pace high, keep their race leader safe and sound, and bring him home. He's made his time out on the course. He got the yellow jersey yesterday. This race has never been won by more than 49 seconds in its 7-year history. And it looks like the trend is going to continue, because Gesink leads Zabriskie by 46 seconds. It's amazing, really, because the terrain is so vicious, you would really expect minutes to be opened up. It's been a well-contested race yet again, this. Looking at the Dodger Stadium there as we go round and swing our cameras back towards the bike riders at the back of the race. A little bit of the man sitting at the back is Nathan Haas, the Australian, who's in his first year as a professional there with the E on his back.
I think, Phil, he will get the nod from the team not to participate in this breakaway move here this afternoon, because we've seen the battle for the overall standings, but we will see at the end of this race a battle for the sprinters. They're a different kind of rider. They're the guys who can't get up the hills very well, like Mount Baldy, but they can turn on the speed in a flat finish like today's.
Yes, that's absolutely right. They'll try. He's probably gone as what we call the policeman. He'll just watch and keep an eye on everybody and won't help the escape grow. But it's still holding them off as we head to LA. The Amgen Breakaway Mile is an approximately 1 mile march to celebrate cancer survivors. About 150 community members participate to honor and celebrate not only those impacted by cancer, but also the scientific innovations made possible by biotechnology. The Breakaway Mile crosses the finishing line prior to the stage conclusion of the professional race. So as we look down from our helicopter here, this is the final stage of the Amgen Tour of California, presented by Amgen. It's only 42.5 miles, but it is always fast, and it is celebration day for Robert Gesink in yellow. At least it should be in about an hour's time. Here comes his team setting the pace at the front. There are still 7 riders ahead. 30 seconds, the constant gap. 48 kilometers to go to the finish. There is City Hall passing underneath our camera. We're about 30 miles from the end of this extraordinary 7th year of the Amgen Tour of California, and 7 men trying to get onto the circuit first at least.
Well, Nathan Haas is actually participating there. He's obviously decided that it's a good idea to keep the breakaway off the front end of the main field, because what it does is when you've got a breakaway like this, it actually brings a certain amount of calm to the peloton, because you know that one team will continue to chase, makes it a little bit safer. I think what Rabobank will do will ride on the front like this just to peg this gap at 30 seconds until we get a little closer to the finish, and then you will start to see the sprinters teams massing to the front to close it down.
Well, the peloton are waiting for the moment they see that finishing line. Then they'll see it 7 passes before they complete their 6 full circuits as they go underneath. We're heading now down towards Wilshire Boulevard, and the last time that LA was seen like this was back in 1984 when we had the road races here at Mission Viejo, and Connie Carpenter became the first women's gold medal in the history of the Olympic Games, because women's cycling was introduced in LA.
Well, just looking down there very often, you might hear us use the word peloton. Well, in fact, peloton comes from the French word peloter, which means to bring a group of things together. And that certainly is a group of things together. The leaders here, Nathan Haas is the Australian rider in the blue. Rory Sutherland is up there. Jesper Stuyven and Morgan Schmidt. And they are working exceptionally well together. But I don't think they're going to break the stranglehold of the peloton this afternoon, because their gap has been pegged now at 30 seconds.
It's almost as if they're just not going anywhere now. But they're trying to hold on to the big cheers they'll get as they race down through LA Live and past Staples Center to go out on their first of 6 circuits. And I think you'll see maybe a change of chase pattern developing as we go on. It's rather like seeing the finish of the Tour de France on the Champs-Élysées every July. The riders in the pack are waiting for their moment.
No, they...
So this is the breakaway, still working, all helping each other, all different coloured teams. So they'll only be rivals when it comes down to deciding which one will win. Rory Sutherland setting the pace at the moment. One of the youngsters on the Bontrager Livestrong team, Jesper Stuyven in the black there. Now, this morning before the riders got underway in Beverly Hills, over 10,000 cycling enthusiasts gathered outside of LA Live. This is the actual finishing line the riders are going to at the moment, all in front of the Staples Center for the inaugural 5-mile Nissan ride before the pros. It was great.
Well, it's obviously, if you're a sports fan in LA, it's unbelievable. And today in LA Live, there's going to be, I think, over 100,000 people downtown just to see the bike race. I've been doing the race every year. You know, it's just a lot of fun, and it certainly is it's a great show for the fans to see. But then after the Kings, we're ready for a big game too. We already have fans coming in at 8 a.m. just walking around, so it's great. It's a great event today. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, I'm a Brit, I'm neutral, but I know that the LA Kings, if they win today, they're in the big finals, and that'll be very special for them. That's all, of course, after this race ends, and it's a huge sporting day here in the city. Well, before we take a break, let's have a look at a Monster Cable jersey update here. This is how it all started today. Robert Gessing reclaiming yellow there. Peter Sagan in the Visit California points. Sebastian Salas, he's won the Nissan King of the Mountains jersey. And Wilco Kelderman there is the Rabobank best young rider now after his climb up Mount Baldy. These were voted the most aggressive. First of all, the XUD most aggressive was Jon Atapuma yesterday. And the Amgen, a breakaway from cancer, most courageous rider, that was Chris Horner. And I'm not surprised he won that. We'll take a break.
Welcome to the Tour Insider, powered by SRAM. I'm Dave Toll here with Michael Zellman. We had a chance to talk to one of America's greatest cyclists of all time, the XUD rider who's an Olympic gold medalist, a two-time world champion, and multi-time national champion. Michael, of course I'm talking about.
You're talking about Kristen Armstrong. Kristen Armstrong is a technically very specific rider. She talked to us about her equipment, her position, as well as her mindset as she heads towards the London Olympic Games looking to defend her time trial gold medal.
Yeah. That's one thing that working with XUD 2012, we're trying to find the best in the latest and greatest technology, and I think that the setup I have is the best that there is. For to race London tomorrow, I'd go with the 808 front zip wheel with the 900 zip disc in the back with the VUCA bull base bars and the SRAM shifters in the front. The cockpit is super important for me to feel comfortable in whether I'm road riding or time trialing, and so this is a position that I prefer. My hands fit nicely on the SRAM shifters, as you can see. They're nice and small and they fit right in my hand, and I find that it's really easy to shift up and down with these flat levers. Yeah, making sure that your cockpit, that you're really comfortable in that position. You can see that my hands are extended out onto the bar end shifters here, and the way my elbows are cradled in to the VUCA bull setup is key in any kind of conditions, whether it's windy, but you want to stay as steady as possible when out there time trialing. I mean, the number one piece of advice that I have to give to anyone that wants to be a great time trialist is, number one, you have to learn to focus. Number two, you have to be as steady as possible. And number three, you have to dig deeper than you ever have before.
Thank you for watching the Tour Insider,
powered by SRAM.
Yes, that's our Tour Insider, powered by SRAM. There is the Staples Center, as that's where the big basketball and hockey games are later today. But right now, come outside, because here is the arrival of the riders as they go through the finishing line and out onto 6 full circuits of just under 8 kilometers a lap, or just under 5 miles.
Well, many of the spectators getting a chance this morning to ride around the circuit, and now they can enjoy and look and imagine and understand the speed that these guys can race around downtown. We will be looking at an average speed, Phil, of about 30 miles an hour when they're racing downtown.
Well, it's taken them exactly half an hour to ride the miles, nearly 15 miles down to the finishing line. So they have kept this pace full on today. Coming down, it's been created by these 7 leaders. None of these 7 leaders, by the way, are affecting the destiny of that yellow jersey of Robert Gessing. That's why he's not chasing too hard. They've lost too much time over the previous 7 days of racing, but everybody wants to win the last stage of a major international bike race. They're not very far behind. 29. They've still got their 30 seconds as they come through, and it's still the team of Gessing. Listen to the crowd looking for the man in yellow.
Wow, that really is a huge crowd. Everybody's enjoying. In fact, the young guy from Traeger Livestrong at the bottom trying to rile up the crowd. But I don't think he really needs to do that. They are so excited by having this race in downtown. What an incredible day of sport. They're going to line ourselves up. So there is the yellow jersey there, Phil. Robert Hessink sitting on the wheel of his teammate, Luis Leon Sanchez, a brilliant Spanish rider.
Yeah, there's Gessing looking very determined, sitting on the wheel of his teammate from Spain, Luis Leon Sanchez there, who did all the damage yesterday on the climb and then launched Gessing into the attack. Brilliant teamwork.
No, a very good, well set up. I think really the race was so hard yesterday. It was a question of survival. We've always said that this race was going to be a race for the man who was the fittest and the man who could recover the best, and that certainly was Robert Hessink yesterday.
Well, as we watch the riders underway, these are the 7 leaders. This is Dumousseau in the lead. Let's have a look at our Road ID Challenge fan predictions. Well, you're all very brave today. You're all going for Peter Sagan. 36% of you have voted that Peter Sagan will win his 5th stage of this race. Only 12% for Tom Bonan. Might be wrong, that one. 10.4 for David Zabriskie, and the rest of the field pegged at 41. That's the Road ID fan predictions. One thing's for sure, we're expecting a sprint finish today, but for the moment these 7 riders are causing quite a diversion. The team of Gessing just doing what they have to do. There's a lovely shot in that orange jersey there of Wilco Kelderman, sensational newcomer from on the Rabobank squad as well. He became the best young rider in this race yesterday.
Well, looking at the backdrop now, these guys will start to feel a buzz. It's always an excitement for a professional bike rider to race on the final day, especially if you're in an iconic city. We think about races finishing in Milan, we think about races finishing in Paris on the Champs-Élysées, but to finish in Los Angeles and get a victory here is also a pretty nice thing to put onto your pedigree.
Absolutely. We've got a perfect diamond with a narrow tip on it down there, which means the pressure is on. But the riders in the big swelling of the pack, they're not interested in helping the race leader and his team do the pacemaking. It could stay that way for a couple of circuits here before they start to push their weight around. And this is one of the climbs I was telling you about. You see, it is quite a little climb, especially when you hit it at 28 miles an hour on a bicycle. Most cyclists, when they're pedaling around the streets of LA, will climb that in the region of 8 or 9 miles an hour. Still working well together. The rider coming through is Morgan Schmidt at the moment for the XG team, just doing his little turn at the front. Everybody no passions at all, it seems. They're all helping out with that breakaway, but 30 seconds, you know, is absolutely nothing at this stage of the race. And the main field are feeling that they're just letting them fry in the Los Angeles sun, and then they'll go out and get them. The face of the leader. We'll take a break.
Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with the Critérium du Dauphiné, where the top cyclists in the world attack the French Alps in a preview of the Tour de France. Begins Sunday, June 3rd on the NBC Sports Network.
Change of sports for you next Sunday, and don't miss the King of Clay, Rafael Nadal, as he defends his French Open title in Paris on the famous clay courts of Roland Garros. That's the French Open presented by Geico next Sunday, noon Eastern on NBC, part of the NBC Sports Championship season. Let's have a look then at our Cliff Bar Meet the Moment.
My name's Ben Jacques-Mains. I race for the Bissell Pro Cycling team. My favorite part of the tour was riding into Santa Cruz County. The Amgen Tour California is the #1 race on my schedule.
The GoPro cameras are a lot of fun. We use them to get inside of the peloton and find out how the guys actually operate. But you can take them home, you can fix it to your own bike, or even fix it onto your helmet and record your ride.
Well, yesterday it certainly got the camera eye view here of all the action both at the front and the back. That was a very small horse, wasn't it? As the riders here, this is the young Bontrager team who've been real stars. Wheel changes, close-up action with the camera there on the helmet. And that's our Cliff Bar Meet the Moment with the GoPro camera technology. Now we're out on lap number 1 of our circuits of 4.6 miles per lap. Still have those 7 riders away that brought us onto the circuit. Well, it is amazing, Paul. We are locked in at 30 seconds and have been now for something like 5 or 6 miles, 8 or 9 kilometers, as we look here at Nathan Haas here in the breakaway. Shot to form last year. He won the Japan Cup. He rode for the Australian Genesis team, and he had so many wins towards the end of the season last year. He was snapped up by the American Garmin Barracuda team, which is a Pro Tour team, and I don't think he'll get the nod for the Tour de France this year, but it's only probably 2 years away for him.
Yeah, just thinking, Phil, you know, professional bike riders can be really awful characters sometimes. They're a little bit at the moment like a cat who's just caught a mouse. They've let that breakaway group of 7 riders just out there. They're waiting for them to suffer, then they'll catch them.
Absolutely. So as the riders continue on their way, if you haven't been with us all week watching the Amgen Tour of California, it's time now to catch up. We'll have a look at the first 4 stages of the race of 8 days. The 7th edition of the Amgen Tour of California began with a circuit race in Sonoma County in Santa Rosa. 116 miles was the riders' first taste of the menu, as they now went out into the wine fields and got wonderful views of the Pacific Ocean as well.
The race was dominated in the early part by a breakaway, but the drama happened at inside of 10 kilometers to go when sprinter Peter Sagan had a flat tire.
Peter Sagan was held back to the peloton just in time to see a crash like this, which took out some of the sprinters. But Sagan was taking a few deep breaths, and by the time he came into Santa Rosa, he hit the front and amazingly, on pure adrenaline, won the stage as well to become the first race leader.
Yeah, the 10-second time bonus gave him the overall lead, but on stage 2, the riders moved away from the magnificent backdrop of San Francisco all the way down to Santa Cruz County.
They left from Arena Green for the 117 miles as they could see the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. Turning the backs on the Golden Gate Bridge, though, Peter Sagan, now wearing the leader's yellow jersey, was involved in trouble again. This time he was part of a mass pileup as they started to climb.
For this man who's been a world mountain bike champion didn't look to panic at all. He got himself back up and onto the bike and took lots of risks to get himself back into the main field.
With a stiff shoulder as a souvenir, he was in trouble again with a flat tyre. This man, though, would fight back, even though his team car almost knocked him off. He then took a drink, rejoined the race rapidly, and moved back towards the front. We were heading now into Santa Cruz, and the crowds were big.
Well, as they charged down into Santa Cruz County, they lined themselves up for what was going to be another bunch sprint. Going round the corner in first place, Peter Sagan got the kick on everybody else. But watch out for the man in the green jersey. Heinrich Hausler was going to be second for a second day in a row.
2 out of 2, and 2 days with trouble as well. He triumphed over adversity and won his second stage. He was consolidating his lead as we went on to the 115 miles, a third stage, heading away from San Jose to Livermore. We were now climbing at Mount Diablo. The crowds were enormous as the riders made their way towards the finish in Livermore.
First time inclusion of Mount Diablo into the race, but when they came down to the line once again, Heinrich Hausler in an ideal position right in the middle to take his victory. But on the line, it was Peter Sagan.
Was there any stopping this man? 3 wins out of 3 starts, 3 10-second win bonus. He was building an overall lead in this race. He could not believe what was happening to him. Day 4, we are now in Sonora, and we're heading into mine country as we're bound for the old town of Clovis. This was the longest stage of the race, a massive 130 miles. The towns were ready, the atmosphere was great, and this man was proving to be unbeatable. Peter Sagan was now heading off to Clovis, looking for the 4th victory.
Yes, historic downtown Clovis awaited the sprinters, and once again we were leading to the line with Team Liquigas. Look at the argy-bargy in the run-up to the line, but once the gate opened and the door was clear, there Peter Sagan launched himself again. But look in second place there, because Heinrich Hausler was in the ideal position to get the victory, but he could not challenge again. Peter Sagan getting 4 wins out of 4.
Bustling with confidence now, this man was building his overall lead and preparing for the Tour de France in the finest of styles. But there will be changes, and we'll catch up with that a little later in the program. Now we're back downtown Los Angeles here with stage 8, the final stage of this race. And the riders have just passed through the sprint point, and we can show you that. It wasn't really a sprint because these boys are not interested in a 3-second time bonus. They've lost too much time. So Rory Sutherland is the rider who brings them over, and it looks to me as though Ben Jacques Maines would be given second, and Morgan Schmidt of Team Exergy there in third. That was the order over the line, but as I say, it wasn't really a sprint in the Visit California sprint competition. The leader of that competition, by the way, is none other than Peter Sagan.
Orica Green Edge.
So there we have a nice little shot again of the yellow jersey. Routine so far for the man that's done his battling out on the mountains. Now he's just got to conserve energy and stay away from any silly falls. That's the only danger now. And on circuits like this, you can have the silly crashes on tight circuits.
And that's the important thing, Phil, to note. That's why he's riding close to the front end of the peloton, surrounded by his teammates, and that's why they're pegging this group back at about 25 seconds. So well, they can see it's a great backdrop for a bike race here, and Phil, the California Highway Patrol have done a phenomenal job all the way from Santa Rosa right the way down here to Los Angeles, keeping the race safe for the riders, which is extremely important.
We're passing the Wells Fargo building there. For us Brits, we were brought up on the television of westerns and the stagecoaches of Wells Fargo, and here we are in the centre of Los Angeles now, bringing home what has been a European sport of cycling, but now very, very much a worldwide sport. Some of the American riders, the very best riders in the world, and some of them in this very event.
Yeah, the amazing thing, Phil, is when I was a professional bike rider many, many moons ago, there was one American, there was one Irishman and one Englishman. Nowadays, we've got 3 American teams on the international circuit at the top end of the board.
Yes. There's the peloton, the diamond, all the riders on the front. The first 7 riders on the front of the race are members of the team Rabobank. They've lost one rider on the way, sadly. Lawrence Ten Dam abandoned 2 days ago. But the others are coming home, bringing their leader towards the finish. We're out on lap number 2 of 6 at the moment, and there are still 7 riders out front, but the peloton have lost hardly any ground. Now, looking at number 61, take a good look. You won't see him again in a racing strip. This is the irrepressible Robbie McEwen. He's won 209 races in a career which began with the Tour du Pont here in the United States back in 1995.
In fact.
And so, as Robbie McEwen drops to the back of the field there, dreaming of what it's like to be a normal civilian after today, we're looking here at the breakaway. They're still holding a very, very good tempo. The gap is inside 30 seconds at the moment.
Well, Phil, he might well be moving away from the sport of professional cycling, but he will stay involved with the sport of professional cycling, Robbie McEwen, because he'll leave Los Angeles here and very shortly move across to France, and he's going to go and film the finish of all of the most important sprinter stages of the Tour de France, so he can explain to the young guys on his team what they're like, where they need to be, and he's going to become a technical advisor to that Australian squad.
Yeah, so well, you can't let a man spend 17 years winning more than 200 races just disappear from the sport without imparting his knowledge. He's actually looking forward to that too, Robbie McEwen, so we wish him well in his new venture. Team Rabobank from Holland. Rabobank have a very important commercial interest in California, so they are delighted with the way this race is going at the moment. We've got not just the leader of the race, they've got the best young rider as well.
Yeah, one of the PR men on Team Rabobank was actually giving a little bit of needle to Robert Hessing just before the race started. Henny Kuiper, who in 1972, in fact, was the Olympic champion, and he's very happy to see in the yellow jersey this morning Robert Hessing, because Henny Kuiper himself was a well-established cyclist. Not only did he win that Olympic medal, he was the world professional road race champion in 1975.
Yes, he was, and I remember him telling me he was so happy when he won all of those titles at a very young age. He had bad luck in the Tour de France. He was lying second in the Tour de France one year, and the road went through a cutting which was a rock above his head, and the rock hit his head, and he retired from the Tour with concussion. So we're swinging in to the finishing straight again. This is the approach that the riders will have. That's the final bend. Way in the distance is the sprint. This is a pure sprinter's delight today. Look at the fans cramming the sides here. A double dose of entertainment for them. They'll be leaving those barriers and going inside the Staples Centre at midday, where they'll enjoy the hockey game on ice. They actually made 12,500 car park space available just for the hockey fans to park up as well. Huge logistical problem, but a great atmosphere in the center of Los Angeles.
Well, just to put this into perspective, Phil, here, the group we're looking at here, these guys are riding at an average of just on 30 miles an hour. But once we come to the next few laps, you'll start to see the acceleration coming in the peloton here. The group of riders we're looking at, the gap is down to 19 seconds now. They will start to speed up to 35 miles an hour
as they go out onto lap 3. Well, 17 seconds. I made it officially on that clock as they hit the line. So they've gone out onto lap number 3 now. And we brought you up to date with this first four stage of the race. So we saw Sagan winning all of those. Things were going to change on day 5. After 4 days of domination by Peter Sagan, we moved to Bakersfield for the 18.4 miles individual time trial. We call it the Race of Truth. And Dave Zabriskie, the time trial champion of the USA, was out for yellow.
Well, he was donning his Captain America speed suit, and out on the course he passed no fewer than 3 riders who started at least at 1 minute intervals ahead of him. And at half distance he had the fastest time.
He was running clear all the way to the line. He would be the only man to get inside 36 minutes, 35 minutes and 59 seconds. But would it be good enough now to change his blue tunic for a gold-yellow jersey?
The big question on everybody's lips was, could this man, Peter Sagan, who'd be the dominator of the first 4 days of this stage, survive? The answer was no.
No, Sagan lost more than 3 minutes to Dave Zabriskie, and with it any hope of winning this tour. The new leader now is a man who lives just outside of Los Angeles. He's heading towards his home, Dave Zabriskie. As we move on now to stage 6, we move to Palmdale. This is the first of 2 tough days in the mountains. We were heading for Big Bear Lake, 160 miles, and this stage would find a lone hero.
Yeah, the important thing about the stage, Phil, no massive grades, but almost 17,000 feet of climbing on the day. They circumnavigated Big Bear Lake on the run into the finish, but the lone rider at the front, Sylvain Georges, was asking himself, with 10 kilometers to go, could he survive?
He fought all of the way, and he did survive just, in fact, by 28 seconds. Enough to win the day, but not take over the race lead. This was a great day out for the Frenchman, but the race lead would stay with Dave Zabriskie. 2 days now he had led the race as we moved to yesterday. It was stage 7, the massive climb up to Mount Baldy from Ontario. Only 78 miles, but the hills would be the big talking point.
This is the stage they call l'Etape Reine, the Queen of Stages. The summit finish at Mount Baldy has always had a lot to say in this bike race. Chris Horner knew he had to do something special to get into the breakaway and try and steal the overall lead. Alongside him, his teammate Jens Voigt.
Massive crowds watching the riders go up the Glendora Mountain Road, but the peloton were becoming angry. They were slowly slicing into the big advantage built by Chris Horner. At one stage, he was the leader on the road, but they were closing in. Only one rider left with him in John Atapuma. The peloton were now pouring on the pressure. Dave Zabriskie looks well and ready as we climbed over the top of the Glendora Mountain Road. Then there was an attack. Chris Horner was done, and John Atapuma of Colombia was going for the stage win.
A great climber at 24 years of age, but there were great climbers also in the main field behind. Softened up by the work of all of the teammates, all of a sudden Robert Hessing decided he would go. The first man he caught was Chris Horner.
The tall man from Holland, who come here a week early to train for this race, was in determined mood. He got alongside Atapuma and then tried to drop him, but he hung on the Colombian, and it was all down to a sprint finish. A little bit of risk taken by guessing on the final corner. He corrected it and survived, as Atapuma had to be content with second place. And Robert Gessing became the new leader of the Amgen Tour of California by winning the stage on top of Mount Baldy. And now it all comes down to the finish outside LA Live. Indeed it does. Now let's have a look at the race route today. The riders midway through now. We started in Beverly Hills just after 10 o'clock this morning. We came down to LA Live, a ride of some 14 miles before they pass through what is the finishing line eventually. They do 6 circuits of 4.6 miles around some of the most famous streets here in the center of Los Angeles, and then they'll finally roll to a halt outside of the Staples Center and LA Live. So as we see there, the Disney Center there, as the riders are swinging down Disney Concert Hall on the left as they swing right below our helicopter. The peloton still closing in quite rapidly now on those leading riders, and it's always the tempo of the teammates of guessing. That's their job as the teammates. The 8-man teams in this race, by the way. There were 16 teams in the race with 8 men at the start. 1 or 2 have lost men along the way. There's the peloton. It won't be long, I feel, before they wrap it up for those 7 leaders. We're on lap number 3 of 6 before the race comes to its close, and they're nearly all together.
I love being under house arrest. What do I get for good behavior?
Change of sports for you next Sunday, and don't miss the King of Clay, Rafael Nadal, as he defends his French Open title in Paris on the famous clay courts of Roland Garros. That's the French Open presented by Geico next Sunday, noon Eastern on NBC, part of the NBC Sports Championship season. Amgen Tour of California, presented by Amgen today, is the last stage of 8 days. These cyclists completing almost 750 miles of racing from Santa Rosa all week. They're now coming down towards the Kendall, 1 kilometer to go to end lap number 3. These are still the same 7 riders, but I think if we could just look behind, the race now is about 12 seconds back of them. We'll get a check on that as they go through. These are the same 7 leaders here as has been all day. There is not much in it now, and it looks as though a determined look now on the face here. I think this is Cameron Meyer who's got himself to the front now for the Orica Green Edge team. They are thinking of either Lee Howard or Robin McEwen to win the stage for Orica Green Edge.
Nice to see just at the back there the polka dot jersey, the jock jersey with the red spots on it. He had a flat tyre in the early part of the course field, but Sebastian Salas managed to drag himself back into the main field, and he will be crowned the King of the Mountains after what I think has been a very great battle of a race within the race.
Well, he's only a second-year pro, Sebastian Salas. He comes from Vancouver in Canada, but he is known for his climbing ability. He's now proved it on the world stage, winning the Nissan King of the Mountains title. There are no counting climbs today. He won it yesterday.
A nice swing around now, and once they line themselves up, they will see the finishing straight just over on the left-hand side, the Staples Stadium. I find it amazing, Phil, to think that they can change the stadium from an ice hockey game to a basketball game in just 40 minutes.
Yes, absolutely amazing. But that's what will happen later this afternoon. Ice hockey will give way to basketball. Right now, we're all giving way to the international cycle race, the Amgen Tour of California, with Meyer on the front, setting the pace. We'll get the clock rolling as they come through and go out onto lap number 4 of 6.
Yep, 3 laps remaining, but look at the length of that main field now. I think, Phil, they're starting to get a little bit excited in the peloton this afternoon. They want to nail it back, and then I would expect to see Team Rabobank handing it over to somebody else. Orica Green Edge, they have decided they will send somebody up to help the Rabobank riders. It's going to be a massive sprint to the finish. I think we will see what we normally would expect on the final day of a great big bike race like this, a sprint royale.
Well, they've gone around at exactly the same speed as each other. The gap was 18 seconds on the line there. If they come back together, we can expect the clash of swords between Peter Sagan, the winner for the first 4 days, and Heinrich Hausler, who was finished second to him over those first 4 days. Hausler may sound German, in fact he's from German parentage, but he comes from Inverell in just a few hours drive away from Sydney in Australia.
Yeah, but he's very happy to be racing as an Australian nowadays, and he's had a lot of bad luck in the last couple of seasons, but I think finally he's put all of that bad luck behind him, and all of a sudden, once he found the form that he had a couple of seasons ago, He came up against a guy called Peter Sagan. 4 times Heinrich Hausler has finished second. I'm sure he'd love to go one better.
Well, he has one thing more than Sagan. He's won a stage of the Tour de France, Hausler, and it was in the pouring rain at Colmar a couple of years ago. But this year, Peter Sagan will make his first Tour de France. And that was why he came here to the Tour of California, because he wanted to get some good form in those legs. He's shocked even himself the way he's been winning these days.
Well, when we roll up now, this is a little bit of a problem at the back here because somebody's got a flat tire, and that is Lee Howard.
Yeah, Lee Howard, and he must have told the team. Now, let's see how quickly he gets a wheel change here. He's got his own wheel out. The mechanic is there. The cars are still zooming by. 5, 6, 7. Now, that's a great change. Neil Stevens is the man pushing him off. Himself a stage winner in the Tour de France in the years gone by.
You might have noticed, Phil, there was absolutely no panic at all. The best thing to do if you have a flat tyre in a bike race like this is not panic, because if the rider panics, that panic goes through to the mechanic, and then you make mistakes.
Yeah, quite right. Anyway, a message obviously got to Cameron Meyer there, because he'd gone back into second place while his teammates got the wheel change at the back, and the pacemaking now again being taken over by the Rabobank boys.
Look at the colours now of the jerseys. All of the teams starting to ride together. They're getting themselves organised as we get into the last 20 kilometres or 12.5 miles of racing. The gap is locked in still at that 20-second mark. It really is. It's almost like a fisherman with a fish on the line. They're just playing with these 7 leaders, just waiting to reel them in.
It's only a matter of time. Well, this is the overall standings of the race as they started this morning. It's still the same. Dave Zabriskie second at 46 seconds. Tom Danielson at 54, and his Boulder, Colorado resident, not teammate, TJ Van Gardner in 4th place. That's the order of the overall, and in cycling, if you finish in the group, you get the same time. At the moment, they're nearly all in a group. Welcome back. We're on lap 4 of the 6th circuit here of downtown Los Angeles, outside LA Live. This is the 8th stage between Beverly Hills and LA Live. It's the last stage of the Amgen Tour of California today. Just 42 miles the total distance, and 7 riders dangling off the front of this big pack of riders.
Optimum.
Some 17.9, 18 kilometers to go, so we're just running into the last 11 miles of the racing now, Paul. I can't see them leaving these 7 riders out there much longer. Next time under that finish banner, they'll be going out with 2 laps to go.
Cameron Meyer just sitting on the back there. I think he will wait a little bit later on, Phil, to try and pace Lee Howard up to the front. Yes, Lee Howard was the rider who had that unlucky timed flat tyre, but the mechanic was very good, changed it very quickly indeed, and he's got himself back into the pack. There are some very fast men in this Amgen Tour of California this year. The fastest so far has proved to be Peter Sagan. But guys like Heinrich Hausler, Tom Boonen, and of course Michael Matthews, I think maybe a guy looking for the victory today.
And what a finish that would be for Team Rabobank, because Michael is the Australian member of the Rabobank squad. If he was to win the stage, they'd also have the winner in the best young rider, and of course the winner of the race in Robert Gessing. Well, we'll see, because a lot of guys want to win this final race. Gessing's only concern is to finish in the group, get the same time and walk away with the first prize.
And of course to finish upright as well, because I think that now is the only thing that could rob him of an overall victory in the Amgen Tour of California. He's had a lot of dramatic crashes in the past. We know that he broke his leg last year, but 2 years ago he actually broke his forearm in a crash in the Tour de France, and he finished the stage with a broken arm before he was taken off to hospital.
And forced to abandon. Yeah, he's been very unlucky in many ways in his life. Which has prevented him revealing his real talent as a cyclist, because the Dutch people really felt this man was their man to win the Tour de France. There's never been a Dutch winner of the Tour de France since Joop Zoetemelk in 1980.
Long time ago, Joop Zoetemelk, one of the eternal seconds. He came up, unfortunately for Joop Zoetemelk, came up against a certain Eddy Merckx, and then after Eddy Merckx retired, he came up against Bernard Hinault.
And then Bernard Hinault pulled out, and he won the Tour in 1980. There you go. Well, we're back here with another tour, which is exactly a mini Tour de France. It's scored exactly the same way. It's a multi-day race. It started 8 days ago in Santa Rosa. They've worked their way through this magnificent state of California. It was made for bike racing, that's for sure. Yesterday we had the battles of the mountains. We've been up around the Pacific Ocean. We've also been through the wineries on the way down here to LA. And right now it's Travis Meyer who's taken up the pacemaking at the front, the brother of Cam.
Yep, well, there you can just see the, for a moment, just see the blue jerseys of Team Garmin Barracuda. They were starting to mass to the front, not to protect the overall position of their two men in second and third place overall, Dave Zabriskie and Tom Danielson, but to protect the position of their sprinter in the main field, Heinrich Hausler, as we go under the 1 kilometer to go to the finishing line. Next a couple of laps time there will be a red flag under there indicating 1,000 meters to go to the real finish.
Well, that seemed to be quite a quick lap, that. They're going out onto lap number 5 when they come through the finish this time. The Orica Green Edge all-Australian team, which will ride the Tour de France this year, has got themselves on the front now, and the Rabobank boys in orange will welcome it. Because they get to ride second wheel. It's a bit easier. These are the riders still clear. Now, last time it was 18 seconds the gap. It'll be interesting because I think when we swing round here, you'll see the finishing straight. It's a long, long straight down the road. The main field can't be far back now.
Well, that's the finishing line there, the blue banner you can see just over the road as they make their way through these crowds, and everybody's come out with incredible flags and incredible signs to support this final stage, and they will be treated, Phil, I reckon, to a very exciting, probably turbulent sprint to the line.
2 laps to go, 9 miles to the finish. We've been racing for 69 minutes, and that's all, and we're not far short of having done 35 miles in those 69 minutes either. It's been a pretty fast pace today, and a massive crowd there outside the Staples Center seeing the peloton about to pass under the banner. So as we see the leaders going out on circuit number 5 of 6, the main field coming up the main straight there. And I didn't get the time check this time, unfortunately, underneath the banner there, but we can rest assured they are not very far behind. They're in the same straight. And I think this is the straight for the chase down. This is when the sprinters won't want to go out on the last lap, having to chase down breakaways before they can compose themselves for the race for the line. As we move out then, lap number 5 of 7. The gap is still around 16 seconds, I'm told, at the finishing line. There's Nathan Haas taking the leaders around, the Australian who rides for the American Garmin Barracuda team. He swings off and looks through. It's Ben-Jacques Maines who's come through to take up the pacemaking. These same 7 riders haven't missed a turn there, and they haven't lost hope either. As peloton can misjudge the catch, as we saw the other day with victory in Big Bear Lake. Well, we'll take a break, but when we come back, we'll take the riders right to the finishing line in this year's Amgen Tour of California. See you in a moment. It is stage 8 presented by Amgen today. 42 miles is the overall distance. Time is running out. We're at 1.5 laps, about 6 miles, 7.3 miles to be exact, from the finish. We are only about 12 to 13 miles away. 12 to 13 minutes of racing now, Paul, as we look at the main field here.
Absolutely, Phil. In new currency, 11 kilometers. A kilometer, the riders will probably cover in about a minute and 10 seconds. But the final kilometer, they will knock off in 1 minute.
1 minute flat. Right, we'll watch out for that. These are the riders here who have been knocking off the kilometers quicker than anybody else. They haven't been caught yet, but they are dangling so close to the peloton at the moment that I thought the peloton would have caught them by now, but they haven't done so.
I don't think they want to, Phil, because it actually keeps the main field calm if you've got a breakaway in front, because most people will not try and ride across a gap like that, and it keeps the control. The control is still on the shoulders of Team Rabobank, who are controlling the pacemaking. The breakaway group is riding at an average speed of about 30 miles an hour, but over the final few kilometers, we will see the main peloton able to push their average speed up to about 35 or 40. Well, Rory Sutherland, again, Phil, keeps putting the hammer down. He's the rider in the pale blue jersey, nipping off the front, but the peloton, as you see, there's a little bit of a bad line taken around that corner.
Well, that was a big move there, and caught off the guard was Thomas Dumousseau at the back there for the Argos team from Holland. Rory Sutherland doesn't want this breakaway to come back. He's a very strong rider when he's let out alone against the watch. He's a time trial expert. He would like to go away alone if he could. He's been joined here on the attack with Scott Wisniewski, the Optum rider, and Rory will welcome the strength of this man. The pace is visibly lifted. Third wheel there now is Ben Jacquemains of the Bissell team, and just tagged onto the back with a few deep breaths is Tom Damuso.
Yep, well, that was a little acceleration going there by Rory Sutherland. And now you can see the disorganisation that's happening. Once you start to see these attacks and accelerations, what happens to the breakaway group, Phil, is although they move up to about 35 miles an hour, then they slow down. It actually, in general, slows down the average speed of a breakaway group like this. Well, there's a problem here.
Yeah, this is unlucky because this has happened at the back of the field. This is Jonathan Clark. He's an Australian rider who can sprint for United Healthcare. Not a good time to get a flat tyre, unfortunately, for Jonathan. Well, I can't see. It looks like he's back. Maybe his back wheel there has gone down. That's unlucky. He's so unlucky, especially on these streets, which have all been cleaned for the day.
Yeah, very unlucky to have. But all it takes is a little flint to get into the tyres, and eventually it cuts its way through the tyre. And then all of a sudden you've got a flat tyre. Rory Sutherland is going again.
Second time in a row. Wisniewski's tried twice. Now Sutherland's. Wisniewski's gone after him as well. And so they're trying to break up this leading group now. It's much more important to get a couple of rides away. Hope to confuse the bunch if they pick up one or two and forget about the others.
Well, if Rory Sutherland can get away from a couple of these riders, he's an extremely good individual time trialist. That's Sutherland there in the blue and white jersey in second position. He's been joined again by Scott Wisniewski. And the important thing is, you might notice as well, the riders have very deep rims on their bikes. Those are made out of carbon fiber. It makes the wheels a little bit more rigid, but it also helps the aerodynamics.
The hard-driving young team here, led by Jesper Stuyven in the breakaway, the Bontrager Livestrong. They've been a great team. Average age of 20 years of age. These Barbie dolls pop up everywhere, but then we are in Los Angeles.
Well, there she goes. She's going to get a ringside view there of the race here this afternoon.
Merchandise at AmgenTourOfCaliforniaStore.com. Enter the code THANKS at checkout. Thank you for another great Amgen Tour of California. All right, we'll take a break as the race continues now to head into the centre of LA. Soon it'll be the big sprint for the finish. See you in a moment. As they come up towards the line, Peter Sagan is going to get it. Can you believe that? From a puncture to victory on the day. Taylor Phinney predicted in pit 1 and 2. It looks like Taylor Phinney was right.
Peter Sagan, as every bike rider in the peloton says, Phil, this guy is unbelievable. He is incredible.
Is he going to do it again? And he's on the line and he gets it. It's impossible. 4 out of 4. We have seen the national champion in the USA win the day. That now taken the Maillot Jaune in the Amgen Tour of California. He's got 3 days in which to defend it. Sylvain Georges wins the day. The time he had as race leader is well gone by. That doesn't matter. Total hero of the day. Robert Gessie, he pulled to the top.
Oh, he's got wide. Lost it.
He's gone so wide. Has Puma got round on the inside? No. Gessie kicks again. The line is hit. What an incredible finish on top of Mount Baldy. It is 1 kilometre to the finishing line, and then it's 1 lap to go.
Well, what happens in a breakaway group like this, Phil, to begin with, you have to form an alliance. So although these guys are all on separate teams, they have to work together and share the pacemaking. But once you start to get these attacks going, all of a sudden people start to think about, well, I don't like this anymore. I'm not going to cooperate. And all it does is it brings down the average speed. They are going to get caught very, very quickly indeed now, because as you see, there's another attack going over the top. And that, I think, was Nathan Haas.
Yes, it was. Nathan Haas, the Australian, his first year as a top professional with the American Garmin Barracuda team, has gone clear of the field. Now he's again chased by this youngster, Jesper Stuyven, from the Bontrager Livestrong, and they're all trying to get back on terms. But this one was a strong attack by Nathan. He spread eagle this breakaway, and he's caught, in fact, Rory Sutherland off guard in the blue.
Well, what happened there, Phil, you might have noticed, he really took a very good attack, and it probably is the rider who's done the least amount of work in the group this afternoon, because he knows behind he's got Heinrich Hausler, the sprinter on Garmin Barracuda. Now, if anybody can create the surprise here this afternoon, it's this man, because he is a prolific winner on the international circuit.
Huge cheers from a huge crowd here outside LA Live. It's for an Australian Nathan Haas on an American team Garmin Barracuda.
Well, you can see the damage it's done. There's the main field now. The peloton are coming very quickly indeed.
They're right on the wheels. They're picking up the remnants as they go through with a lap to go. The bell is ringing. I hope they can hear it above the noise here. The spread is still 17 seconds, but now that's only to the leader, Nathan Haas.
Well, Nathan Haas now has got to do something extremely special. One thing he does know is Garmin Barracuda will not chase him down. It'll be up to the other teams now. And again, for me, that gives the advantage to Heinrich Hausler. He can sit there and use the other teams to keep the pace nice and high. But at 7 kilometers to go, or 4.5 miles of racing, Phil, this is not going to take them very much more than 9 minutes.
This young man here has a terrific future ahead of him. I wonder if they realise who he is back in the peloton. They won't have seen too much of him yet. He shot to the top last year towards the end. He won the Japan Cup. He also won a very famous race in Australia, which is the Jayco Sun Tour. And now he's on a big team. He can time trial. He's gone clear. There's still a few remnants chasing, including Scott Zwisanski, also chasing along with Stuyvesant. They're trying to reach him. The peloton may have been outwitted here.
Well, Jesper Stuyven, rider in the black jersey there, he's one of the riders on the Bontrager under-23 development squad, and he is learning a lot about his trade this afternoon. This man has now got the bit between his teeth, as they would say in horse racing. He's got some very aerodynamic wheels on. He's zigzagging around there. That's to miss one or two of the manhole covers. This could create a bit of a surprise, but as you can see, it's Orica Greenedge doing the pacemaking now, but there's still not one team has got themselves organised, and I'm waiting for somebody to take over the control. I would expect Robert Hessing now to be feeling rather confident. He's the man in the yellow jersey, should run out the overall winner. He's ticking over these final few kilometres.
Well, the Optum team are moving to the front here, but they don't want to move too close because they've still got Scott Zwisanski up here trying to reach Nathan Haas at the moment. So they might be forming a false pace behind to try and distract the chase. This is Nathan Haas, the biggest moment he's had at the world of top pro cycling here. He's making his bid for victory on the last day of the Amgen Tour of California. And still the race is under the control of the Rabobank. Now there's only one rider left in front, and that is the Australian Haas.
A little bit of a difficult tactical decision there. You can see on the left-hand side, Garmin Barracuda, they're forming a line to try and lead out their sprinter, and that, of course, is Heinrich Hausler, but they can't chase their own man. They're going to leave it all to the other teams. There's Robert Hessink in third position there in the yellow jersey, still riding at the front. He doesn't need to mix it up with these guys, Phil, but he wants to make sure that he keeps out of any chance of danger and an accident at the final few kilometres.
Absolutely, and on this stage today, it's a complicated rule, but if he gets inside 1.8 miles to go at 3 kilometres with this group and falls or crashes, he will get the same time, so therefore he cannot lose the race. And that's what he'll be thinking at the moment. He's got to get inside that last 2 miles of this circuit.
You can see on the left-hand side, two teams of two very fast sprinters have got themselves a good organisation. The lime green jerseys are Liquigas Cannondale. They've got the man just behind in the green jersey, and that, of course, Peter Sagan. He's won 4 stages of this Amgen Tour of California so far, and he's still hungry for one more.
Well, we'll all have to cheer for Heinrich Hausler, who's finished second 4 times to Peter Sagan. Once they wipe out the leader, they're going to come down together. Those two must go head-to-head. It is a pure sprinter's stage.
Well, all of a sudden, Nathan Haas has been caught,
right
and he's right at the back end of the main field.
Swept away. We are all together. 110 survivors on this year's Amgen Tour of California are going to battle out the final stage. They can't win the race overall, but they can win the last stage in front of an enormous crowd here at LA Live. Now watch out for Peter Sagan. We'll pin him for you when we can. He's the dark green in the centre of the light greens in that jersey of points leader. His team have luck for him, and they've brought him to the front.
4.5 kilometres to go. That's inside of 3 miles of racing. Luis Leon Sanchez is the Spanish rider on the Dutch Rabobank team on the front, doing the final few turns to keep this pace nice and high. Motorbike was a little bit close there, but look at Luis Leon Sanchez, looks over his shoulder. He knows that very, very shortly a team of one of the sprinters will take up the responsibility of lifting this pace again to close to 35 miles an hour.
They continue. Now, in 1.3 kilometres, Robert Gesing can be crowned the winner of this race, because a problem after that doesn't help him. It doesn't help anybody else. They're all together as they race to the finish. The field of 110 riders. It's all about who wins the day. And can Peter Sagan, who won the first 4 days of this race, finish off with a win in Los Angeles?
Most important thing now going through the minds of the sprinters, Phil, is the positioning. You've got to be in the right place. If you're 15th or 20th position too far back, you've got to scuttle up the outside to try and keep yourself in the first 5 or 6 places. Garmin Barracuda now have decided those are the riders in the blue jerseys and the blue helmets. They are looking after their sprinter Heinrich Hausler. He's gone back a little bit, but still I have to say Rabobank in the orange jersey here are doing a phenomenal job. They just want to get it over and done with. They just want to grab the yellow jersey Robert Gesing and take him to the finish line and deposit him there right in front of LA Live for a great victory.
But they also might be looking now for Michael Matthews to try and get him to the line, because Matthews is the sprinter. He was knocked around a couple of days in this race, but he seems to be back on form. He's been up in the places on one occasion. He's had a 4th, and Matthews will have the same orange jersey on as the man setting the pace. They're setting the pace for him. They've got a double-pronged attack here right now.
Well, actually, Michael Matthews is in not a very good position there. He slipped back a bit. He's got 2 teammates right on the front, but now there's looks like there's another move trying to come off the front end of the peloton here.
This United Healthcare having a go to try and steal the race away from everybody else.
And what this does, Phil, it creates confusion for the teams of the sprinters when you see these last-minute attacks, but I don't think he's going anywhere at all. He made the initial acceleration, but then when you start to get that wind smacking into your face, it's a wrong decision to make.
Well, it looks as though it might be Brad White here who's made a move to try and draw the attraction, because they have a sprinter in Jeff Lauder back in the main field. But look at the lumbering big gears of the men in orange as they bring up, and on the left, those light blue jerseys are the team of Tom Bonen, the big sprinter from Belgium, who is currently the world's #1 ranked rider this year. He came here to win at least one stage and has won none. He's now moving up to the front. He's going to take Sagan on.
Well, I tell you what, this is the moment when you've got to keep calm if you're a sprinter. You've got to trust your teammates. You've got to expect your teammates to slowly move you to the front end of the peloton. When we go around the corners, you can't touch your brakes if you're a sprinter. You've got to make sure you don't touch them, because if you do, you slip back down that line of riders into 15th or 20th position. Then you've got to use energy to get right back up to the front again. I have to say that Omega Quickstep have got a very good organisation. These are the riders in the pale blue jerseys. At the back of that line will be Tom Bonen.
You bet your life he's right. He's the big man on the left, the last of those boys in the turquoise tops. That is Tom Bonen there. Also behind him, Heinrich Hausler is getting in position, and here comes the rush on the left too of the black-topped riders from Orica Green Edge, bringing forward Lee Howard and Robbie McEwen as they get into the last 1.5 kilometres now. This looks like they've got it well organised. The team from Belgium, Omega Pharma Quickstep, have got Tom Bonen last of their group.
This is called the lead-out train, and what they do, they sacrifice themselves. The man on the front will ride as hard and as long as they can. They're inside the Kenda 1 kilometre to go mark now. They're going to take less than 60 seconds to get to the finishing line. The riders of a team like that, like Tom Bonen, they'll peel off one by one, and in theory, then they let Tom Bonen. But look how he's getting squashed around the corners there by the Liquigas riders in their lime green jerseys. They're trying to set it up for Peter Sagan once again.
Sagan is in there. He is the darker green of the lime green jerseys. There he is, far right now. He's moving himself. That's an XG rider gone onto his shoulder. So there are 2 riders possible. That's Fred Rodriguez who's moved up there. The sprinter on Team Exedy, right on the shoulder of Sagan. They're both waiting. They're going down 600 metres. This is the line-up for the finish now. They will see the finish.
We are now approaching 40 miles an hour. Bonen's up there into second position. They've gone round this corner in perfect line-up. Bonen is in second place. Right behind him there is Peter Sagan. A little bit further back is Heinrich Hausler.
As they go for the line now, Tom Bonen is the second wheel. This is the best chance he's had the whole race. Is he going to... There goes Sagan. Sagan is on the left. Bonen is taking him on. Peter Sagan drives to the line. It is win number 5 for him. Unbelievable. He is just too quick. And this time Tom Zonen got second. Well, in that peloton is the yellow jersey of Robert Gesing, a Dutchman for the first time in this race history, has won the Amgen Tour of California, and he becomes only the second non-American to do so. Peter Sagan, the not yet 23 years of age man from Slovakia, has won stage 5 of a stage, his 5th stage, as he comes down into LA Live. Dave?
Well, I have to say Omega Pharma Quick-Step got everything right there, Phil, but you just can't stop this man from Slovakia, Peter Sagan. The team are here. They're giving him all of the congratulations that he needs. 22 years of age. That's his 8th victory of the season. He had 15 wins last year. I wonder how many he's going to get this year, and he's going to be a trouble for the sprinters in the Tour de France in July.
Well, Mark Cavendish, who is the great British sprinter who's won 20 stages of the Tour de France, better watch out in July, because he's going to be taking on this man who's never ridden in the Tour de France yet. He just powered away from Tom Boonen, got him right on the line. Tom Boonen is shaking his head, can't believe it.
Well, he did it right. It was his teammate Gerhard Scholek who was leading him out, himself a very good sprinter. This is the photo finish. He's got that by half a wheel. You can see how Tom Boonen is lunging his bike, but it was too late for Big Tom. And third place, I think, will go to Gerhard Scholek of Germany and the same team as Tom Boonen.
Yes, so second and third for the Omega Quick-Step team there, and a win for Peter Sagan. Let's not forget, though, the man who has won this race is the yellow jersey, Robert Gesink. He stole the jersey with a great show of panache yesterday on the dizzy heights of Mount Baldy. He came down overnight to Los Angeles, moved out to Beverly Hills this morning, and came home today as the winner of the Amgen Tour of California. Let's hope that for Robert Gesink now, all of his sadnesses are behind him. A broken leg, a broken wrist. He's fought his way back with that. He lost his father in a mountain bike accident in the Bart Brenton's Challenge last year as well, with a very unfortunate crash for him there. And now he's had the birth of his baby, Anna, and he's with her here, and his partner, Daisy. And now he's won the biggest race of his career here, which is the Amgen Tour of California. He'll go to the Tour de France this year, and I think after this win we've got to put him into our long list of favourites for that race too. Now I think we might be able to show you the stage result presented by Coca-Cola. There it is. Peter Sagan gets a 5th out of 8 possibles for him. Boonen, Scholek, both teammates. Scholek tried to get Tom over the line. Roger Kluge of the Argus Shimano, first appearance of Roger in the sprint, but he is a very, very good sprinter, Roger Kluge. He's a young man on the way up. There it is, a win on the left to Sagan, a win overall for Gesink. We'll take a break and we'll come back again before we go to the hockey to bring you up to date with all of the action here at the Amgen Tour of California. And the crowd outside here of the Staples Center treated to another big sprint there by a familiar finisher in Peter Sagan. The race, of course, being won overall by Robert Gesink. Let's have a look then, first of all, at our ride of the day, Road ID.
Can go to only one man, Phil, the fastest man in the Amgen Tour of California this year. On the right-hand side in the green there, Peter Sagan makes it win number 5 out of 8. Absolutely unbelievable. But I'll tell you one thing, he took advantage of the lead out from Tom Boonen's team, and he was the fastest man yet again.
He's showing us he can do a little bit of BMX riding there. And Peter Sagan, our Road ID ride of the day. Let's see him on the podium now as he receives another bottle of wine from Sonoma County. And I must say, Paul, he got the better of 2 of the Omega Pharma Quick-Step teammates today.
Very fast riders. On the right-hand side, the former German national champion Gerhard Scholek, and on the left-hand side, Tom Boonen. He wanted to get the victory, but they just could not hold this man down.
No, they could not. Huge rewards for him this year, and we're going to see him in his first Tour de France in July, and he's going to be taking on the likes of Mark Cavendish, and he's looking as fast as Cavendish at the moment with the way he's finishing this race.
No, he certainly is, and it's going to be an exciting Tour de France in the month of July.
All right, let's have a look first of all at the Coca-Cola stage results. Everybody given the same time, all 110 finishers. Peter Sagan, Tom Boonen and teammate Scholek couldn't get the better of him. Roger Kluge coming in the frame, the German sprinter from Argus Shimano. Heinrich Hausler has always finished second to Sagan, but today he finishes 5th. Michael Matthews there in 9th place. Rabobank tried to get him to the line. He didn't quite have it. Let's go and have a look then at the Amgen Tour winner.
Well, this man, Phil, won the race yesterday with incredible panache and incredible style and opened up his lead in the overall standings. He's come back from a dramatic crash in September where he broke his leg. It's been a long, hard ride back to the top for Robert Gesink.
But today, it's his day to smile. His family is with him here in Los Angeles, and he's getting a lot of picture time as well, even though it's been a major sports day here in Los Angeles all day. Well, let's have a look then at the final standings in the Amgen Tour of California, presented by Cliff Bar.
Robert Hessing wins this race by 46 seconds ahead of Dave Zabriskie and Tommy Danielson. TJ Van Garderen, one of the pre-race favourites, Phil, I don't think will be very happy at all with this fourth place. He certainly wanted more than that out of the Amgen Tour of California.
Further down, Levi Leipheimer, he finished strong yesterday on Mount Baldy. Came up to 6th place overall, the three-time winner, despite his leg broken only 6 weeks ago. Best young rider there, Wilco Kelderman. Let's have a look at the Nissan King of the Mountains winner. He won this 3 days from the end. Sebastian Salas from Canada getting the King of the Mountains jersey here. He rides for the American team Optum.
Well, he's a Canadian, but I tell you what, he knows how to go up hills very fast. He's winning this competition, the race within the race, and that was a great battle throughout the whole week.
But he won it well. He had only one man really to watch, and that was David Boy, as we can see here. The Salas beating Boy by 65, playing 48 points. John Atapuma came good yesterday as he finished second at Mount Baldy, so he moved up to third. Jeremy Fennell, fourth, always in the frame. Chris Horner with his rides yesterday, climbing up into fifth in that competition. This is the points competition now. He won it a year ago. He's kept that jersey. At one stage, he wore 3 jerseys, best young, yellow and green. He takes the green home.
I'll tell you one thing that's impressed me over the last week of racing by Peter Sagan, not only his ability to win bike races, Phil, but his improvement in the English language, because he really is enjoying the interviews after the finishes.
Could you imagine us going to Slovakia and speaking his language in a week? Absolutely terrific. Well done. As he waves to the crowd, we can look at the Visit California competition in a little bit more detail now. Peter Sagan was a clear winner of this. He's 87 points, dwarfing the 54 of Heinrich Hauser, who got 4 fourths and a fifth. Tom Bonan third, Lee Howard fourth, the youngster on the Orica Green Edge team from Australia. Sylvain Georges in 5th place after his ride into Big Bear Lake. Let's go to Bob Roll. He's with Peter Sagan.
Peter, 5 stage wins and 4 days in the leader's jersey here at the Amgen Tour of California. Could it have gone any better?
I don't know. Maybe another one victory on the Big Bear, but in life we don't have everything. And no, I'm very glad and happy. Thank you for my team. And I don't know, I like this country.
It looked like the Quick Step team did the big lead out today for Tom Bonan, but you still had the legs to come around. How did the last kilometer of the race go?
Yeah, and Tom Bonan have a good train, and the last kilometers was really fast, and in the last turn, right, is also dangerous, but it's good. We going here 6 times, and this is good. And after the last turn, I go 150 meters behind, and after I go in and finish first, and I'm happy.
Will we see you in the Tour de France this summer?
Yeah, I do it Tour de France, and I do it good. But I hope, for the last I want to win one stage, and we will see.
Well, Peter, congratulations and best of luck.
Thank you.
Well done, Peter. He's going to do it good, Paul, the Tour de France. You think he's as quick as Mark Cavendish?
Well, I think he'll go and take a stage victory out somewhere along the route of the Tour de France this year. Let's not forget, he doesn't yet know his capabilities. He's only 22 years of age, and he will continue to get better. So watch out for him in July.
Back to the podium then. This is Wilco Kelderman. He got the lead on Mount Baldy yesterday off Luke Durbridge. He's only 21. He wins the Rabobank Best Young Rider jersey. Fittingly enough, he also races for the Rabobank team.
Yes, just 21 years of age. This young man won the Tour of Norway last year. He'll make continuous progression over the next couple of years, and I think he's going to be very happy to be a member of the Rabobank squad.
Yes, well, we'll have a look at the overall standings in this. This is for the highest placed rider under 23 in the race, and so Wilco Kelderman right in the top 6 riders. He gets the win. Joe Dombrowski, who had a great ride yesterday on Mount Baldy, second place for him. Luke Durbridge went down to third in the end. These are the names we'll be talking about perhaps in the next 4 or 5 years as winners, maybe, of the big races like the Tour de France. We haven't finished yet. We're going to take another break. Rejoin us and we'll have some interviews for you here in LA. And this is the last day of the Amgen Tour of California. See you back in just a moment.
The Epic Cycle Series presented by Michelob Ultra continues with the Criterium du Dauphiné, where the top cyclists in the world attack the French Alps in a preview of the Tour de France. Begins Sunday, June 3rd on the NBC Sports Network.
This is the Amgen Tour of California on NBC Sports Network, brought to you by Amgen. Pioneering science delivers vital medicines. Visit us at amgen.com. And by AEG, giving the world reason to cheer. And by Amgen's Breakaway from Cancer. No one should have to face cancer alone. Go to breakawayfromcancer.com. And by Strava. Track your rides and compete against friends, locals and pros. Go to strava.com to get started. Welcome back as we now close the book on the 7th year of the Amgen Tour of California, won for the first time by a Dutch cyclist. We've seen Peter Sagan take out this final stage. Let's have a look then at our Cliff Bar Meet the Moment at the Amgen Tour of California, brought to you by the technology of GoPro cameras inside the peloton. The bird's eye view, Paul.
Well, this is the closest you can get to the main field. We're mounted onto one of the motorbikes following the riders, and that's exactly what it looks like. It's fun to use, and at the end of the day, you can take home a copy of your own ride if you want to.
Indeed, and that is our Cliff Bar Meet the Moment. So going back to stage now, and this is the arrival on stage of the Bristol cycling team's Jeremy Fennell, the New Zealand rider here, awarded the Exergy Most Aggressive Rider of the Day's award.
Well, I think he's been one of the most aggressive riders of the whole week, Phil, because he's been in the breakaway on a number of occasions, and he's a former time trial champion of New Zealand and a very good man to have in a breakaway.
He was in the breakaway, you may recall, on the first day of racing around Santa Rosa, establishing his point in this race. He was in the cameras again yesterday as well. He's had a very, very good Amgen Tour of California. So well done to Jeremy Fennell and the Bristol cycling team, one of America's top domestic teams. And the next jersey to be awarded to, I think this is a nice one because it's his last day of racing today as a pro. Robbie McEwen retires, and his last jersey he wins is the Amgen Breakaway from Cancer Most Courageous Rider, and I think that's a good decision today. He suffered today.
He certainly did suffer today, like a lot of other riders, Phil, but after a long and illustrious career, this is his last day of racing. Yes. 209 victories to his credit as far as we can make. He reckons he's got 1 or 2 more.
Yes, he does, but you know, he's had the green jersey. He was the first Australian to win the green points jersey in the Tour de France. He also wore the yellow jersey. He takes a final bow here, a professional for a massive 17 years. It all started out in the old Tour du Pont days for him, and it finishes in the Amgen Tour of California. So Bob Roll has now discovered the winner of this tour. Here he is now talking with Robert Hessing.
Robert, you've overcome in the last few months bad luck, injury, and tragedy. What's kept you going?
I think especially the fun in the sport. I mean, I really love cycling. I love to be on the bike and enjoy nature and enjoy just hurting myself and getting better. And of course also moments like this when you do have your good times and win. That we do it for.
You did one of the best time trials in your career, and then your teammates did a great turn of work before the stage on Mount Baldy. Can you speak a little bit about the teamwork being done by the Rabobank squad?
Yeah, we have an amazing team out here. I'm really happy with those guys. I mean, those guys support me all the way through. They always believed in me, and also the sponsor was always there. I mean, I had like 7-8 really tough months after breaking a leg and all that happened before. And they were always there for me and supported me, and I'm really happy with those guys. And as you saw again today, only 2 guys of us have been working, and they kept the whole bunch together, and they were riding so strong. I can't believe it, but I'm really happy with them.
Does this victory help the morale for the upcoming Tour de France?
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a victory we were desperately waiting for. and we work hard to this race. It's a really important race for my sponsor Rabobank, who wants to be, of course, a big bank also in America, and especially in California. And it's a really important race for us. And this is the 4th time I'm here, and every time I was here, I've gone home with some victory, either a stage or the Young Riders jersey, and this time the overall. So California is kind of becoming my place, and I'm really looking forward to getting back here the next time.
Well, congratulations, Robert, and best of luck later on in the Tour de France this summer.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, I guess we can expect Robert back to try and defend that title next year, Paul. It's also going to be his 4th Tour de France this year, and I think he might be a favourite now.
I think he will be, Phil. He's always been regarded as a man who can finish in the top 10. His best place in the Tour de France was 6th overall a couple of years ago. And I think with the form that he's displayed here, he can go better.
Let's hope so. And the winning team, and they only took the lead on Mount Baldy yesterday, is the American team at Radio Shack Nissan Trek. All started yesterday by that incredible bike rider, the defending champion, Chris Horner. Yet he's coming up. Chris making that attack yesterday. There he is. He's brought his champagne with him.
It made for a dramatic stage. It was all set up when 4 riders from Radio Shack Nissan got into that early breakaway, but the pressure that it put on the field and the other favourites was unbelievable.
We're not going to be too pleased with the news today coming from Italy, where their star man for the Tour de France, Frank Schleck, is abandoned in the Giro d'Italia today. But here it's all happiness in Los Angeles because they've won the team award. 3 different teams led it at one stage. Well, 2 led it, 1 won it. The other 2 are Garmin Barracuda and BMC Racing. But the final victors, here they are. Team Radio Shack Nissan Trek.
Well, they really did animate the race yesterday. And I tell you what, I think we're looking at Chris Horner going forward now to ride a good Tour de France as well.
Well, I'm hearing now that Bob Roll is behind stage. He's found Tom Danielson, who finishes 3rd for a 2nd year in succession.
Tommy D, 3rd again. You follow that up with a great performance in the Tour de France. What are your feelings from the Amgen Tour of California this year?
Yeah, I mean, this year's Amgen Tour California was much different than last year's. You know, my 3rd, I was very distant from the best guys in the race, and this year the 3rd, definitely one of the best guys in the race. I think one of the best climbers. Had a little bit of problem yesterday with a cramp, and not taking anything away from Robert, but I think, you know, I was definitely on par with that, and was hoping to try to win the stage and, you know, do something overall, but you know, the way things worked out, I'll take it. I'm happy, and with Dave also on the podium, it's pretty nice.
And the Tour de France upcoming for you on your schedule later on this summer. What are your feelings about that?
Yeah, my feelings are very good. You know, I took the last month and a half off from racing. Haven't raced since really the first week of April. So just been working hard in Boulder, Colorado at altitude, training hard, and came here using this to tune up. Right, last year I was here trying to make the team. This year I'm very fortunate that my sponsor, Garmin Barracuda, has enabled me to really focus on the Tour de France and build gradually for it. So was really happy with my test here. I think that I did a pretty decent time trial and a good performance on the hill. So with a month and a half to go, I think I'll be ready for July.
Top 10 in last year's tour. What are your aspirations for this year?
You know, you gotta dream big, and you gotta go for it. And you know, I'd like to get on the box there for sure. But you know, there's a lot of work to be done, and a lot of different factors that go into it. But I'd be lying if I said that wasn't my goal.
Well, congratulations here at the Amgen Tour of California, and good luck in the Tour de France.
Thanks a lot, Bob.
Clearly believes in himself, Paul. 8th in the Tour de France last year. I think he's a top 6 rider if he goes well this year.
The thing about Tom Danielson, Phil, is we've always talked about him as being a contender in the big stage races. He's done well in the Vuelta a España, and I think last year, after such a long wait to get into the Tour de France, now he wants to go better.
Absolutely. Well, let's wish him well. Back on stage here now, and this is a gift here from the city of Los Angeles and AEG to Robbie McEwen, who retires from the sport today at almost 40 years of age. He will be this time next month. And I think on there, some of his biggest victory salutes. They couldn't fit on all 209 victory salutes on there, but a proud moment for Robbie McEwen. We'll miss him because he won 12 stages of the Tour de France, 12 stages of the Tour of Italy, and 12 stages of his home tour, the Santos Tour Down Under in Australia. He has been a great personality for 17 massive seasons.
You know, he's a real good bike rider, and I'll tell you one thing, the riders on Orica Green Edge are going to be very happy to have him alongside them to talk them through the sprints.
Absolutely. So let's see what else we've got for you now, as we're seeing all of the winners today in the Amgen Tour of California back on stage. We're bringing on all of the winners now. Starting with McEwen on the right there with his breakaway from cancer courageous rider jersey and the XG most aggressive rider black jersey on Jeremy Fennell. Peter Sagan, Robert Gessing in yellow, Sebastian Salas, the winner of the King of the Mountains, and Wilco Kelderman, the best young rider, on the far left, and our Michelob Ultra ambassadors on either end. Well, it's a very, very colourful line of racing jerseys, all hard won and hard fought, and finished off in front of a huge crowd of fans here in the city of Los Angeles. Coming on stage now is Kristin Bachochin, who is the executive director of AEG. I tell you, she's done a great job here, because the organisation has had nothing but praise wherever this race has been.
The only thing you have to do, Phil, is just ask the bike riders. They're the most concerned about how this race is, and all of them have great things to say about the Amgen Tour of California, whether it's from the hotels to the safety or to everything else, including the fans.
And final smile, Robbie McEwen won't be standing on a podium anymore in his life. It's a great shame, we'll miss him. Peter Sagan will, though. At 22 years of age, he can dream of at least 10, well, if he goes as long as Robbie's gone, he's got another 15 years on top for him. And just to remind you, before we say goodbye, the final top three here today. Tom Danielson, who finished third last year, gets the same position again for his team Garmin Barracuda. He's seen his teammate about to come on stage. That will be Dave Zabriskie, who has also finished second.
Fourth time will be his finished second. I thought this year he might just have had the makings, but the race around Mount Baldy was so hard it put pressure on everybody, including Dave Zabriskie, who's not one of the greatest climbers in the world. But this year I thought maybe he might just have gone one better, but he came up against a stronger, faster man.
Time progresses for the two boys as they start off as young cyclists. Now they're all bringing their families on board here. We haven't got Anna, though, the newborn for Robert Gessing. He's left down behind the podium with his wife, but Robert Gessing is now the winner of this race. There's the Big Bear of California, and that's the one they all wanted. And for the first time, it's a Dutchman who gets it. So well done to Robert Gessing today. He's had a marvellous ride here. He prophesied he came a week early before the team so he could go training, and he trained around the roads of California, dreaming that this might be the outcome, and as it turns out, it was. So that is the end of this year's Tour of California for us. Remember, the next big race here on NBC will be the Tour de France. That comes up from June onwards and throughout the month of July, and the race itself is going to be fantastic this year. We're going to see a lot more of our rider here, Robert Gessing, as he will go head-to-head with some of these riders in the Tour de France next, and some sprinters like Peter Sagan again. That's something to look forward to on NBC. Enjoy that. Remember, for all of the updates and full schedules, log on to NBCSports.com. We've had a wonderful week in California, sunshine all the way. We found a happy, smiling winner. Until the next time, for Bob Roll, Paul Sherwen, I'm Phil Liggett saying goodbye.